Part 1. The Hunt. Chapter 1. Tierney. Present day. Chiesa di San Pietro Martire, Naples, Italy. Fuck. Where is it? I plopped onto the first pew of the church, rummaging in my Chanel bag for my pack of cigarettes. I didn't normally smoke. Then again, I wasn't normally thousands of miles away from home, in close quarters with the most powerful Mafia family in the world. Oh, and did I mention half its members wanted me dead? Fun times. As if on cue, a large figure slid onto the pew behind me. An unlit cigarette materialized in the hand of an arm stretching across my shoulder. I plucked it from its owner with a scoff. I didn't need to look to know who it was. As cliched as it sounded, I always felt his presence before I saw him. He'd been my shadow since we were 14. I recognized the rhythm of his breathing in the dark, the temperature of his gaze on my skin, the pulse of his footsteps inside my own chest. He'd become an integral part of me, something so deeply entrenched in my existence, it was another facet of my identity now. Achilles Ferrante. My enemy, my rival, my impending demise.
Do you always curse like a drunken sailor in church?
His dry burr reverberated in the pit of my stomach. Only when I have to share it with you. I slipped the cigarette between my scarlet-painted lips, dunking my hand back into my purse to hunt for a lighter. Achilles leaned forward, his lips skimming the shell of my ear.
Want to know something?
Goosebumps pebbled the back of my neck. 15 years later, and he still smelled of firewood, leather, and spice. No.
You look like a whore in that dress.
He rasped, his voice dripping so much venom I wouldn't have been surprised if the floor was slippery. One you can never afford. I flipped my hair in his face. Despite my careless facade, his words landed like a bullet right in the center of my chest. I wasn't a sex worker, but I had slept around with the wrong kind of men in the past. Men who were cruel to me, men who had hurt me. It was the only way I could accept any form of affection. But that was before the asshole had put me on surveillance 2 years ago. Now I had to walk around everywhere with one of his soldiers. No more sex life for me. God forbid a girl enjoyed her favorite cardio.
Sweetheart, if I wanted you, you'd be screaming my name so loud God's ears would ring.
Sorry to disappoint, but even ladies of the night have standards.
So, you admit to being a whore.
The wooden pew creaked beneath the weight of his carved muscles as he edged closer.
Do you offer group discounts?
Why? Are you planning to bring every facet of your disgusting personality? Finally, my fingers wrapped around the silver Zippo in my purse. Bingo. I stood up, careening on my 2 high heels toward the atrium before he delivered his lethal comeback. I zipped past stained glass windows and marble columns through the double doors, pouring into the sunshine. Outside, the stairway teemed with guests. I searched for Mount Vesuvius beyond yellow and golden buildings surrounding the church, but couldn't find it. I slouched against the wall, lighting up the cigarette and scanning the crowd. My heart was in my throat. I was tired of the stupid organ never staying where it was supposed to whenever Achilles Ferrante was around. It wasn't wrong. My outfit for my nephew Gennaro's baptism was inappropriate. It was a red mini dress, far too short for anything that wasn't a nightclub. But you know what else wasn't appropriate? Baptizing a not-quite-6-month-old baby in some dead criminal's blood. Yet that was exactly what the Ferrantes were about to do. They were ruthlessly sadistic. Unfortunately, so was my idiot brother whose baby was being christened. Tiernan said he didn't mind Gennaro continuing his wife's family's tradition as long as the blood he was dipped in was of someone who deserved to die. Apparently that someone was a rival clan's underboss and a child molester. Tiernan was an atheist. Where we came from, we knew there was no God. We prayed to him every night when we were kids, and he never answered. This would be the first time Tiernan set foot in a church, but I knew better than to argue logic with my brother when it came to his wife. What Leela wanted, he delivered. No questions asked. I felt no resentment or anger at the special treatment he gave my sister-in-law. I'd do anything for Leela, too. She was just that kind of person. Kind, wholesome, perfect. Speak of the devil, my brother was heading right in my direction.
What the fuck do you think you're wearing?
He greeted me in his usual sociopathic fashion, barging into my line of vision and casting a large shadow over my frame. Tiernan looked flawless in his Savile Row suit and slicked-back hair. He wore an eye patch after Achilles had scooped out his eye, but that was before he had married Lila. These days, they'd take a bullet for one another. I shrugged, taking a drag of my cigarette. A dress?
Bullshit. People are staring.
People always stare. The least I can do is give them a good reason to.
Today's not about you, Tyr.
I said nothing because he was right. But if I told him the real reason I dressed this way, we'd get into a fight, and I didn't want to ruin today for him.
Isn't it time you act your age?
That's a rather philosophical question. I took a deep drag of my cigarette, letting the smoke hit the bottom of my lungs before fanning it sideways. I find that you're only as mature as your responsibilities. I happen to have none. No family, no kids, no job. No future either, but I never let myself think about it too much.
You can have a husband and a job in no time. Just say the word and I'll get it done.
I snorted at the offer. I'm good, thanks.
You need to cover yourself up.
You wound me, brother, I pouted. These legs are meant for flaunting.
You know, there's more to life than pissing people off.
I didn't wear this to piss people off. I wore it to warn people off. I was the harlot, the Jezebel, the Delilah of the family, not wife material and definitely unfit for an arranged marriage. See, a couple of years ago, Achilles had convinced Tiernan that if my brother allowed him to pick a groom for me, this would somehow tame my feminine rage, that if I got hitched, I'd be happy and normal. So now my mission was to make myself as desirable to Camarista men as a prostate examination by Captain Hook. Because no matter what, I'd never ever let anyone take away my liberty, never again. Where's my nephew anyway? I changed the subject. Tiernan jerked his chin to his right. I followed his gaze. His wife, Leela, stood at the front of the church's stairs, a circle of women fawning over her. She was holding Gennaro, Nero for short, close to her chest. Leela was a true beauty. Delicate features, pale blue eyes, and flaxen locks, all wrapped in a flowery pink chiffon dress. Nero, however, was the spitting image of us Callahans. Same burgundy hair, same green, shrewd eyes. A chubby-cheeked version of his father, swathed in a white christening robe. It was funny how the sweet little angel found solace in the devil and even managed to domesticate him, because for the first time in his life, my brother looked happy. Nero gurgled and reached for his mother's loose curls, fisting a golden ringlet and twisting it between pudgy fingers. Leela giggled, kissing the tip of his nose. I'd held Gennaro thousands of times, bathed him, changed his diapers, sniffed him. Leela was generous about sharing her son with me, knowing how much joy he brought into my life. And yet, every time I saw them together, it felt like someone speared a rusty nail straight into my heart and twisted slowly. It was a reminder of everything I'd never have. I yawned, my gaze shifting back to my brother. Did you choose his godparents yet?
Yeah.
Who?
Luca and Sophia.
He cleared his throat, avoiding my eyes.
They chose us to be Chiro's godparents. It was only appropriate that we reciprocate.
Right. I forced out a smile. Etiquette is so important in the underworld. Luca and Sophia were Leela's brother and sister-in-law. They were married with a son close to Nero's age, so it made sense. But that didn't soften the blow. They didn't see me fit to be the godmother. And why would they? I was a mess. A hot mess, granted, but still a mess.
Listen, Layla's nervous as it is. I need you on your best behavior.
I rolled my eyes so hard I saw suppressed memories, like I'd ever do anything to hurt Leela.
I mean it, Tyr. No funny business.
Yeah, I'll be a vision of elegance and propriety, don't worry. The clucking sound of wood hitting concrete entered my ears, and we both turned in its direction. Don Veloferrante slapped his walking cane over the stairs up to the church. My father walked by his side.
It took them almost 6 months to baptize the baby.
Velo growled.
This is unheard of. Layla didn't want to put Nero on a plane before he got his vaccinations.
Tyrone replied.
Who cares what Layla wants? Per l'amor di Dio.
Velo spat out.
She's just a woman.
What's killing him? I asked Tiernan, still watching the dawn.
Not sure, but it'd better hurry the fuck up. Well, if you'll excuse me.
Tiernan brushed past me.
I need to go bite off my father-in-law's head before he upsets my wife.
I flicked the remainder of the cigarette to a nearby bush, tugging the hem of my dress down. People shuffled into the church, pushing past Camorra soldiers who stood on guard. Since procrastinating was my favorite hobby, I plucked my phone out of my purse and checked my messages. An invitation to a wine tasting upstate with a senator's wife and her friends. A committee brunch for a fundraiser. A spa weekend with my good friend Frankie Keaton, the sitting president's wife. I'd have to say yes to all of these engagements. Since I didn't have a real job, my task was to form connections my brother and the Irish Mafia could use. Tiernan paid me a monthly salary. I, in return, made police officers look the other way, county clerks speed up permits, and the port workers put aside goods the Irish later sold for triple the price on the streets. After RSVPing my next month into mindless social obligations, I logged onto the encrypted messaging app, stopping on an unread message from a few weeks ago. My thumb halted over the screen. Unknown.
Do the right thing, Tierney. It's your only chance at freedom.
Nibbling on the corner of my lip, I contemplated answering FBI agent Tom Rothwell. He'd been on my ass for a couple of years now, trying to convince me to flip on the Ferrantes. But since I didn't have a death wish, I kept shutting him down. He was an option in case everything went to shit. Hopefully, it had never come to that. With a sigh, I slipped my phone into my bag, turned around, and re-entered the church. In the span of a few minutes, the first few pews had filled up almost completely. Tiernan and Leela stood at the altar next to the priest. So did Luca and Sophia, the godparents. There was one almost empty pew, the second one from the front, where Achilles sat alone. Since I'd rather bathe in acid than sit next to him, I hurried to the first pew and squeezed myself between Leela's brother Enzo and my father.
Pumpkin.
My father kissed my cheek. Tyrone. I coiled away, pressing against Enzo. The childish pet name grated on my nerves. I was 29. Besides, we weren't close enough for nicknames.
Shame about the outfit. You don't need it to look beautiful.
His eyes swept over me disapprovingly. I didn't answer. I was never good enough for my father, and he made sure I remembered it. He had ignored me all of my adolescent years, and as soon as I came of age and he realized I was too difficult to marry off, he gave up on me altogether. These days we barely spoke and only saw each other when Tiernan invited us both over.
Yo, Tyr!
Enzo slung a tan, muscular arm over the pew, giving my shoulder a playful squeeze.
What up?
I liked Enzo. He was funny, kind, and outrageously hot. Our paths didn't cross often, but when they did, we could spend hours bantering and having a great time. He and Leela were the only Ferrantes I didn't actively want to push off a cliff. No complaints. You?
A few complaints.
He tossed a piece of mint gum into his mouth, scratching his forearm absent-mindedly.
Hunger, mainly. Been cutting carbs. Gotta maintain that 8% body fat.
Only a certified masochist would do that. I scrunched my nose. Quitting pasta and bread would make me stabby.
See, that's not a problem in my line of work.
He grinned good-naturedly. Enzo was an enforcer. Stabbing people was his day job. You'd think it'd make him less lovable. You'd be wrong.
And the results are wild. You should see me under this shirt. I'm more shredded than sensitive documents President Keaton doesn't want leaking to the media.
He rolled his tongue over his perfect teeth, giving me a cheeky wink.
Allegedly.
I snorted, shaking my head. If you're trying to milk me for gossip about the first couple, save your breath.
So, you're not denying that he did it. Interesting.
He wiggled his brows. I laughed. What else is new?
Oh, let's see. I'm giving up pussy for Lent. Why?
Achilles chimed in.
The whole point of Lent is giving up something you like.
And so it's May, I frowned, ignoring the asshole behind us. Lent is in March.
Next year's Lent.
Enzo clarified.
This year's done. Might as well enjoy the sex.
Everything I know about your sex life I've learned against my will, I chuckled. Do I want to know why you're doing this?
Lost a bet with your brother.
What you bet on?
I said you wouldn't wear something scandalous today, and he, well, doesn't have much faith in you.
Enzo's whiskey eyes trailed down my bare legs.
Even her brother knows she's a lost cause.
Achilles tisked from behind me.
I made the mistake of trying to fix her once. Never again.
That was it. I'd had it with this asshole. I turned around sharply, spearing him with a glare. Can you be helpful for once in your life and evacuate your grotesque face from my vicinity?
Only because you asked so nicely, piccola fiamma.
He stood up, buttoning his blazer with one hand.
As it happens, I do have business to attend to.
Achilles glided out of the pew with a grace that no hulking 6'4" man had any business possessing, disappearing between Roman columns. My nickname, Little Flame, wasn't born out of love. It was born out of hate. A reminder of everything we'd lost and everything we could have been if I hadn't gone and fucked it up. That was what killed me the most, knowing it was me who threw it all away. Who managed to take this beautiful, pure love this boy had given me and turn it into potent, burning hatred. I'd ruined our lives, and now he was making me suffer for it. The organist began playing, snapping my attention back to the here and now. The chatter stopped. The priest, a frail, white-haired man, stepped forward and began his blessings.
Nel nome del Padre, del Figlio, e del Spirito Santo.
Echoes of muffled screams ricocheted across the church's walls. Every back in the room straightened. The ominous music grew louder. The priest proceeded, ignoring the cry of panic and pain.
Padre nostro che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome.
Achilles appeared from behind the altar, holding a thrashing, disheveled man by the back of his neck. His captive's hair was sweat-drenched, his suit unkempt. The underboss, the molester. Leela instinctively pressed Gennaro to her chest. Achilles stopped in front of the baptismal font, pressing the blade of a sharp knife to the man's main artery.
Venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
The priest clutched his Roman missal to a point of white knuckles, training his gaze hard on the pages.
Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano, rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori.
Achilles slowly ran the blade across the man's neck above the font, slicing his carotid artery with a surgeon's precision. Crimson liquid gushed out, pouring into the hollow object. The thrashing and muffled cries stopped. All the while, Achilles stared at me, hatred burning through his pupils. A river of blood sloshed over the fountain, filling it to the brim. The audience watched in silent shock. Achilles let go of his victim, and the lifeless body crumpled at his feet.
E non ci indurre in tentazione, ma liberarci dal male. Amen.
Tiernan scooped Nero from his mother's arms and brought him to the font. The priest took a shell, scooping some of the blood, and let it drip down Gennaro's head. His hair was the same shade as the blood. Nero gurgled happily, fingers reaching for the shell, trying to snatch it from the minister. More blood dripped down the crown of his head and onto his christening gown. My stomach churned. Even though I grew up in the belly of the underworld, I wasn't a big fan of blood and murder. Plus, I wasn't a believer. But slaughtering someone in a church seemed especially sinister, even to me. Suddenly, the rumbling purr of motorcycles sounded from outside the church. The engines roared louder and closer, making guests look at each other in confusion. It sounded like dozens of them were approaching. Tiernan made a cutting motion with his hand, and the priest stopped talking. Silence fell over the church. The steady, quiet drip, drip of blood leaking from the baptism tub filled the air. The church's doors blasted open. Women shrieked, jumping from their seats and grabbing their children, stuffing them underneath the pews for shelter. The men unholstered their weapons, charging toward the doors. Twisting in my seat, I watched as two men in balaclavas tossed hand flares into the church and ducked back outside. The flares hissed and exploded. Red smoke detonated, thick and suffocating, covering the entire room. The rapid fire of semi-automatic weapons rang in the air. Smoke scorched my eyes and filled my lungs. Screaming and blood blanketed the nave. Shit! I darted up from my seat, peering around, desperate to find Tiernan and Leela. My main goal was to save my family. I'd worry about myself later. A large figure stepped in front of me, their face veiled by the red smoke. It snatched my hair at the base of my skull in a punishing grip and pushed me chest down onto the floor. My pulse roared in my ears, and I immediately tried to thrash and fight. What the A designer boot slammed between my shoulder blades, tucking me so I was hidden under the pew safely. I coughed out smoke, fighting for my next breath. All I could see was the wing-tip toe of the boots that hid me. They were spattered in flesh blood. I was about to grab it and break his goddamn ankle when the figure crouched low and Achilles' face peered down at me through the red fog. Scarred, terrifying, achingly beautiful. Gone was the long-limbed, sad boy who had crawled through my bedroom window every night to keep my nightmares at bay. These days, Achilles Ferrante was a warrior forged from violence and mayhem. Every inch of his face was marred with scars and burns, and the rest of him, from the jawline down, was covered in ink. He gripped my jaw, tilting my face from side to side.
Hurt?
I shook my head, unable to produce words as panic closed its invisible claws around my neck. He yanked a second pistol from under his tailored blazer, placing it in my hand and curling my fingers over it.
Wait till I come for you, and don't do anything stupid.
I stared at him, furious and scared. I couldn't believe any of this was happening, that he had murdered a man in a church, that we were under attack, and that there was a huge possibility some of my family members were dead.
God damn it, Tierney. I want your word.
My eyes darted around frantically. Where was Tiernan, Leela, little Nero?
Your word.
Achilles grabbed my jaw, returning my attention back to him. I'll wait for you. Now get your filthy hands off me. He paused for a moment, drinking my face in like it was the last time. The world fell to the periphery of our existence, and we shared a single pulse. He tucked a stray flyaway behind my ear, like he used to do before everything between us went to shit. For a fraction of a second, we were us again. I opened my mouth to tell him the truth before it was too late, before one of us died. I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you, and none of it was true. Nothing came out. A loud pop pierced the air. The person behind him got shot in the head and fell to the floor beside me. Haunted, lifeless eyes stared back at mine. Achilles stood up and was gone in a flash. Enzo and my father were nowhere in sight. They'd joined the Camorra's efforts to push back the assailants. I tilted my head toward the altar, searching for my family again. Through the evaporating red mist, I found them huddled behind the organ, Tiernan protecting Leela and Nero with his body. He had his gun cocked and ready, aimed at the open doors. He didn't join the other men. As far as he was concerned, everyone else could die. His small family was his entire world. A gunman in a balaclava and full combat uniform stalked inside, pointing his M16 at them. I squeezed one eye shut, aimed at the back of his head, and smoothly pulled the trigger. He dropped like a stone before Tiernan had the time to shoot him. My brother's gaze skidded in my direction. He jerked his chin in thanks. Run! My scream was swallowed by the echo of gunshots and weeping. I'll cover you! Carefully, I rolled my body the other way, peering through the gap under the pew at the entrance. The men had enveloped the doors, acting as a human shield for the women and children. They'd seemed to manage to kill all the rival clan members who had entered the church, and were now waiting for the next wave of attack. This was a war declaration. By whom, I wasn't sure, but someone had decided to dethrone the Ferrantes as the leaders of Napoli's Camorra clans. Anticipation made the air sizzle. The corpse next to me was still staring, and now that most of the smoke was gone, I could see the face clearly. It was the priest. There was a bullet hole in his temple. His blood crawled along the floor in my direction, soaking the sleeve of my dress. I pressed my lips closed, swallowing down the bile bubbling up my throat. I flicked my gaze behind my shoulder. Tiernan, Leela, and Nero were gone. I let out a shaky exhale. Knowing they were safe made it slightly easier to breathe. I heard a galloping horse in the distance. It whinnied, coming closer until its hooves touched the church's steps, click-clacking. Clank, 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 clank. Through the curtain of red dusk, a black stallion materialized. It soared into the church like a mythological creature. Gasps and whimpers echoed across the walls. I craned my neck to get a better look, a fresh wave of fear and nausea slamming into me. Someone straddled the horse. The body of a man was strapped to it. The man was headless. A headless horseman. Before I had time to digest what I was seeing, the horse advanced straight toward my pew, the corpse bouncing atop it. It was strapped in and erected by ropes. As it got closer, I realized the body was booby-trapped. The torso of the corpse was naked, sewn across the chest and stomach in black stitches that looked ready to burst. His gut was full of explosives, and he was headed my way. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live and find my own happiness. I realized if I wasn't going to move from under the pew, I probably would die. Achilles had made me promise I'd stay put and wait for him. Fuck that asshole. Rolling to my knees and elbows, I began army crawling to the front pews, away from the horse. I had one mission only: survival. I didn't make it more than 2 feet before a rough hand grabbed the collar of my dress from above. It tossed me forward with force. I sailed from beneath the pew and across the room, my stomach burning with the friction. My shoulder crashed against the wall. Pain exploded everywhere. White dots filled my vision. I choked back a sob. A body at least twice my size landed on top of me, pinning me to the floor. Achilles' masculine scent invaded my senses. He covered me from above, his forearms protecting my face, his legs locking mine in place so I was completely shielded. I wanted to thank him, but knew he'd taunt me if I said anything. The few times I'd tried to explain myself to him had been met with ridicule and cruelty. A few moments passed before I realized the bastard was hard. His cock pressed against my ass cheeks through our clothes, thick and long, threatening to rip the fabric between us. I didn't know if it was the violence or me that brought him to arousal. Probably both. I shifted, trying to escape the sensation of him. Not because it was unpleasant, but because I couldn't bear to get turned on by the man who ruined my life on a daily basis.
Stay fucking put.
Tell your dick to stop harassing me then.
Don't read into it.
Chuckling, he ground against my ass just to piss me off.
We're exes.
Exes who never had sex.
Yet.
Never.
Soon.
Get off me.
No, but if you don't shut up, I'll get off on you just to teach you a lesson.
I'm going to put a bullet in your goddamn head. He knew I'd do it.
If I roll off you now, the next explosion is going to get you, and it's coming. Do you want to die?
I didn't. That was the truth of it. I wanted to live, even if I didn't have much to live for.
What's it going to be then?
Fine. I guess you can be my human shield. Better you than me.
Piccolo fiamma.
His breath fanned the back of my neck, hot and whiskey-laced. His heartbeat against my spine was slow and even.
I promise you, if someone were to take your useless life, it'd be me.
A powerful explosion erupted. Walls rattled, windows shattered, and sizzling heat engulfed us in a ring of fire. Everything turned black, but I knew I'd survive. Everyone had a guardian angel. Mine just happened to be my stalker, 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 happened to be... Chapter 2. Then. She was 14 when they first met. Had only been in the country for barely 2 months. It was late, dark, and cold. Drunks shouted and laughed outside her window. She didn't like New York at all. There were too many people and not enough trees. It was busy and filthy and terrifying. And she hated sharing Tiernan, her twin brother, with other people. Now they had a father. He was tall and had nice teeth. He bought her nice clothes and pink sneakers and filled the fridge with food she could eat without even asking for permission. She knew she should like him, but for some reason she couldn't. Her tummy felt heavy, and not with food, every time he walked into the room. Maybe she'd like him better if she understood what he said. But Tiernan was the smart one. Her twin brother had learned English quickly. She only knew Russian and some American Sign Language she'd learned from a prisoner in Siberia. The last 6 months had been a blur. She didn't remember how she and Tiernan had escaped the prison camp. She just knew they had and were meant to be safe here. But she didn't feel safe. She felt like a guest in a stranger's home. She didn't know her father or older brother any better than her next-door neighbor. They tried to be nice, but every time they looked at her, they exchanged sharp glances like there was something wrong with her. Of course there was something wrong with her. In fact, she doubted if there was one thing right with her. But she didn't need the reminder that she not only felt broken, but also looked it. They stared when they thought she wasn't watching, while she picked at the old scabs on her skin. One time, she managed to peel an entire layer of skin off her forearm using a butter knife. The pale, freckly skin rolled smoothly, revealing pink, raw flesh. She had smiled to herself because she'd finally managed to feel something after months of numbness. Pain. The next day, all the sharp objects in the house had magically disappeared, and Tierney was scheduled for a weekly meeting with a Russian-speaking therapist. They must have filled in the blanks about everything that had happened to her in the work camp. Little did they know, even the worst they assumed wasn't half as terrible as what really happened. Funny how she didn't remember the journey here, but she did remember every second of her 14 years in Siberia. The abuse, the torture, the humiliation, the pain, the rape.
They pity you.
Tiernan had chided her in ASL, scowling.
Stop moping around, or they'll think you're weak.
Maybe she was weak. She cried all the time. Crying felt like giving her soul a shower. But she didn't want to disappoint Tiernan, so she tried really hard to forget everything that had happened in Siberia. And the therapist, although nice enough, was very nosy. She kept poking around in things that were none of her business and only made Tierney cry more. But none of it bothered her half as much as one simple fact. She was losing Tiernan. To the Callahans, to America, to the Irish Mafia. When they moved here, she suggested they take the same room, but he liked the idea of having his own space, so now she had to sleep by herself. She wasn't used to it. In the work camp, they'd slept with dozens of prisoners. It had been smelly and filthy, but she had never felt alone, and there had always been body heat and noise around her. Now, lying alone in bed, she felt so cold. Her father had visitors tonight. She could hear them through the wall, knocking back drinks and talking. Tiernan and Fenton were included in the meeting. Tiernan even spoke a few times. She was secretly angry with him for adapting so quickly. He slid right into the family like he'd grown up with their father and older brother. He'd even adopted their stupid accent. Tiernan and Fenton were invited to all of her father's meetings. Not her. She never fit in anywhere. Like an old puzzle piece curled at the edges, no natural place existed for her in the family. Sick with jealousy, she curled into a ball under her duvet and drifted in and out of sleep. An hour later, she woke up slicked with sweat and with a scream in her throat. She had had a nightmare. Again. They were on top of her, laughing, unbuckling, kicking, slapping, putting their things in her. She thrashed and made a choking sound, fighting off her duvet before opening her eyes and remembering where she was. She felt a presence in the room and stirred awake. Tiernan? A shadow glided into the room, closing the door behind it. Taller and broader than her brother. Someone who smelled like burning wood and old leather, not Irish Spring and mint. A boy. Although it was too dark to make out his features, something told her he was more or less her age. She rose to her forearms, her heart still thundering inside her chest. What was he doing here? What did he want from her? She wanted to ask, but couldn't. Damn her useless brain. She blinked. He didn't. In fact, he didn't move at all. He was so still. And so beautiful. Like those kids you see in glamorous American TV shows. His eyes were so dark she could see her own reflection in them. She wanted to drown in them and never come up for air. He stepped toward her, clasped the edge of her duvet, and slowly slid it up her body. That was when she realized she was shivering. Her skin was covered in goose flesh. She wasn't scared. Maybe because she could still hear Tiernan through the wall. Her brother would never let anything bad happen to her. The boy rearranged the duvet over her, fidgeting nervously, then reached beyond her shoulder, picking up a book from her bed and placing it on the nightstand beside her. He refused to look at her now, eyes stuck on his shoes like they fascinated him.
You seemed cold.
She didn't understand what he said. She wanted to thank him, but didn't have the words, so she reached out cautiously and touched his cheek. It was warm and fuzzy like a peach. The boy sucked in a breath and flinched like it hurt. They both stared at each other in shock. What just happened? She didn't hurt him, did she? Then why did he look like he was in pain? Gulping, the boy stepped forward again, forcing himself within reach of her.
Do it again.
What was he saying? What was she supposed to do? He grabbed her wrist and put her hand on his cheek, staring at her with wild, wondrous eyes. She didn't know what was happening, but didn't want to stop it either. The boy hissed, trembling into her touch. She didn't know it, but it was the first time he'd felt a loving hand. Slowly, he leaned into her palm until he rested his entire cheek on it and closed his eyes. Oh my God, she thought. I'm touching a boy. I'm touching a boy and I don't want to throw up. I'm touching a boy and I don't want to die. I'm touching a boy and it feels even better than picking at my scars. They stayed like this until her arm began to hurt and her palm began to sweat, but still she didn't want to let go. She had a feeling he needed her touch more than his next breath, which was silly. She was a nobody. To him and at all. Człowiek,
Człowiek?
he repeated, frowning. She nodded. Człowiek.
He tucked a stray hair of hers behind her ear, smiling like a weirdo. He was glad it was too dark for her to see him blushing, and surprised he was capable of such bodily function at all. Heat flooded him, and he didn't know what to do with it. It was good heat, not angry heat, the kind that tickled his stomach when his dad gave him a pat on the back. It didn't happen often, but when it did, his whole world tilted. He didn't know what to do with all the tightness in his chest, so he leaned down and pressed his lips to her forehead. Butterflies exploded in his stomach, tickling the back of his throat as they took flight.
The gesture was so soft, so sweet, it made her head swim. No one had ever kissed her before, not even her twin brother. Her body had been violated, abused, and used so many times by so many men, and yet she had never experienced a small, innocent kiss. The boy stepped back and turned around, his steps heavy as he headed to the door. No, her mind screamed. Please don't leave me. Yet, she blurted out, clapping a hand over her mouth in shock. She had never spoken to anyone who wasn't Tiernan. Not her dad, not her therapist, no one. He froze mid-stride, turning around slowly, blinking at her. You no go, she pointed at him, too desperate to be embarrassed about her broken English. You stay. They studied each other. Neither of them dared breathe. Finally, he pointed at her desk chair with a question in his eyes. She nodded. Yes, please, stay with me. Bad things happen when I'm left alone in the dark. One day when I find my words, I'll tell you about them. He sat down, his eyes never leaving hers. His stare warmed her skin, an extra blanket to shield her from the world. They had no idea what this all meant, how their lives would coil around one another in a serpentine spiral of toxic obsession and desire that would throw the entire underworld off its axis. All they knew was she was alone, and so was he, and together, the world seemed slightly less cold. She closed her eyes and went back to sleep. He didn't leave until the sun rose and chased away the darkness, protecting her from her own demons as much as from himself, as much as from himself, as much as from himself, as much.
Chapter 3. Achilles. 1 week after the baptism. My doorbell rang. Again. And again. And a motherfucking again. I pinched my cigarette between my thumb and middle finger, removing it from my lips as I examined the disemboweled body at my feet. Oops. I wasn't supposed to kill Tierney's hookups, just rough them up a little. What could I say? I was only human. Mistakes happen from time to time. Or, in the case of Tierney's hookups, all the time. I currently stood at 100% murder rate when it came to the men she screwed. No. Wait. Fuck. Why was I so hard on myself? Make that 99%. I didn't kill that one shitbag, Angelo Bandini. Not for lack of desire on my part, but still counts. He was the son of the Chicago outfit's boss. Offing him would likely spiral into an underground war. And while that sounded like a good old time, I had the Camorra's interests to think of. I did relieve him of a few fingers, to make sure he could never touch her again. She didn't have many hookups to begin with. The bodyguards I put on her wouldn't allow her to stray, but every now and then she managed to slip under the radar, shake off the men I'd assigned to her. I always found them, the assholes who touched my woman, and when I did, I dealt with them accordingly. A pang of disappointment pinched my chest. I'd been doing so good. I hadn't killed off duty in months, not to mention hung someone by their entrails. The doorbell rang for the millionth time. I sighed. I didn't have any friends, and my family tried to keep our communication to a minimum, so I had no idea who the unwelcome guest might be. I rolled the body beneath me with the tip of my boot so it landed face up, so I could look him in the eye when I spoke. This whole situation is as uncomfortable for me as it is for you. You think I like doing this? No, and you're going to be a bitch to clean up. My little Spitfire didn't normally put the lives of nameless assholes at risk for an orgasm, not since she realized I was killing them. Something must have veered her off track. That incident at Gennaro's baptism, maybe. Nothing awakened carnal urges quite like staring death in the eye. If only she'd asked, I'd have given it to her. I'd fuck her for hours, drawing out her pleasure until she couldn't walk straight anymore. All she had to do was say the word. I'd have helped. I was a nice guy like that. How did she manage to sneak this fuckboy into her apartment anyway? I had 3 soldiers surveilling her ass at any given moment. No matter. It wasn't like the prick was going to be missed. Hamish Upton was an Ibiza-based English DJ on a sabbatical. No family, only a handful of friends. By the time someone realized he was missing, he'd be thoroughly digested by the hogs, to which I would soon feed his remains. I didn't have to make their deaths so violent and long, but I did it anyway, because they always hurt her. A bruise here, a black eye there, all with consent, but consent meant little when you preyed on someone broken. No one was allowed to hurt Tierney Callahan. No one but me. The ringing ceased, and a sharp knock on the door sounded. I flicked the cigarette to the floor, crushing it with my boot. My place was normally pristine, but I let it go a little after I found out Tierney had hooked up with some rando. And by a little, I mean a lot. And by a lot, I mean, I should probably look for another apartment and torch the entire building, maybe even the neighborhood. The blood from carving Upton's body seeped into the cracks between the marble slabs and soaked the walls. I'd killed him and brought him back through CPR 3 times to prolong his death before I bled him out. But once I did, I really drained him good. The place was a mess. Honestly, so was I. You should have given up after Angelo, little flame. My unexpected guest decided to kick down the door with a loud bang. Good call. I wasn't going to answer. I grabbed a disinfecting wipe and ran it over my blood-stained hands as I calmly made my way from my office to the living room. Luca, my older brother, the heir apparent, and the Dick of Monte Cunso stood in the foyer. What, pray tell, the fuck? He wore black slacks and a matching turtleneck, both Prada. Good-looking guy. Shame about the sodium-free rice personality. He was a fine man, Luca. Pragmatic, ambitious, and devilishly smart. Unfortunately, his lack of personality and emotions made Dad really uneasy about handing him the keys to the kingdom. Unfortunately for him, that is, not for me. Got caught up in something. I disposed of the bloodied wipe in the trash of the open-plan kitchen, dumping beans into the grinder of my coffee maker. Coffee? Lucas shook his head. We don't have time. Dad set up an emergency meeting. Did he now? I pushed a carafe into the coffee machine. Who died? I was just about to ask. Lucas sniffed the air, scowling. He followed the foul smell into my office, returned after a few moments to the kitchen, kneading his eyelids with the pads of his fingers. Oh my fucking God! Somebody called my name? Enzo swaggered into my apartment on cue, stepping over the unhinged door on the floor, unperturbed. He wore a nude, ribbed polo shirt, slim-fit chinos, and those stupid sneakers that came looking battered and old and still cost $1,000. Pretentious little shit. My baby brother stopped in front of a mirror on the wall, rearranged his already perfect hair, then winked at himself. Unlike Luca, Enzo did have a personality. It was just an annoying one, but at least he still had it. He was the sunny golden retriever of the family, an outgoing, friendly, loved by all type of guy. Other than his cutting habit, he could almost pass as a normal person. He was ridiculously handsome, but that was hardly a surprise. I was the only fugly motherfucker in the family. I wasn't born this way, but it was hard to look past the burn scars and uneven skin on one side of my face. I swiveled from the coffee maker, fully annoyed now. The fuck did I do to warrant this visit? I pointed between the two of them with a spoon. In all my years in the city, you haven't visited me once. Now I get a 2-person detail for a meeting? Sangue Blue landed in Newark an hour ago. Luca tucked his hands into his front pockets. He's on his way to the Long Island estate. Sangue Blue, blue blood in Italian, was Stefano Coppola, a Naples-based Mafia don and the man whose underboss I'd sacrificed at my nephew's baptism. Dante had molested a young girl on the Ferrante's turf, so making an example out of him was necessary to put Coppola back in his place. The Camorra consisted of clans. 8 different clans made the Secondigliano alliance. We were the strongest and most ruthless clan in Naples, with Coppola coming in a far second. The last couple of years, we'd been busy pushing the Bratva back to its borders in America and neglected business in Naples. The Bratva was rapidly growing, and now they had a secret weapon, Tiernan, my brother-in-law and the Pacan's best friend. Killing Coppola's underboss was a way to signal we were still the top dog in Secondigliano. Judging by Sangue Blue's swift and lethal reaction, in the form of blowing up a 700-year-old church, along with its priest, He didn't share our opinion about the hierarchy in the city. "Why's Dad humoring this nobody?" I scoffed. "He's not a nobody," Lucas said. "He's the son of the late Gianni Coppola. We've been losing our grip on Naples. He wants to cut a deal. It's better to squash this now." "Not if he is asking for more turf in Secondigliano," I countered. "We don't know what he wants yet," Luca reasoned. Guys, what the hell is that smell?" Enzo looked up from his phone, screwing up his nose in distaste. "We need to haul ass to Dad's." Luca cocked his head toward where my door was 5 minutes ago. "Coppola's waiting." "I ask that you join me in vigil to find the fucks I have to give." I turned my back to him, picking my espresso cup up and tossing it back like a shot. "No, seriously, what's that funky smell?" Enzo asked again. "We're going with or without you." Luca ignored our baby brother. "I suggest you join us." "Why?" "Negotiate?" "Bullshit. You don't want me there. I'll just blow shit up. I'll ask again. Why?" Luca shrugged, his expression, like his entire existence, giving me nothing. At this point, Enzo wandered into my office to follow the stench. I rinsed my espresso cup, calmly setting it on the dish rack. Fine, I'd go to the stupid meeting. My social calendar was hardly overflowing. Best monitor the situation myself. My father was weakened by whatever the fuck was killing him, and Luca wanted this shit sorted so badly he'd be willing to give Sangue Blue the entire city of Naples, his firstborn, and a goddamn blowjob. "Let's hit the road." I plucked my biker jacket from the back of a dining chair. Enzo reappeared from the hallway, looking visibly appalled. "Dude, are you insane?" I wished people would stop asking rhetorical questions. Such a waste of time. "How many times did you kill him?" Enzo jerked his thumb behind his shoulder. 2. 3. Why did he need to know anyway? Was he conducting some kind of fucking empirical research? "You promised no more recreational killing." Enzo ran his palm over his face, his smoke-soaked tone reaching DEFCON 1. "You promised you'd try pickleball instead. I freaking got you a 10-class pass at the country club. Betsy asks every week why your name's not on the schedule." I didn't have a conscience. If, God forbid, one ever fell into my lap, I wouldn't know what to do with it. What I did have was one hell of a temper. And where Tierney Callahan was concerned, the minute I knew someone touched her, I either had to kill them or kill her, and she was technically family, so that left me with option 1. Shedding blood quieted the noise, slowed down my thoughts. It brought me calm no cigarette or drug ever could. The eternal chicken or the egg dilemma. Was I a stone-cold killer because I was groomed to become one, or was it in my DNA to kill? Just like my mobster father. Both nature and nurture worked against me. A perfect storm, and guess which motherfucker was the eye of it? Dead center, that's me. He's not innocent. He touched what's mine. "Tierney?" My older brother sighed. I jerked my chin in a nod. I'd only ever claimed one thing as truly my own. All the rest, money, prestige, power, cars, didn't mean jack shit. Luca and Enzo exchanged looks. "You look like you've had a bad day," Enzo said, pushing off the kitchen counter and opening his arms. "Can I give you a hug?" "Fuck off." Enzo turned to look at Luca, who gave him an impersonal shoulder pat. "That's a no." Don't say I didn't try." They thought I lacked control where Tierney was concerned. They couldn't be more wrong. I was nothing but the picture of bridled restraint. If I lacked control, we'd have been married with 15 children by now, one for every year I'd known her. And there wouldn't be a filleted corpse in my office. If I didn't have control, things would look fantastic for everyone involved. It was my very control that ruined lives. Let's go. I shouldered past them. I have a shit ton of blood to clean tonight. Another 21 grams won't make much difference. Sams won't make much difference. Sams won't make much difference. Sams won't make much difference. Chapter 4. Achilles. It wasn't just Sangue Bleu at the meeting. The round table was filled with the upper echelon of the Coppola clan. Stefano sat across from my father, who had donned some makeup to give his lifeless skin some vitality. My mouth curled in distaste. My father pathetically clung to the last shreds of his existence. I'd kill him myself if I had any sense of altruism, but I needed him to crown me his rightful heir first. Do things by the book. My position couldn't be contested. He'd be a fool to deny me the role. Enzo was too soft-hearted. Luca had the charisma of pencil lead. Another nameless Ferrante bastard lurked somewhere in the world, but that was just who he was, a bastard. If he was stupid enough to come forth and challenge me, I'd treat him to a butcher's special. Sangue Bleu was a medium-height man, athletically built, clad in form-fitting cigar pants and a silky dress shirt. His dark hair was tied into a ponytail. He had a snake-like air about him, a combination of elegance and repulsiveness many ugly, powerful men wore. "Achilles!" He opened his arms. "Anything you want to say to me?" The entire room eyeballed me, waiting for an apology for killing his underboss. Sure, the ponytail looked stupid. I grabbed the back of a chair, taking a seat. Luca and Enzo followed suit. I coiled my fingers together on the table. "Why are you here?" Stefano's beady eyes danced with perverse excitement. He rolled his pinky ring with his thumb. "What? No pleasantries?" "That ship has sailed. Now start talking before it fucking sinks." "All right, fine." He rolled his eyes, the gesture dripping amusement. "I'm here to shake hands." I narrowed my eyes. "Just like that?" "Any day is a good day for peace." "I slaughtered your underboss." Dante had it coming. He should have never touched that little girl. I'd have done it myself if you had waited a few days." He waved me off. "Plus, I blew up the church and took out 14 of the guests before his body stiffened." Sangue Bleu shrugged. Sufficient payback in my book." None of said guests were family, or even high-ranking camorristi. No women or children were hurt either. Then again, he already knew that he chose to settle things diplomatically told me something was off. "See, the circle of violence always ends in resolution." Stefano looked around the silent room. "I'd rather strike a deal before we lose manpower and weapons. We all abide by the same system. What is the point of more bloodshed? In the end, what's the Camorra really about? Loyalty, alliances, power, and blood." My father and Luca nodded. Enzo and I exchanged skeptical glares. "Well, thank you so much for the uplifting speech." Enzo clapped his hands together, his enchanting smile on full display. "And I'm eager to proceed to the kumbaya portion of this evening, but if you're here to make a deal, you better wow our pants off." "First order of business, I think we should work together." Stefano's impudent smile made me want to carve his mouth off. "How do you feel about selling me some of your coke? You have the best in the city." "That's because we sourced it ourselves, visited our coca farms in an undisclosed location quarterly to supervise the process." We're open to it, Luca chimed in. For the right percentage. Understandable. I'm sure we can find a number that works for all of us. Before we get into the numbers, our men in Naples are telling me you've been treading into some parts of Chiaia and Forcella. My father scowled. Double charging protection money and selling weed. Stefano feigned confusion. Who said that? Cut the crap, Sangue Blu. I have eyes and ears everywhere. My father hissed out. This is our territory. I mean no disrespect, Don Velo, Coppola cooed. But it's a busy area. Lots of human traffic. Your people don't seem to keep up with the demand. Our supply is none of your concern. That's true, but if your customers want to buy more drugs, why shouldn't I sell to them? You know exactly why. Retreat to your borders. Or what? He drawled, kicking back in his seat. The Ferrante clan rarely visits Naples. You're out of touch. Powerful, yes, but if you want to keep ground, you need a strong alliance with us. I'm willing to pay for your drugs and guard your territory for you. But you need to offer me something to make it worth my while. You want us to make concessions? Luca asked. Peace isn't free, Sangue Blu shrugged. I'm willing to pay you for drugs. What are you willing to do for me? Not kill you, Enzo offered charitably. Coppola laughed. What do you want? My father grumbled. I'll pay you 10% commission for the coke we sell. No more than that, Sangue Blu said, bargaining. And I want to buy it below market price, 3,000 euros per kilogram. That's less than half of what we charge our affiliates. Luca's eyebrows slammed together. I'm not your other affiliates. I'm the rising king of Naples, with an army twice your size. And as much as I want peace, I won't shy away from war. He pushed a cigarette between his lips, grabbing a clipper from the table and lighting it. 3,500 euros per kilogram. My father said decisively. He wasn't wearing his oxygen mask, and for a moment I saw the man he once was, the great Machiavelli Ferrante I lived to impress. And you pay in advance. Final offer. Shit agreement, but I'd deal with it later, when I had the throne. Sangue Blu nodded. I also want my incoming shipments in the port untouched. You've been raiding our goods for years. We'll see to that, but if we catch your men on our turf again, selling drugs or touching kids, we make an example of them, Lucas said laconically. My soldiers will keep their drugs and hands to themselves, Coppola reassured us. I want a guarantee you'll do the same. Don't worry, I snapped. We don't recruit pedophiles. And the redhead I saw outside the church that day while I was overlooking the operation? Sangue Blu slouched back, drawling slyly with his gaze locked on mine, one leg folded over the other. I want her, too. I stiffened, my entire body revolting and convulsing from the inside at the blasphemy that fell out of his mouth. The only thing keeping me from gouging out his Adam's apple with my fingers was the knowledge he deserved a slower, more painful death than that for this request. She's not for sale. I grumbled around the cigarette hanging from the side of my mouth, though I could understand why he'd jumped to that conclusion. Trust Tierney to prance into church looking like a high-class hooker and make everyone think she charged by the hour. That little red dress had less class than a cum stain on a motel carpet. The fact that I didn't rip it from her and cover her in the priest's robe was all the evidence my family needed that I had control where she was concerned. I'd saved her that day, and I would save her life all over again, because she was mine, to control, to ruin, to obsess over. Not just for fucking. Coppola rolled the amber liquid of his whiskey in his tumbler, puffing out a cloud of smoke. I want to keep her. Marry her. Marry her, Enzo repeated, eyebrows hitting the ceiling. Yes. You want to marry Tierney Callahan? He double-checked, probably hoping if he said it enough times, Coppola would understand how fucking stupid it sounded. The one and only. Stefano's smile just begged me to crush all his teeth into dust. I did my due diligence. She has connections, pedigree, a great piece of ass. What's the problem? The problem is she won't consent to marrying a low-grade mobster, I deadpanned. Low-grade? Sangwe Blue tipped his head back, laughing. I am the son of a titan, just like you. As for the life I have to offer her... He scanned the room to make sure he had everyone's attention. I dug into her family tree. She's in the Irish Mafia. Like knows like, yes? He licked his lips. She'll feel right at home in my crooked kingdom. Sensing I was about to kill and drain my second victim in 24 hours, Enzo piped up. What about Katya Rasputin? She's in the market for a groom. Young, hot, Bratva affiliated. You'll get way more connections. The Irish are small fry. I like fries, Stefano said. And I like the redhead. She's the one I want, not anyone else. She's not ours to give, Enzo said good-naturedly. That's not what I'm hearing. Coppola rubbed his lower lip contemplatively, his gaze flicking to me. Word in Naples is Achilles is in charge of her matchmaking. Well, I'm a widower, wealthy, and willing. Now, deal or no deal? I opened my mouth to tell him to start running before I was interrupted. Give us 10 minutes. My father stood up, wobbling over to the door on his cane, clapping my shoulder from behind mid-stride. I'm sure we can work something out. We filed into the drawing room. Luca closed the doors behind us with a soft click. My pulse hammered against my eyelids. I felt like I had 5 minutes to stop the world from imploding and zero fucking tools to prevent the inevitable. I needed to remain calm if I wanted to come up with a plan. Smoke. I should smoke, or kill someone to take the edge off. No, enough killing for today. Producing a cigarette from the soft pack in my pocket, I lit it up and sucked in a long drag. Then I noticed Tiernan in the room. He was sprawled on an upholstered recliner, legs crossed and arms draped on the armrests with that steadfast, malevolent expression that made people turn inside out. I recognized a psychopath when I met one, because I saw one every day when I looked in the mirror, and Tiernan definitely fit the bill. Dead eyes, flat stare, merciless air. My father brought reinforcements. He'd been waiting here for a while. He knew. I broke into a cold sweat, every fiber in my goddamn body trembling. Fuck calm all the way off. They'd already made up their minds. This wasn't negotiation. It was intervention. They were taking Tierney away from me. No, she was mine. Mine. Besides, she didn't want to get married. She loved her freedom. With me, she had a version of it. I respected her boundaries, for the most part. Fuck, fine. I had some room for improvement in the boundaries department. So what? At least I didn't make her marry or screw anyone. Not even me.
Sit down, son. This conversation is long overdue.
My father gestured to one of the recliners. I walked over to it and sank down. Everyone else sat too. I trained my face to its usual jaded expression while my mind went underwater.
This is about the Callahan girl,
my father announced. Yeah, I did the math. I blew a cloud of smoke from the corner of my mouth. What about her?
Coppola and her. It's a good idea.
No. The men in the room exchanged frustrated glances. You can't marry her, brother. Luca clapped a hand on my shoulder. I know. What do you think you're doing then? Making sure no one else can either.
So, it's true what they say.
My father gripped his jaw, drawing a labored breath.
You're still sweet on her after what she did to you.
Wouldn't go that far. Some of the coldness returned to my voice. It's a slight fixation, totally manageable. You've killed all of her lovers, Enzo pointed out, and yet nobody ever found the bodies or conducted an investigation that led to our doorstep. As I said, manageable.
Stefano Coppola personally came to me when he landed this morning.
Tiernan spoke for the first time, leveling an icy, one-eyed glare at me.
He asked me for her hand in marriage.
The silence that followed was so loud, I was surprised my eardrums hadn't exploded.
I'm going to accept.
She won't agree, I growled, the coppery taste of blood flooding my mouth. If I'd bitten myself, I couldn't feel it. I was numb all over and yet in excruciating pain.
She'll have no choice. My sister rarely does what's good for her. Marriage will redirect her energy into something worthwhile. Life away from the parties, loneliness, and fake friends.
Yeah? I leaned forward, tapping my cigarette into an ashtray on the coffee table. Doing what? Huh? Sucking some stranger's dick?
She's always wanted to live by the Mediterranean Sea.
Tiernan ignored my words.
She'll live a life of extravagance and pampering, no pressure or expectations. Far away from the baggage in massive New York. Coppola will be good to her. He has a small child. She'll have someone to fawn over. His first marriage was a love match, and his late wife had been happy.
My brother-in-law looked almost defeated, and I knew why. Loving Tierney Callahan was a messy business. I'd made the mistake of doing it once and barely survived to tell the tale.
Let her go. She needs this. It's time for her to be happy.
How'd his late wife die? I asked. The room was quiet. How did she die, motherfucker? My voice boomed, ricocheting over the curved grand ceilings of my parents' mansion. Do you know? Because I do. She was trying on a dress in a boutique when some asshole slipped into her changing room and shot her in the neck. Retaliation for a stolen drug shipment. That's how. She bled out for 6 hours before she finally died. You want that for your sister? Coppola dealt with the clan responsible for the attack, Lucas supplied solemnly. Tierney will be safe. Spin it any way you like, but you're selling your sister to a criminal. I stubbed my cigarette out, smoke fanning from my nostrils.
You did the same to Leela.
Freedom. My jaw clenched. I gave Leela freedom through you. You were her only way out, and I knew she'd have you wrapped around her finger before the week was out. I'd been the sole supporter of my baby sister marrying Callahan, and their marriage turned out to be the most successful human venture since sliced bread. But it was different. I knew Tiernan was incapable of hurting Leela the night he'd found her on the fountain and spared her life. It was the first time he'd shown mercy to any creature. A fatal human error I knew he wouldn't have made under normal circumstances. Coppola wanted Tierney because she was beautiful and because she was mine.
Stefano will give Tierney a wide berth. She wants freedom, and even if she can't see it right now, this is the closest she'll ever get to it. I'm not asking, Achilles. This match is happening.
My father flashed my brothers and Tiernan a loaded look, and they filed out of the room, giving us some privacy. I watched them leave, curling my hands into tight fists to stop them from shaking. Dad waited until the door clicked shut before he turned to me and spoke.
A Don should wed a wife who is loyal, obedient, and self-sufficient. Someone to run his home and bear his sons while he runs his empire.
He laced his fingers together.
The Irish girl is none of those things.
I know. I clenched my fists tighter, unclenched them again.
Do you?
He studied me intently.
Because that means you cannot run around chasing a forbidden skirt. Settle down. Take a wife. Assume your role as the Don of the Ferrante clan. This stalemate between you and Luca, you can end it right here, right now.
I looked up, curling my fingers around the armrests to stop the shaking. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He'd been dragging his feet about choosing a new Don for years. Are you jerking my chain, or are you going to put this in writing? We all worked hard, but most men always found time to play. Not me. I didn't take a wife, girlfriends, lavish vacations around the world, or semi-professional golf tournaments. I didn't indulge in shopping sprees and weekends with $50K a night prostitutes to numb my non-existent conscience. I worked, and then I worked some more. I forfeited my life to the Camorra and deserved nothing less than ruling it. I deserved it more than Luca, who thought he was entitled to it because he was the firstborn, more than Enzo, who had the personality of a friendly, enthusiastic puppy, and more than that nameless bastard who was our half-brother my father kept in touch with over the years.
That solely depends on you. I'll give you the role if you give up this woman. Nothing good will ever come out of her. She's an exposed weakness, an Achilles' heel. Coppola knows it. That's why he's asked for her.
Right on all fucking accounts, I could never have her. Deep down, I knew it too. Even if I could, she'd be my ruination. She'd undone me when we were teenagers, completely obliterated my soul into shit. Fuck knew what she was capable of now that she was a full-fledged femme fatale. I'd be a fool to find out.
Let her go, and I'll give you my kingdom.
Swallowing hard, I digested this new reality into my system. This needed to stop. The stalking, the killing, the obsessing. Enough was enough. No more tossing, turning, praying to a God who'd forsaken me before I'd taken my first breath. No more fixating, hating, shaking. No more. Collecting myself back into the unfeeling monster I was, I threw my father an enigmatic look. The Irish girl won't be an issue. If Sangue Blue wants her, he is welcome to her. My father leaned forward, using the last shreds of his energy to pinch my cheek, kissing his fingers.
That's my boy. I always knew you were my special one.
Blood thundered in my ears. I stopped my hands from shaking by threading my fingers together.
Are you sure about the Callahan girl?
He asked. Positive.
In that case, you wouldn't mind doing one last favor for me, would you?
I had a feeling I very fucking much would, but it made little difference at this point. I arched an inquisitive eyebrow.
Deliver her to Coppola personally. Show him that he's wrong, that she is not your blind spot.
A few moments later, we re-entered my father's office, sat at the round table, and started the voting process. My father picked up his gavel.
Stefano, make our cut 20%. You'll pay standard like everyone else.
Do I get the redhead? He grinned. My father jerked his chin in a nod. Coppola gave him a 2-finger salute. 20% it is, then.
All vote for the new order.
Every man in the room raised his hand. Every man but me. Coppola watched me closely, waiting for a crack in my facade, a shred of evidence to my weakness. I pushed it all down, including the urge to warn Coppola not to hurt her in bed like all the others did. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Tierney was a big girl who knew how to work a gun and a knife like no one's business. She's an addiction, a disease, a problem. I raised my hand, my face blank. My father slammed the gavel on the table.
We'll deliver her to you by the end of the month. 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 End of.
Chapter 5. Tierney. Age 14, the night before the escape. We should wait for my brother, Tierney said. She watched as Lyosha poured boot polish into a styrofoam cup, using a twig to mix it with baby oil. Fire was crackling in the hearth of his father's office. This wasn't the first time she'd snuck in here, enjoying the warmth and a nice plate of food, but it would be the last. Tomorrow, she and Tiernan would be gone. If they managed to escape, Lyosha would lose them to freedom. If they got caught, he'd lose them to death. Either way, this was goodbye. She wished she could tell him she'd miss him. It was the least she could do.
All right.
Lyosha extended the tip of the twig to the fire, letting the flame catch, before pushing it back into the cup, turning his makeshift ink into soot.
Drink more vodka.
He tilted his chin toward the bottle on the desk.
The first tattoo is supposed to be painful.
She did as she was told. She loved Lyosha, but not in the same way she loved her brother. She was never shy or flustered around Tiernan. She also could not look at her twin and see past the fact that he looked so much like her, with his burgundy hair and green eyes. Alex. Alex was pretty. She sometimes caught herself wanting to rake her nails through the opulent crown of his rusty gold hair. More than once, she found herself studying his face with rapt fascination. The elegant slope of his nose, the perfect shape of his red mouth, his lashes, which started out dark but were lighter at the tips. His beauty pleased her, and he was the only boy other than Tiernan she trusted not to touch her, not to hurt her. Which was probably foolish, seeing as the only reason she was here, in this camp, was because Alex's father carved her mother's pregnant belly. He had stolen the twins and left their mother to bleed out. Foolish because she could never trust another human, let alone one with a penis, other than Tiernan after everything she'd lost here. Still, Alex fascinated her, and if she weren't so broken, maybe she could have actually brought herself to like him, not just as a friend, but as a boy. Taking a swig of the vodka, she let the fiery sensation burn a path down her throat, passing it to Alex, who took a sip without removing his eyes from his handiwork. He was now pouring the ink into an empty toothpaste tube, his brows furrowed in concentration. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?"
No, but we'll figure it out. What's taking Tiernan so long?
She knew the answer. Tiernan was making last-minute preparations ahead of their escape tonight, stocking up on food, clean water, and gas, making sure he had the keys to the car they were about to steal and the maps to the place they were headed. I don't know." She forced herself not to blush. Looking for a distraction, she trudged to the desk and pulled out the Latin book Alex used to teach her and Tiernan how to read and write.
What are you doing?
Alex looked up. "Looking for the quote we'll tattoo on ourselves."
I already chose one for us. Audentis fortuna iuvat.
Fortune favors the brave. It was good, but not good enough for her to etch it into her very being for the rest of her life. Tierney shook her head. "I want something else." Alex made a face, but didn't argue. He had a mild nature, different from his father's. She flipped through the pages, keeping her tears at bay. Every few seconds, her gaze fastened back on Alex. It was stupid, but she was paranoid he could read her mind and know what was going on, that she was about to run away and screw him over. He was threading some sort of needle into the motor of what looked like an electric shaver. Her eyes landed back on the page and collided with words that struck her like lightning. Odorant doom metuant. Let them hate as long as they fear. She gasped. Alex stopped what he was doing and looked at her.
What?
"I found the quote for us." She recited it, holding her breath, craving his approval. Alex nodded seriously.
I like it. Where are we putting it?
"Somewhere everyone can see. The side of our necks." Tears rimmed her eyes, and this time she couldn't make them stop even if she tried. Alex scowled, setting the toothpaste tube and razor motor down on the desk.
What's wrong?
She shook her head, wiping her face quickly. "Nothing."
You never cry.
She didn't want to lie to him, but couldn't tell him the whole truth either. She settled for something in between. A truth mistimed. "I sometimes get overwhelmed with the things..." She hiccuped, letting it all out now. Alex barreled across the desk, snatching her by the arm and holding her arms firmly.
With what?
"With the things that happened to me here," she finished softly, gaze skating down to her feet, to the shoes that were too small, too old, too torn. She'd lost a toe a few years back, and she had lost other parts inside herself that were much more important than a piece of flesh. There was a part of her, not a small one either, that wondered what the point was in running away. She could never outrun all the things that had happened to her. She could never escape the memories. Alex knew exactly what she meant and jerked her into his body in a firm hug. He cupped the back of her head, his warm breath tickling her ear.
You need to forget all about those things, Tierney. Shove them to the back of your head, to a place where no one, not even you, can reach them, and move on. You don't have a choice. The only way to survive is to deny what happened to you.
But it's all I can think about.
Tierney!
He barked, pulling away and holding her face in his hands. Alex never barked, rarely raised his voice, so the action anchored her back to the present.
Listen to me carefully now.
His eyes held hers.
You're going to forget every single thing that happened to you. You'll bottle it up and soldier through, because you're strong, because you're brave, because you're a Callahan, goddammit.
Kiss me. The demand was guttural, coming from a place deep inside her. I need to feel something else. Something that wasn't angst and pain and despair.
Not tonight.
He thumbed away a stray tear, then rubbed the arch of her brow tenderly.
You're upset tonight. Tomorrow, if you still want me to kiss you, I will.
Tomorrow I won't be here, she wanted to scream. And you'll hate me forever for leaving you and taking your best friend with me. I won't regret the kiss.
But I will.
He tucked a piece of her red hair behind her ear.
I will never take advantage of you, Tierney. But one day, when you're strong enough...
He left the sentence unfinished. He reached down and pressed his lips to her forehead so softly, she had the oddest thought that he knew they were running away, and he still let them, sending them off with a gift more precious than matching ink, a tattoo of hope, two of hope, two of hope. Chapter 6. Tierney.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite blowjob artist.
Achilles stood in the doorway of my apartment at 10:30 in the morning, looking both smug and bored. My stomach bottomed out. That couldn't mean good news for me, and I really wasn't in the mood for more of his abuse. I barely managed to scrape myself off my bed today. Had spent the last couple days crying uncontrollably after my messages to Hamish remained unread. Selfish bitch. You did this to him. It's all your fault. I was usually careful with my hookups, making sure Achilles didn't know about them. I used burner phones, hotel rooms, and aliases. And I always made sure the encounters were few and far between and concealed any bruises with makeup. But the loneliness I felt after Gennaro's christening cut too sharp, sliced too deep, and I needed warmth, another human body to drown in. Hamish provided that, along with some manhandling that left me with a shallow cut on my cheekbone and a blue bruise on my neck. The answer is no, I said, keeping the terror out of my voice. I don't want to hear about your Jehovah's Witness journey.
Glad I caught you in a perky mood, Piccola Fiamma. I have some good news.
You have an incurable disease? I pretended to brighten up. You're saying your final goodbye to people? He glanced down at me with the interest a panther afforded a mouse, an unabashed menace. For a moment, his gaze flicked to the cut on my cheek. His eyes darkened, like a light had been switched off behind them.
You gonna invite me in?
Not in this lifetime. He shouldered past me, giving 0 fucks, as per usual. I watched his back through the thin, black material of his shirt, the corded muscles of his arms, the 2 sleeves of intricate black tattoos. He had 3 crosses inked on the right side of his neck and an imprint of a kiss on his left side, the shape of my lips. Back then, we thought the kiss was just the beginning, not a parting gift to symbolize the end. His gaze skimmed to the mocha pot on my stovetop.
Espresso Italiano. I'll have some of that.
That's already spoken for, Achilles. Go get yourself a cup at the deli down the street. He had a weird fixation with trying to make me make him coffee. I don't know why. However, what I did know was that I'd willingly cut off my own 2 hands before giving him what he wanted. I discreetly wiped my palms over my pants. I was scared of him, scared of what he came here to say, and scared to ask what he did to Hamish because I already knew. My brother was family to him. I knew Achilles wouldn't kill me without a damn good reason, which he currently didn't have, but I also knew death wasn't the worst punishment. What he did to me now, the controlling, the bodyguards, the surveillance, the forced loneliness, that was the ultimate punishment.
Everything okay?
Achilles cataloged my apartment, running a hand over the back of my credenza to see if the place was bugged. Yeah? Why?
I've been here for a full minute, and you still haven't hurled any sharp objects at me.
I'm reserving all my energy in case I need to claw your eyes out. I crossed my arms over my chest, popping one hip bone out.
It's your lucky day, little flame, because I'm about to give you a great reason to.
I carefully schooled my face to look bored.
I found you a husband.
2 seconds. 5 words. That was all it took for my entire world to crumble at my feet. I didn't move, let alone cry. Fuck that. He wasn't going to get the pleasure of seeing me break. I'd wait, like I always did. Is he tall, dark, handsome, rich?
Relatively. Yes, I guess so, and very, respectively.
You're not handsome, Achilles. But he was, to me. I didn't see the scars, the cuts, and the burns everyone else did. I saw that 14-year-old boy with the peach fuzz who tucked me into bed and guarded me all night to keep the nightmares at bay.
Me?
He tossed a caustic look behind his shoulder, snorting.
No, sweetheart. I'd swallow you whole.
You'd choke on me.
I don't doubt it, but it's still not me.
Of course it was. It had to be. He wouldn't give me up so easily, even if he hated me. He murdered men for touching me. How could he ever let me go? I snorted. Yeah, right.
I'll be delivering you to him shortly, so I suggest you start packing. I need his business, and he needs a wife.
My brain short-circuited. He was serious. It really wasn't him. But I couldn't. I mean, how did he plan to... It felt like he stabbed my chest with an icicle. Wait, what? Achilles, no.
Yes.
He stopped in front of an Amelia Spencer painting on my wall, his mere tone giving me frostbite. But I thought... What did I think? That he'd defy his father to marry me? That he'd forgive me after what I'd done to him? Of course he handed me over to be someone else's headache.
You didn't really think I'd risk the Don title by marrying some lowly Irish slut, did you?
His brow crumpled in mock confusion, a sly grin twisting one corner of his mouth.
I thought we knew each other better than that.
His words were more painful than fists, deadlier than bullets. They would leave scars that were beyond skin deep.
Oh.
Achilles tisked, tilting his head sideways.
That's too bad.
I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move a muscle in my entire useless body. Don't do this.
Already did.
He was halfway out the door. His back was the last thing I saw before I fell to my knees and let a raw shriek burst from my throat. He finally did what he promised he would all those years ago. He destroyed me. He destroyed me. He destroyed...
Chapter 7. Achilles. I needed to get fucked. Urgently, immediately, indefinitely. Not in the biblical sense. I couldn't touch another woman. Never really could. Not that I was a virgin by any stretch of the imagination, but I screwed women rarely and always from behind so they wouldn't get a front row seat to the mess that was my face. Nobody deserved to see that. Hell, my own mother recoiled whenever we were in the same room. Sometimes I'd pretend to have a mistress, a regular hookup, spread the word around, see if Tierney cared. She never did. She'd let that information slide off her shoulders as if nothing happened. Fuck her, and fuck her, and fuck her. Fuck. She was so fucking beautiful. So much I always held my breath the first few seconds when I came face to face with her. Ugh, shit. My head was a mess. It was mid-morning, hardly a good time for a stiff drink, but how did that saying go? The heart wants what it wants? Mine wanted to go into cardiac arrest from alcohol poisoning. My vision was blurry as I exited her apartment building and took the stairs down, charging to my black Ducati. I hadn't stopped shaking since that meeting with Sangue Blue. That was 2 days ago. I had to drink myself into a near coma before I showed up on her doorstep today to deliver the news. And guess what? I was going back to doing exactly that. I mounted my bike and pushed on my helmet, flipping the kill switch. The beast roared to life beneath me. My pulse hammered against the side of my throat the entire ride from Hunts Point into Manhattan. When I got to the Forbidden Fruit, our notorious nightclub and a Ferrante stronghold, I headed straight to the underground office. Enzo was there, his red-soled sneakers stacked on the desk, texting. His eyes were droopy and his mouth agape as he stared at his screen. Sexting, more like. Who was the unlucky guy? I had no idea why he wouldn't come out of the damn closet. It was pretty obvious his interest in women was non-existent. Shit, I even tried pulling him out by fucking his now ex-girlfriend, thinking he might have felt some kind of stupid, gallant commitment to her. No dice. The little shit was still pretending to be on the market for a Mafia princess. Anything to appease Daddy Dearest. But I was too wrapped up in my own shit to worry about my baby brother's love life right now. Out. I charged to the bar cart, plucking a bottle of whiskey. I slugged it back. My phone pinged with an incoming message. Dino, Carrie is coming down with your coke. Do you want her to stay? Laughable. Even if I wanted to fuck someone, which I didn't, my dick never got fully hard for anyone other than Tierney. All I managed was a semi, and this, for all intents and purposes, didn't qualify as one of those. My thumbs flew over the screen. No, have her drop it here and leave. Hold on a minute. I'm wrapping up something. Carpe diem, am I right? Enzo chuckled at his own stupid joke. Seize the text. Out, I croaked, bracing my hand against the wall. Holy shit, bro. How much did you drink? Your breath is flammable. Enzo's eyes were still glued to the screen, thumbs flying across it. The room spun out of focus. I stared at my feet. Fuck. The last thing I needed was to drown myself in more alcohol and drugs. The woman was a sickness. I needed to detox her out of my system. The thought of not being able to check on her, to slip into her bedroom when she was asleep, watch her chest fall and rise to the rhythm of her breath, to know what she was doing at any given time. Bro! Enzo was up now, standing in front of me, peering at me with his dumb Bambi face. His phone was blowing up with messages, and he clutched it in his fist like he couldn't wait to get back to it. I said get fucked! I hurled the bottle of whiskey at his head. He ducked, The bottle flew across the room and shattered on the door right before Carrie opened it, holding a bag of Coke.
Hi.
She stuck her bleached head between the door and the frame, exhibiting a lip-glossed smile.
Dino said to drop this for you?
Enzo spun his head, staring at me in disbelief. You sampling the goods now? I'd never used drugs in my life. It was a rookie mistake and a surefire way to become an addict. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Get out, Enzo. I dropped my voice to a deadly whisper. I mean it. Don't fuck with me right now. Fine, asshat. But I'm putting you on suicide watch. I'll be checking in every other hour. God damn it. Enzo stomped to the door, bypassing the golden liquid on the floor. He snatched the bag of Coke from Carrie, squinted to ensure it wasn't too laced with shit, then tossed it over his shoulder and into my hands. Come on, Care. I don't want you in the firing line when this Stronzo gets shit-faced. Care? The lovable idiot was now giving the prostitutes pet names? Carrie. I dipped my pinky into the bag of Coke, then rubbed it over my gums.
Yeah?
She purred, probably hoping I'd fuck her. I tipped well and had a nice, thick dick. Taken from behind, she could imagine I was anyone, even someone human. Get me more Coke and another bottle of... I squinted at my hand, realizing it was empty because I'd tossed the whiskey at my shithead brother. Whatever the fuck that was. I spent the next 36 hours snorting and drinking myself into a near coma.
Chapter 8. Tierney.
That's for the best.
Tiernan killed the engine of his Mercedes on the tarmac. We were parked on the edge of the runway strip at the private airport where the Ferrante's company plane was about to take off. The formidable man inside was ready to take me to Italy, to a new fiancé I'd never met. I held back tears. Pushing my Miu Miu shades up my nose, I refused to show weakness. You know, Tiernan, history is full of men who thought they knew what women needed. Never ended quite as brilliantly as you think.
You always said you wanted to live by the sea.
I also said I wanted to choose my own husband. I tried to keep the shakiness from my voice. Funny you forgot that last part. Tiernan scrubbed his face, staring out his window.
Look, I know it's not ideal,
But you're too busy with your perfect little family and booming business to keep a close eye on your wayward sister. I curled my fingers around the door handle, a fresh wave of fury hitting my chest. Totally understandable.
You're off the mark. I'm trying to help you heal.
Don't patronize me, brother. We're both fucked up. You're just hiding it better. I shook my head. I'll see you at the wedding in 2 weeks. I pushed the door open and hopped out of the SUV. Tiernan got out and rounded the vehicle, popping the trunk open and hurling out my suitcases. I'd only brought 2, plus the tote bag on my shoulder. I had plenty of clothes, an unholy number of shoes, too, but I postponed sending them to Italy, still clutching on to the hope I'd be able to change Achilles' mind. Tiernan rolled the suitcases across the tarmac toward the plane. I stared at his back, nauseous with dread. I knew he thought he was doing the right thing by me. He knew I wasn't happy, leading a loveless, sexless life, with Achilles breathing down my neck and monitoring my every move. As far as he was concerned, this was an act of liberation, not punishment. I had to marry Coppola. Defying Tiernan, the head of the Irish clan, came with a price tag I couldn't afford. My brother loved me in his own messed-up way, but I had no illusions about who and what he was. 2 Camarista soldiers stood at the pulled-down air stairs leading to the airplane. When we reached them, they nodded at Tiernan, took my suitcases, and carried them upstairs. I placed a hand on the banister, trying to regulate my breaths.
Don't Do anything stupid.
Tiernan grabbed the back of my neck, forcing me to look him in the eye.
You hear me?
I wanted to shake off his touch, but the truth was, I brought this on myself. I went toe-to-toe with the cruelest man in the Camorra, and now I had to pay the price. What if Stefano is bad to me?
Achilles warned him off. But on the off chance he gives you trouble, just let me know and I'll break the lad's bones one finger at a time.
Revenge is a pointless concept. What I want is to prevent the tragedy from happening, not plan a response to it.
You can hold your own,
Tiernan said softly, and something inside my chest finally loosened. Though his posture was slack and at ease, I knew he was eager to leave. Leela was still reeling from the baptism. He didn't like leaving her and Nero for longer than an hour anyway. He wanted to get back to her, and as much as I hated him in this moment, I still loved her. Go, I nodded, unable to bear the thought of Leela, frightened. Go to your family. They need you. And then he was gone, the Mercedes driving out of the airport, disappearing in a cloud of dust. It was time to face the music. I entered the plane, numbly taking in the chrome and dark-accented cabin. I spotted Achilles at a round table with 3 of his soldiers. 2 I recognized as Nico and Fabio, mid-rank members of the Camorra. The other one was Jeremy. Achilles seemed to take a liking to the Bratva heir, whom he had dragged as a collateral 7 months ago during a gunfight. Didn't take a genius to figure out why. Jeremy was smart, quiet, efficient, and didn't ogle me like I was dessert whenever he was assigned to chaperone me. Either way, Tiernan told me Jeremy's time was almost up with the Camorra. Alex, his brother, and the Bratva's pecan needed him back in Vegas. Achilles wore gym shorts, a faded black I'm not here to talk hoodie with the hood flipped on, and a socks and slides combo. The picture of nonchalance. His brothers wouldn't be seen dead in this outfit, especially not showing their faces in Napoli. Luca and Enzo were all about appearances. Casual smart slacks, Hogan sneakers, and a well-tailored designer tee were their idea of dressing for comfort. But Achilles truly did not give a shit. Not about what people thought of him, and certainly not about how he looked.
Anywhere on this side of the plane.
Achilles tossed a hand in his opposite direction, not bothering to look up from his game of cards. Prick. I slouched into a cream-colored recliner, popping my AirPods into my ears and scrolling through my messages. My girlfriends congratulated me on my speedy engagement, offering to plan a lavish bachelorette party. No one seemed surprised by the news I'd be getting married shortly. Everyone knew I was reckless and wild. My best friend Frankie even said, "I'm surprised this is your first marriage. Either way, you'll eat the man alive, leaving no crumbs." But she had no idea who I was. She only knew the person I'd shown the world.
60 seconds to takeoff,
the pilot announced from the cockpit. I tried practicing deep breaths, but even that small task seemed impossible. The plane rolled across the strip, gaining speed, then took off. My stomach dropped. I didn't mind flights, not even flights in questionable tiny airplanes, but I did mind this one, because it was taking me to a future I had never signed up for. Every second on this plane brought me closer to losing whatever I had left of my freedom. I cleared my throat before speaking for the first time. "How long's the flight?" No response. Achilles tossed a card into a pile, muttering something in Italian. The other men barked out a laugh. I closed my eyes and drew in a breath. I wasn't prone to panic attacks anymore. I'd buried my past so deep inside my head I no longer recognized it as a part of me. But whenever I did get them, they were bad. Achilles used to help me when we were younger, hug me extra tight, talk me through my emotions.
Tell me 5 things you see, 4 things you hear, 3 things you can touch, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste.
That one thing used to be his mouth. I'd reach on my toes and kiss him, and my anxiety would melt away like wax under hot water. He wasn't that boy anymore, but I was still that girl. The one who remembered the only safe place she ever knew was inside his arms. The chatter in Neapolitan grew more boisterous. The men lit up cigarettes, pouring whiskey into tumblers. I logged on to the Wi-Fi and Googled the flight time. 9 hours. Okay, plenty of time to work with. I could find a way to convince him to turn the airplane around. Can you tell me where in Naples I'll live? Maybe if Achilles realized this was real, that he was really handing me over to be fucked by someone else, it'd stir something in him. No response. I knew he heard me. Asshole. I hope you're not attending the wedding because I'm not sending you an invitation. No answer. Does he know he's getting your leftovers? No answer. My pulse hammered against every inch of my skin. I needed to get his attention, and he was hell-bent on not giving it to me. But Tiernan was right. I'd always been creative. The penny dropped when I realized I didn't necessarily need to get his attention. If I got his soldiers' attention, that'd be enough to piss him off. I was wearing a summer dress, yellow with blue and pink flowers, with white ankle socks and a pair of Mary Janes. With a pout, I stretched across the recliner toward my tote bag on the side table, allowing my dress to ride up until my white cotton underwear was showing. The chatter and laughter stopped. I can't find my AirPods. I sighed, wiggling my ass in the air, now on all fours on the recliner to reach my perfectly reachable bag. Anybody seen them? I felt his eyes burning my ass like a good spanking. Fabio cleared his throat.
You're wearing them.
Oh, silly me. I reached to one of my ears, popping the AirPod out and letting it fall to the floor. Oops, so clumsy. I stood up and turned around, giving them a good angle of my ass as I bent down to pick it up. It wasn't the most sophisticated warfare scheme, but it was a bulletproof one. Achilles decided he'd had enough. He barked something in Neapolitan. His soldiers stood up and slinked to the back of the plane, leaving their cards behind.
Show's over, Piccola Fiamma.
No way. I've only just begun. I twirled on my toes, swiveling to face him and tossing my hair back. Once they're back, I'm going to give your soldiers a show they'll never
What do you want?
He said, cutting me off, sprawling in his seat. He rested his inked paw on his thigh, every inch of him deeply tanned and muscular. You know what I want. I kept the breathless panic from my voice. I want out of this arrangement. I've never even met the guy.
No.
One word. Bored. Monotone. Controlled. Come on. I stepped forward, collapsing on the seat next to him. I'll do anything. I'll move out of New York, away from America. I'll even work for the Camorra. You can use all of my connections, even the Keatons.
No.
My chest heated with rage and frustration. There must be something we could barter. Gone was my game face and cool facade. I was desperate and didn't care if he knew. Something that you want from me.
There is something I want from you, but it's too late to get it now.
His cool gaze swept down my body, top to bottom, his meaning clear. Oh. Of course. How had I not thought of that? Achilles never got over the fact we hadn't consummated our teenage crush. Back when we were together, he was too worried about my delicate sensibilities. He'd barely touched me. I had to initiate every makeout session we ever had. Is this what you want? I grabbed his wrist and placed his hand on my right breast. His rough palm pulsated heat through the fabric of my dress. My nipple tightened immediately. My heart stuttered, but no longer from panic. I'd missed his hands on me. Because I can give it to you, Achilles. I can make your wildest fantasies come true. His free hand clenched next to his body, and his eyes, usually so black they carried the blue sheen of a raven's feathers, dimmed with yearning. He always called me a whore, and in the end, I'd offered to become one for him. The sour taste of self-loathing exploded on my tongue. But I didn't have time to mourn my pride. I'd save myself today so I could destroy him tomorrow. I'd be his Delilah, seduce, abuse, and abolish. You know you want to. Go on. Claim what's yours, I said, coaxing, guiding his hand from my chest, down my stomach, and between my legs through my dress. I squeezed them closed. Me, on my knees, for you to do anything you want. At the end of the day, it wouldn't matter. My only way of getting in bed with someone was to completely disconnect from my body to a degree we were two pieces of flesh milking pleasure from one another. Feelings and sex were completely different entities to me. He leaned closer, his intoxicating scent taking over my senses, as his knee pried my thighs open with its sheer power. Rugged fingers clamped around my thigh, his pinky brushing a hint of my panties as he squeezed my leg. His lips found the shell of my ear.
What I want to know is where you're hiding your weapon, since you've given us a striptease and I've yet to see it.
A smile tugged the corners of my lips. He knew me too well. I turned my head to whisper, "Give me a full body check and find out for yourself."
A fuck for a throne?
He asked flippantly, sitting back, his face dripping amusement.
You give yourself too much credit, sweetheart.
A fulfilled fantasy for a small setback. I dragged a fingernail along his chest. We both know your father isn't going to choose Luca. He hasn't yet, even though Luca played by the rules and married an outfit princess to appease him. Luca is too cool, too safe. And Enzo, he doesn't have your bite. Your father will be mad, but he'll get over it. I had no idea if what I was saying was true, but I always had the uncanny ability to bullshit my way out of a paper bag when needed.
You know Don Velo so well.
I know human nature. I hitched a shoulder up. And your father is human, a very flawed one at that. He was quiet, which meant he was contemplating this, which meant that I really needed to drive the point home. You can have one night with me, to do whatever you want. All you have to do is turn this plane around.
The weekend.
His stance was lazy, but the devious glint in his eyes promised mayhem. What? I wasn't sure I heard him correctly. My proposition was a shot in the dark. I'd never expected him to take me up on it. I didn't even know if I'd be able to move forward with such a barter if he agreed. He drew his hand from between my thighs, collecting himself.
I'm not turning back the plane. Not enough fuel. Plus, I have business in Naples until Monday. Let me fuck you through the weekend, and we'll square it off.
Square it off? I echoed numbly, proud of my steady tone. It betrayed nothing of what I was feeling inside.
More or less. I can't take your virginity anymore. Fuck knows there's no shred of it left, but I can still enjoy all the things I was too stupid and considerate to take back then.
I had to let his words slide over my skin without letting them penetrate it, or I'd go mad. I was close to madness anyway, being here with him, having this conversation. "And you'll let me go?" My mouth was dry, my pulse roaring between my ears. Achilles was an asshole, but an honorable one. If he gave me his word, he'd keep it.
"You're mine from the moment we enter Italian territory until we leave it.
He cracked his neck.
When we get back, I'll deal with my father. As for you..."
He caught the ring on his pinky, swiveling it absent-mindedly.
"You'll pack a fucking bag, buy a one-way ticket out of North America, and I'll never see or hear from you again. We clear?"
I nodded, relief flooding me. I could do that. Moving away would be no hardship, aside from having to say goodbye to my brother, his wife, and my nephew. Nothing was keeping me in New York. "I give you my word."
"Good. Now be quiet and make yourself scarce until I call for you."
I slinked back to my seat and opened a Vogue magazine, burying my face in it. My thoughts were scattered like pieces of glass from a broken vase. Where would I go? Ireland, probably. My ancestors' land. What would I do? I'd have some seed money, enough to open a small shop, buy myself a lovely cottage somewhere picturesque. Tiernan and Leela could visit me every summer with their kids. I'd be the cool auntie. But first, I had to survive a weekend with Achilles, and I had a feeling that was no small feat. I was determined not to blow this up. My future was waiting for me, and I was ready to finally meet it. My freedom was worth it, even if the price was selling my soul to the man I hated the most. The adrenaline crash made me doze off in the recliner. I woke up some hours later with my mouth gauzy. Blinking my eyes back into focus, I saw Achilles and his soldiers sitting across from me. They were no longer playing cards. There was a suitcase open in front of them, and they were examining different luxury watches, no doubt stolen. "How much time until landing?"
"An hour and some change."
Jeremy popped his gum. He was messing with his phone, periodically smirking at something he saw on the screen. It was weird, watching this husky tank of a man exhibiting any emotion that wasn't annoyance. Achilles flicked his wrist, checked the time, and stood up grimly. My heart sank all the way to my toes.
"Up."
I rose to my feet and followed him to the lavatory. All eyes were on us, and I saw the derisive grins the soldiers flashed each other when I strode past them. They knew. He waited for me to enter the bathroom, then locked the door behind us. It wasn't much bigger than a commercial airplane's, but it was fancier, consisting of veiny black marble punctuated with gold, a vanity with mirror, and a small shower. "Thought we agreed the deal takes effect when we reach Naples." I rested my hip on the vanity.
"I said you're mine from the moment we enter Italian territory. That happened 3 minutes ago."
He flashed me his phone screen with a map of our plane traveling above a large body of water.
"Want me to call air traffic control to confirm it?"
I shook my head. There was no need. He wasn't a liar, just a dick. He unholstered his gun, unloading the magazine and dumping it in the sink.
"I'm clean."
"So am I."
"I know. I check your medical records quarterly."
He tossed his phone on the vanity next.
"Bend over and hold on to the sink."
Okay, so we were really doing this. I curled my fingers over the round marble sink nervously, pressing my hips to the counter. I stared up at the mirror in front of me. Because of the height difference, the angle didn't allow me to see his face, only his torso, which was hidden by a hoodie. He grabbed the hem of my dress and flipped it over my back, shoving it into one of my shoulder straps. There was something so mortifying in this gesture. My mind swam. He stared at my panties-clad ass for a moment and I let him because I didn't have a choice. I gulped in a gasp as he grabbed my plain white cotton panties from each side. His touch on my skin felt like somebody turned up all the lights inside me.
You know, your underwear says a lot about you as a person.
What do mine say?
That you're a liar.
He wasn't wrong. The Tierney the world knew would wear a black, lacy thong. He pushed my underwear down in one go, letting it bunch around my ankles.
On your toes.
A rough palm patted my ass cheek. I swallowed back a groan. I did as I was told, plastering my forehead to the cool counter. My ass and pussy were bare in front of him, up in the air.
Spread 'em.
He kicked my feet apart, and I did, as much as I could anyway, with my undies still bunched at my ankles.
That's enough, but good to know you're eager.
The insult landed square in my chest, but before I was able to stand up and tell him to go fuck himself, he pushed his shorts down and guided the warm, velvety crown of his cock between my folds from behind. I froze at the invasion. He didn't push inside, just swirled the fat head in circles, tracing my folds, massaging them. To my absolute horror, I was wet. Wet because of the situation. Wet because it was forbidden and wrong. Wet because it was him. Holy shit. No way. That couldn't be. It made no sense. I'd never been this turned on by anyone before, and he didn't even hurt me. I could usually only bring myself to climax when someone slapped or bruised me. I wondered if he thought about my past when he was teasing me, and if so, I wondered if he cared. I couldn't allow myself to examine what was happening too closely. I'd spent the last decade denying what had happened at that Russian camp, so much so that I didn't remember any of the abuse I'd suffered. The memories were hazy, sitting at the periphery of my mind, just past a secure wall I'd built, tall and strong, to shield me from them. They felt like little weeds, desperate to claw their way in, to contaminate the lovely garden I now tended, where roses and lilies grew neatly alongside manicured shrubs, of thoughts about shopping sprees and yacht vacations, and of admirers who only dared look but never touch. I had managed to forget, in order to live, in order to survive, but it came with a price. I had mastered the art of disconnecting my body from my soul when I got into bed with someone. I never made eye contact, never completely loosened up. I always kept the encounter on surface level, enough to draw pleasure, but not enough to penetrate the mental wall of security I barricaded my emotions behind. The more Achilles teased my pussy from behind, the wetter I became, until I found myself grinding my nipples against the vanity, desperately seeking the friction as my vision blurred with lust. Jesus, what was wrong with me? The answer is too much, and you damn well know it. I couldn't wait to have his cock inside me. When my pussy began making wet, embarrassing sounds, Achilles decided to guide his cock from my entrance up to my clit, spreading the wetness around. Despite my best efforts, I let loose a small moan, which I immediately killed with a lip bite. I felt his shredded six-pack quaking against the curve of my ass with a wry chuckle.
You like that, huh? Do you always get wet from men who fuck you for favors?
I'm not... I started lying, but then he pushed two thick fingers into me from behind, his dick momentarily springing between us and slapping my ass cheek. My core clenched against his fingers greedily, welcoming him in, coating him with my arousal. He spread his index and middle fingers inside me, stretching me to an uncomfortable and achingly delicious limit. Another moan escaped me, this time louder and accompanied by a shudder. Fuck. Another mocking laugh.
No weapon here. Let's check the next hole.
He withdrew his fingers from me, and I heard the sound of his mouth popping as he sucked them clean. A fresh rush of heat rolled between my legs. I wanted him to drop to his knees and eat me out from behind. In the mirror, I caught a glimpse of him spitting on his index finger. He guided it into my tight hole, spreading his saliva around the rim and slicking the area before pushing inside. My ass cheeks clamped around the assault, another groan of pleasure tumbling out of my mouth. It was both humiliating and arousing beyond belief. He wiggled his finger inside me a little.
Not here either. Where is it, little flame?
Suck a bag of dicks, I moaned into the marbled surface. He slowly withdrew from my ass, letting my muscles pulse and clench around his finger, begging it to stay. Next, his hand traveled up my waist and toward my bra. Simple cotton covered my modest tits. His palm slid past the material of my bra, cupping my breast and toying with my nipple until it hardened. My entire body was humming, begging to be invaded. He trailed his hand along the band. His fingers halted on a small device tucked inside it. Shit.
Mini double-agent fixed blade?
Urban Edge, I corrected, as he carefully slid it from my bra and pocketed it in his shorts.
Cute.
He grabbed his dick, swirling its head against my opening again. My mind and body rioted against one another. I was nauseous with anger at what he was doing to me, even if I did bargain my way into this position. But my body came alive, brimming with sensations I'd never felt before. And because I couldn't take it anymore, not the desire nor the humiliation, I bit out, "Are you going to fuck me already, or can I take a nap?" That made him push all the way inside me in one go and without any warning. He was huge, and it was painful. I had no time to prepare for it. I squirmed and shifted, trying to accommodate him, the burn between my legs intensifying. Because of course the bastard just had to have a glorious cock. His balls slapped the back of my thighs. The tiniest groan escaped him, the sole sign he was enjoying himself. Instead of grabbing my waist like a normal person, he wrapped my long hair around his fist, tugging so his lips pressed the shell of my ear.
Took me 15 fucking years.
He grunted, withdrawing and slamming into me again.
But I finally broke her.
He rode me like I was an unruly mare, with jerky, punishing strokes designed to show dominance. Each time he thrust into me, my clit hit the doorknob of the vanity, and I found myself rubbing against it. My muscles shook. An ache grew between my legs, begging to be unfurled. I was going to come. I was going to come from a man who had taken me in vengeance. It surprised me, because usually I needed my partner to hit me to get there. We were both so screwed up, it was amazing we didn't make it as a couple. Achilles yanked my hair, extending my neck.
Watch yourself get fucked by the man you tried to ruin. Who's ruined now?
He held the hem of his hoodie mid-torso so he could watch himself slamming into me.
Now that's a sight. Not so feisty anymore, are you?
You're a dick.
I'll take your word for it.
I heard the grin in his voice, his abs bunching to a bulging six-pack under his ink.
After all, you're the expert.
He thrust harder, faster, making me bump against the counter again and again. I wanted to hate it. I wanted to hate him, but I was incapable of either. I tried to conjure a sassy response, but all I could manage was desperately squeezing his cock for dear life. I was close, so close. My mouth fell open, and I felt an orgasm seizing every muscle and cell in my body when he pulled out suddenly. Hot, sticky cum spurted onto the backs of my thighs. Then he pushed me down so my knees hit the floor roughly and pumped his cock to come into my hair. The goddamn bastard. I was going to end him. What the fuck? I scrambled up, pushing at his chest. He stepped sideways from me, flicked on the tap, and pushed his still erect cock under the water, washing the traces of me from his skin. What kind of animal are you? I cupped my hands under the tap, gathering some water I intended to clean my hair with.
Don't touch it,
came his dry retort as he tucked himself back into his shorts.
I want you to walk around with my crusty cum all over your hair. Remind you who's the bitch now.
I didn't come.
Yeah.
He rolled his tongue over his front teeth in a devious smirk.
That wasn't accidental.
Are you punishing me?
Hey, I just had my dick in your cunt. I'm punishing both of us.
I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I needed to not lose my shit and bite my tongue if I wanted to get out of this situation in one piece. Achilles was a psychopath, a real one. And unlike my brother, who wouldn't think twice before offing someone who annoyed him. With a shake of my head, I pulled my underwear up and tugged my dress down. I didn't try to make myself presentable. There was no point. I was going out there looking like I'd been thoroughly fucked, and like I didn't care one iota if everyone knew. We exited the lavatory and made our way back to the sitting area. I headed toward my side of the plane when Achilles reclaimed his seat and slapped his thigh.
In my lap, piccola fiamma.
The prick was really going to milk every single second of this arrangement. But it was too late to back down, especially when I'd already started paying for my freedom. I assumed my place on his thigh and scrolled through my phone, ignoring the curious gazes Nico and Fabio threw at me. Thankfully, Jeremy still had his nose buried deep in his phone, minding his own business. I could feel the others' imploring eyes on my face, though.
Anyone got something to say?
Achilles growled, staring down each of his soldiers with a wrathful glare. He yanked me closer, almost protectively. My back slammed against his chest.
Because I'd just love to hear what's going on in those empty heads of yours. Nope. Sorry, boss,
was said in chorus. Jeremy didn't reply. He seemed above the bullshit. A true Rasputin through and through.
Good,
Achilles said slowly, his palm resting on my thigh.
Now, look the other way before I claw your eyes out.
The soldiers busied themselves, one with a book, the other rearranging his Rolex on his wrist.
Fuck's sake, Jer.
Achilles popped a piece of gum into his mouth, not offering me any.
Whose thirst trap are you ogling on Instagram?
Jeremy quickly turned his phone screen down, but Fabio still managed to steal a glimpse.
Whoever she is, she looks Italian.
He snorted. Achilles shook his head seriously.
Then I hope for his sake he isn't planning on more than a quick fuck. Alex wants him back in Vegas.
Jeremy glanced up with an expression suggesting he wanted to off all of us for interrupting him, a glare so intense and full of evil, it might as well have been a war declaration. Achilles was wrong. Whoever she was, he was going to keep her. Even if the entire world had to pay the price. 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 World. Chapter 9. Tierney. We landed in a small private airport on the outskirts of Naples. Feeling self-conscious and more than a little used, I pulled my hair up into a hair clip to hide Achilles' artwork. There was no need to advertise what we'd been up to in the lavatory. Now that I had the time to digest the denied orgasm and mortification, I was plotting his slow, violent murder. Only killing him wouldn't be enough. Too quick and impersonal. He thought I'd hurt him with my first betrayal? Well, he better buckle up because I had something much worse in store. He'd pay for what he did to me. For everything he did to me. A private air hostess lowered the stairway and we poured out into the sweltering heat. A driver in a black Cadillac waited on the tarmac and drove Achilles and me to a hangar a few miles away. His soldiers stayed back, taking care of the cargo. From my place in the back seat of the Cadillac, I spotted 2 sleek black SUVs already parked inside the hangar. 2 Camorra soldiers leaned against them, both middle-aged, dressed to the nines, with large golden cross pendants on their chests. I wasn't normally a fidgety person, but being smack in the middle of 2 Camorra families just looking for an excuse to off one another wasn't exactly a lifelong dream of mine. Achilles unzipped the backpack between his legs and took out a gun. He checked the chamber, loaded, and cocked it.
Stay here.
Like I have anywhere else to go. I didn't have time to finish the sentence. He'd already slid out of the car and slammed the door in my face. Not one to sit around and wait, I reached for the door handle before hearing the automatic click of the vehicle locking from the inside. I flashed the driver a scowl through the rearview mirror. He shrugged.
Just the following orders,
he said in English. I redirected my attention to Achilles and the men. He reached them, his gun concealed in the pocket of his hoodie where his hands were casually stuffed. Words were exchanged. Achilles appeared standoffish and bored, whereas the men furrowed their brows, exchanging confused glances. I rolled down the window, hoping to hear the conversation, even though my grasp on the Italian language was minimal at best.
C'è stato un cambio di programma,
Achilles announced. Change of plans. The men answered in a rush of heated words I couldn't decipher, but I did recognize some of the curses thrown in. Then one of them spat out,
Siamo qui per prendere la rossa.
Rosa. Redhead. Me. My heart doubled over. They were Coppola's soldiers, not the Ferrantes, and they were here to collect me. I slouched in the seat, trying to make myself as invisible as possible. The angry, pissed-off men craned their heads to catch a glimpse of me in the car. I reached for the asshole's backpack in search of another weapon, but there wasn't any. Fuck. I was decently trained in martial arts, could probably fight them off if things went south, but if they drew a weapon on me, I was toast. Achilles' voice remained calm as he spoke, which only seemed to aggravate them further. One of the soldiers, the bulkier man, the muscle, gave him an aggressive shove. Not enough to move him a millimeter, but enough to piss him off. Achilles pulled his gun out and put 2 bullets between his eyebrows. The second man tried taking his gun out, but Achilles was faster, shooting him twice in the throat. They both dropped to the ground. What the ever-loving fuck? What the hell was he doing? Fuck. Could this man go through a 24-hour period without reenacting the Red Wedding? Achilles' soldiers materialized from the open mouth of the hangar. They got down to business wordlessly, taking care of the 2 bodies like nothing was amiss. Jeremy knelt and quietly collected bullet casings. Nico rubbed a spatter of blood with the tip of his shoe, pressing his phone to his ear as he barked orders. Finally, His Highness waltzed over to the passenger door and threw it open.
Out.
Achilles pushed the gun into his waistband. I stayed put, arms folded over my chest. Nice way to start our weekend sexcapade.
Thought you wanted out of your marriage with Stefano.
He grabbed my arm and yanked me out of my seat.
You're welcome, by the way.
I wanted him to negotiate a different deal with the Don, not to go on a killing spree and make everything worse for everybody. Fellow was going to blow a gasket when he found out. Doesn't it screw things up in the Alliance even more? I stood up and smoothed my dress over my legs.
Don't look so fucking concerned. Watching my bloodshed is your favorite hobby.
Achilles turned his back to me and strolled over to a parked freight truck. He stepped on a ramp, rolled up the door, and got inside. A Ducati identical to the black one he had at home was parked there, facing us. He picked up 2 helmets from the floor and put one on. He mounted the bike and revved it up, riding it the short distance to me. When he reached me, he pushed a black helmet on my head and adjusted the straps under my chin with a rough tug. My hair clip fell to the ground, and he leaned down, picking it up and securing it over the hem of my dress. The small gesture made my pulse stutter in my chest. It was the kind of thing the old Achilles would have done. He patted the space behind him in a silent demand. I climbed up, the place between my legs raw and throbbing, reminding me how rough he was when he took me on the plane.
Heading home?
Jeremy asked, a skull bandana tugged up his nose to protect himself from the fumes he was about to breathe. He was already pouring detergent over the bloodied concrete. Another soldier was wheeling in an electric pressure washer.
Hotel. Gonna drop her off, then we'll head downtown for our first meeting. Stay close.
Achilles flipped down his helmet visor.
I want 6 men patrolling her floor at any given time when she's out of my sight, armed to the fucking heavens. Yup.
Jeremy tossed the empty detergent tank against a wall, fishing a blue Bic from his pocket.
She'll be in good hands. No one's allowed to touch her but me. It's a figure of speech, Scarface. Don't like you saying the word figure when speaking about her either.
How this jackass thought he was capable of handing me over to another man was a case for the FBI. I was surprised he let me get a manicure without killing my nail technician. We took off, with me hugging Achilles' torso from behind. Because of the anatomy of the motorcycle, I was perched slightly above him, almost on top of him, and could feel every individual muscle in his back and stomach. His scent drifted into my system, mixing with the heady smells of summer and beach and mouth-watering dishes as we wove into the narrow cobblestone streets of the city. My hips involuntarily clasped around him, enjoying the heat of his body, the sturdiness of it, and every time we reached a traffic light, Achilles dropped one hand from the throttle, casually stroking the sensitive spot behind my knee. We rode for a while, with him taking small side streets and hidden pathways of the city. I had a feeling he was throwing any Coppola people following us off our scent. If so, he'd succeeded because by the time he merged onto a turnpike curving away from the city and onto a mountain, we were alone on the road. He parked on top of a cliff overlooking the city. Killing the engine, he didn't take off his helmet or flick open the dark visor, which mirrored whatever he was looking at. "Are you going to hurl me off a cliff?" I reached to unclip my helmet, pinning it between my arm and waist. "Because I'm sure open to it if it means not having to fuck you again." He dismounted, turned around, and climbed back on the bike so we were facing each other. He grabbed my ass through my dress and slid me down so I landed in his lap. He was hard as a rock. His thick shaft pressed against my panties.
Why'd you do it?
His tone threw me off. It was soft, but still deadly. Another hint of the old Achilles I used to love. Why did I do what? I playfully curled a piece of hair over my finger.
You know what?
I did. I had tried to explain myself to him countless times, though I knew nothing would justify my behavior. It had been over a decade, and I still mourned ruining the only good thing that had ever happened to me. I regretted what I'd done to him every moment of every day of every year of my existence. But telling him that after he screwed me roughly just because he could and came in my hair was beyond the scope of my abilities. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of knowing how much betraying him destroyed me. I shrugged. I didn't want you, and you didn't get the hint. My throat burned with the lie. I knew I'd hurt him. Moreover, I knew the only reason he asked was because I couldn't see his face and what was written on it.
Did you ever fucking care?
His voice was thick, muffled by the helmet and something else I didn't want to think about. No, I said coldly, pushing the word out to hurt him like he'd hurt me for the past few years. Not really. At first, I was lonely and you were a nice distraction. But afterward, you were dead weight. I needed to get rid of you, but you were so damn persistent. I rolled my eyes. Another loaded silence, and one with enough tension to be cut with a knife.
Well, didn't work quite as well as you hoped, did it?
He said, reaching between my open thighs and tugging my underwear to one side.
Take out my cock.
I looked around with uncertainty. Here?
We're alone. Even if we weren't, it's not like you have a reputation to uphold.
Answering was only going to worsen my already catastrophic situation. Best do what he said now and take my revenge later. I reached into his tented shorts, yanking down the waistband. His cock sprang out, cum dripping on his hoodie.
Stroke it.
He took my hand and guided my moves along the length of it. I spat on his cock defiantly to moisten it, adding some phlegm into the mix of spit. He laughed in response, fastening my fingers over it.
Brat.
I scowled at myself in the reflection of his black visor and knew he was staring as I jerked him off. His arms fell to his sides, and I pushed up his hoodie with one hand, tracing the tattoos of venomous snakes, skeletons, and cobwebs adorning his perfect form. Desire roared in my veins. It quieted every other thought inside my head. I wanted him, badly, and I didn't care the only way to get him was if he punished me for what had happened.
You know, I paid your little shrink a visit when we were 25.
He said, his tone wry and amused while I was pleasuring him. My spine stiffened as his cock grew thicker and longer in my hand.
Asked him what the fuck was wrong with you. No, don't stop. Keep going.
I tried to swallow a lump in my throat. Failed. Nice try. I picked up the pace on his cock, wanting to yank it off his damn body. Therapists don't share information about their patients.
Apparently they do when there's a gun aimed at their crotch. It's amazing how persuasive I can be with a sour mood in a full chamber. Want to know what he told me?
No, I didn't. In fact, I never stuck around long enough to get a diagnosis from a therapist. I didn't even know which shrink he was talking about. I'd been to so many. Not particularly, I said, pumping him harder and faster, suddenly wanting him to come and leave me the hell alone.
He said when a child suffers a big trauma at a young age, they often get mentally and emotionally stuck at that age. Arrested development. He put your emotional maturity somewhere between 14 and 15. Said you'll stay this way until you work through your shit and accept what happened to you at the camp.
Tears clung to my lashes. I didn't want him to see me in a moment of weakness, so I breathed through my nose and tried to push through it, jerking him off faster. Fucking come already.
Oh, good. I'm ready for you now.
He flicked my hand off his dick, then grabbed the backs of my thighs.
Get on top.
He was going to make me screw him after the things he'd said to me? Why not? You just told him you betrayed him because he never meant anything to you. I pushed my knees up and mounted him. He grazed my clit with the tip of his fingers. A shudder rippled through my entire body. His cock slid into me, my wet entrance accepting it eagerly, greedily, as he buried himself to the hilt. This position was so much better than the one on the plane, because now he was hitting my G-spot, curled all the way there, without even moving. I trembled around him, a rush of heat coursing through my veins. Don't enjoy this. What the hell is wrong with you? He just admitted to a gross breach of privacy with your former therapist. He grabbed my waist and readjusted himself, tilting his hips up and hitting the sensitive spot inside me again. Another quake of pleasure rolled through my body, and I grunted.
So fucked up.
He brushed a thumb over my cheek, chuckling.
You've always been just as sick as me. Ride me, Tierney.
I did. I didn't even bother pretending I didn't like it anymore. I was fucking my arch nemesis who loathed me, and I was enjoying every single second of it, even if he wrecked me. Because he was right. I was a mess and always would be. We'd tried to fix each other once, and look where it got us. With each roll of my hips, he slammed deeper into me, hitting my G-spot. I controlled the pace and the movement, which meant I was now in charge, drawing pleasure from the situation whether he liked it or not. I wrapped one hand around his neck, the other tracing his abs as I moved on top of him. Hate radiated between us, potent and fierce. We were fucking, but we might as well have been fighting. I was riding a criminal high, my inner muscles spasming around him, milking my pleasure from him. I could feel the first wave of orgasmic ecstasy washing over me. "Hate you," I moaned, grinding my clit against his abs as I slammed down on his cock again.
Hate you more, baby.
He grabbed my waist, hurled me up, and brought me down to my knees in front of the Ducati. My knees hit the ground with a thump.
Nah, you don't get to come this time either.
He pushed the glistening head of his cock past my lips. I slammed my teeth together in anger. Achilles let out a growl, taking his dick in his hand and slapping my cheek with it. It didn't hurt, but it infuriated me, and to my shock, I felt my tears close to falling.
Better open up, sweetheart. Fuck knows what other hole I'll choose to come in if you deny me.
God, I was going to destroy the bastard as soon as we got out of here. I didn't care if I had to hide from the Kimura for the rest of my life. But right now, in this exact moment in time, I didn't have any choice. I opened up, tasting my arousal on his cock as he speared himself all the way in. I choked around his girth, his tip scraping the back of my throat. Tears began leaking from my eyes. It wasn't just from my gag reflex. The humiliation strangled me, and I hated myself for not hating this, for still being turned on by what he was doing to me.
Hamish told me you have a degradation kink.
He clawed the back of my head, fucking my face with vigor.
You know, before I killed him.
I felt his hot cum sliding down my throat, and it took everything in me not to bite his dick off. He fisted my hair, keeping me still as he emptied himself inside my mouth.
Oh, fuck!
He grunted, closing his eyes.
Just so you know, if you try to bite me, I'm breaking your neck and letting you fall off the cliff.
I internally screamed like a wounded animal. I didn't think I could hate anyone more than Igor Rasputin, but Achilles came damn close. After he was done, he let go of my hair. I fell backward, my ass hitting the ground. My tears kept falling, and now I wasn't just angry and ashamed, I was reeling. Pushing up to my feet, I turned around and stomped away, descending the cliff on the same pathway on which we'd arrived.
Tierney, back here, now!
I'd say fuck you, asshole, but I don't want to fuck you. even at the price of being sold to Stefano Coppola.
Where do you think you're going?
His voice echoed across the cliff, carried by the wind. I'll find my way to Coppola. Fuck off and leave me alone. I stomped so hard my teeth chattered with each step, but I didn't stop. I heard the engine purring to life behind me, and sure enough, he zigzagged in front of me, stopping in a screech and blocking my path. The mere sight of him made me want to scream.
Get on the bike.
Leave me alone.
What's wrong with you?
He growled, hands tightening over the handlebars. What's wrong with me? I stabbed my chest with my finger. This weekend doesn't give you a free pass to treat me like trash. I have enough of that from you when we're home. I get it. I wronged you. You never got over it. No one forced you to stay in touch with me. Grow up. You're talking about my mental age? Yours doesn't scratch 11. All you do is bully and belittle me, and when we fuck, you don't even let me come.
Thought you liked degradation.
He was almost comically surprised. Consensual! You don't just fuck someone's face without permission. What the hell is wrong with you? Wiping the tears with the heels of my palms, I shook my head. You thought you were doing me a favor? His face bricked over, and he didn't say anything. You're a shit lay. His throat worked around a swallow.
I thought this was how you wanted it.
The catch in his voice almost calmed me down. Almost. Ignorance was no excuse for abuse. Are you ever going to forgive me for what happened? The question scorched a path through my throat.
I don't know.
The air pulsated with intensity between us, and my lungs squeezed around the little air inside them. I couldn't take being near him anymore. A part of me wanted him to kill me already, finish me off. It wasn't like he'd left much to live for anyway. I shook my head. Move. A muscle jumped in his jaw.
I'll let you come next time.
There won't be a next time.
Yes, there will, and I'll do better.
He paused, measuring his words.
And I won't...
He cleared his throat.
I won't mention my conversations with your therapists again.
Therapists? Plural? Another beat of silence. What else did he do over the years to keep track of me? I knew he'd stalked me, murdered men who'd touched me, accessed my medical records. Was anything in my life my own, untouched by his destructive hand? Wow. I exhaled, a humorless laugh escaping me. All this monitoring, and you couldn't even buy me a carton of milk every time I ran out. Rude.
You don't drink milk. It upsets your stomach. You drink that almond shit that looks like spunk.
Was it normal that one moment I wanted to strangle him and the next I wanted to hug him? I didn't think so. But there was something extremely vulnerable about this man only I seemed to be privy to.
I'll ask for permission from now on before I do... anything.
You thought I didn't want to come? I narrowed my eyes. He stared at his slides.
Yeah.
Well, no, I like to come. A lot. I like to be bossed around and spanked, but I have some hard limits. I took a deep breath. Might as well tell him, as I was stuck banging him for the entire weekend. No spitting, no calling me a whore, no edging. The first two items reminded me of the gulag. The third was a product of it. I did not like being deprived of food, shelter, or pleasure. You always have to make sure I come.
Okay.
But you can hurt me.
Hurt you?
I knew he was studying me intently, working something in that genius mind of his.
Hurt you how?
You can... I licked my lips. Hit me. Silence stretched between us for a moment before he spoke.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't. hurt you, not like that. And you don't need that either to enjoy yourself. I watched you. You nearly came both times we were together.
He was right. I hadn't thought of that. I wondered what that meant. But then again, a part of me didn't want to know. Sex was an exchange of orgasms, nothing more, nothing less. No emotion attached to it, not even with my high school sweetheart. And I want us to have a safe word. He nodded.
We'll choose a safe word. I won't do...
And don't ever call me a whore again. I cut into his words breathlessly. Every single sex worker I've met is eons more respectable and worthy than your sorry ass. Something dangerous rippled behind the helmet. No one talked to this man like I did. Probably how I got myself into this mess in the first place.
Look, hop on the bike. I'll tone my shit down.
No. Good sex is the bare minimum. I'm still pissed off. He groaned, tossing his head back, shaking his helmeted head.
Tell me what I need to do to get your ass in gear, because there's no guarantee Sungwe Blue isn't on his way here with an army of soldiers and enough firearms to conquer Rome.
This was the closest I'd ever gotten to negotiate a more bearable weekend with him. We both knew I was mounting that bike. For better or worse, my imprisoner was my only ticket to freedom. I want to shop till I drop while I'm here, on your dime. You're not keeping me stuck in the hotel while you tend to your business. I folded my arms. And I want you to stop being mean to me. Stop mentioning our past. And stop denying me orgasms.
Done, done, and done. What's our safe word?
His question threw me off. I normally went for a boring and trivial word. Banana or tomato. Something that wouldn't come up as a part of dirty talk in the bedroom. But I didn't have to think long to choose our safe word. It's 2 words. I licked my lips. I could feel his gaze through the helmet, intent and lethal. Ford Prefect. The 2 words hung in the air between us like a sword.
Thought you said we're not allowed to talk about our past.
His tone was neutral, measured. It's not our past. It's a book character.
Ford Prefect.
He grabbed my helmet and slammed it against my sternum.
Got it.
I snatched the helmet with a huff and hopped behind him. Apparently, the conversation wasn't over after all because he twisted around to face me. I'm not fucking you again so soon. I screwed the helmet on my head and clipped it. I'm implementing a 3-hour rule between sex. You're not worth the UTI.
I'm not going to fuck you again,
he said, and after a moment added,
Not now, anyway.
Then what do you want?
Is it a crime to look at you?
No, but if it were, you'd still fucking do it. I glared at his covered face with open hatred, confused and out of my depth. I felt naked and exposed under his concealed gaze, knowing he was able to read me so much better than anyone else. Finally, I punctuated the silence by saying, If I'm such an awful person and you can't stay away from me, what does that make you, Achilles?
Ah, that's an easy one.
His thumb brushed over the throbbing pulse beating against the side of my neck.
A fucking fool who is and always will be addicted to you.
You don't act like a lovesick addict.
I never said I want to be addicted to you.
He shook his head.
I'd love nothing more than to purge you from my system. You are a disease, Tierney. People are also addicted to meth. Doesn't mean it's good for them.
If you have any trace of compassion for me, stop hurting me.
I can't.
To his credit, he sounded rueful, almost forlorn.
You hurt me. Not just then. Today, tomorrow, every day. Your mere existence makes it hard to breathe. I have to live every day with the fact you didn't choose me, and I can't stand it.
He flicked the visor up, finally letting me see a glimpse of his eyes. They were red, bloodshot.
I can't quit you. I don't know how, and it's ruining both of us. So do us both a favor and fuck the hell off when we get back. 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 Hell off when we get home.
Chapter 10. Tierney. The seaside hotel we were staying in was patrolled by Camorra soldiers. I guessed he didn't want to take me to the Ferrante household to avoid tipping off his father, although I was sure that by now Don Vello already knew things had veered off plan and his precious deal gotten screwed over. The dozen or so soldiers monitoring the hotel inside and out were all carrying, so I knew better than try to escape them if and when Achilles left me alone. I didn't know why exactly I didn't want to die. I certainly had no particular reason to live. Maybe I just wanted to survive as a fuck you to all the people who had hurt me. I was still reeling from our spat at the cliff, so when we reached the presidential suite on the highest floor, I quickly paced toward the fully equipped kitchen and fixed myself a drink. I chose a brandy on the rocks and knocked it back in one go. Nothing particularly noteworthy stood out about the suite. I'd been to more luxurious hotel rooms, but this one seemed to have that enigmatic charm of a place that wasn't trying to compete with expensive hotel chains. I stared at the marbled kitchen counter, still holding my empty tumbler, my back to Achilles. I was thinking I should probably hop into the shower to wash off the long flight, and maybe take a nap. It didn't matter how many hours I slept on the plane, nothing beat a good bed after a long journey. Achilles appeared by my side, snatched the tumbler from between my fingers, and to my surprise, filled it again, handing it back to me.
Drink.
My spine stiffened, but I decided, for once in my life, not to argue with him. Another drink would probably do me good. I took a generous sip, glaring at him suspiciously.
All of it.
He placed his fingers on the bottom of the tumbler, tilting it to my lips again. I swallowed it all. He grabbed the tumbler and placed it on the counter, then snatched my waist and hoisted me onto the marbled countertop. I let loose a squeak, surprised by the contact. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Showing you that you don't need violence in order to come.
Flipping my dress up to expose my bare thighs, he dropped to his knees and positioned himself between my legs. Rough, hot palms pushed my knees apart, the back of my thighs dragging across the cool surface. A heady, pleasant feeling of drunkenness, exhaustion, and lust swirled in my head. He'd gotten me drunk to have sex with me. He wasn't a good guy. And yet, I knew I would have consented to this if I were sober as a nun, too. His palm slipped into my panties, stretching the fabric and pushing them aside. I bowed my back and searched out the heat of his touch some more. He brushed his finger over my slit, staring at it intently, and maybe it was the brandy, but I could actually feel myself blush. I hadn't thought I was capable of that bodily function anymore.
I'd wondered.
He mumbled, eyes transfixed on my pussy.
If you were a redhead all around.
My breath stuttered inside my lungs shakily as I watched him. I am.
I can see that.
I decided not to ask him what he made of it. I shouldn't have cared, but he spoke anyway.
What a curse it must be, sweetheart, to be such a divine creature, so utterly seductive, and yet unable to feel a goddamn thing.
With that invisible arrow to the chest, his head disappeared between my legs, giving me a long, satisfying lick. My fingers immediately threaded into his hair, and I arched, tossing my head back and moaning.
This is the only time I will go down on you, little flame.
His words reverberated inside my body as he licked and nipped at my pussy.
Just to make a fucking point.
Panting, I watched his head moving between my legs, felt the sensation of his hot mouth and wet tongue inside me, every fiber in my body coming alive. He sucked my clit, drawing circles around it with the tip of his tongue, adding 2 fingers to penetrate me when I bucked my hips forward in desperation. I didn't want to come, didn't want to show him that he was right, that he managed to do what no one else before him could, bring me to a climax without hurting me. But my body didn't ask for permission. It convulsed and trembled, my muscles tightening like a bow as an orgasm slammed into me anyway. The sensation unsettled me, ripping through my body head to toe. Before I could get down from that high, he grabbed me by the back of my thighs and hoisted me up, pushing me against a round dining table. My stomach was flush against the surface. He pushed his shorts off, using his cock to tease me from behind. "Do it now!" I didn't recognize myself in this desperation. He pressed home, and I cried out, the sharp sensation robbing me of my breath for the last few seconds. He gave me a second to adjust, for my muscles to relax, and then he started moving. Again, I tried reasoning with my body. You can't come from just penetration. You need him to spank you, slap you around, maybe choke you a little. This is just the way you're wired. Slap me.
No.
His voice was smooth, measured. My fingernails raked the wooden table. I'm not asking. I'm ordering you to.
If anyone here will be taking orders, it'll be you.
He picked up his pace, slamming into me harder without actually hurting me. Damn it. This is boring. He picked up his pace some more, now screwing me so hard the table moved with each thrust and me with it.
Tell that to your pussy. It's trying to choke my cock to death, convulsing around it.
I was so close to orgasm it was frightening. How did it happen? What sort of trickery was this? Stop this now.
You have a safe word?
He slammed into me again.
Use it.
But I didn't want to use it. I just didn't want him to know that he won. Ugh. I thumped my forehead against the table, letting it happen, letting my body take this pleasure and make it its own, and damn the consequences. The second climax was just as earth-shattering as the first, making my teeth chatter as it blew through my nervous system. When he withdrew from me, I could barely keep myself upright. I wobbled up after a few moments, examining my surroundings through a haze.
Fuck.
He chuckled low, patting his pocket for his cigarette pack.
I hope your spine is better than your resolve, because it took me 5 seconds flat to break you and make you come. How easy.
He shook his head, lighting himself a cigarette with a derisive smile. I watched him amble toward the open doors of the balcony without a care in the world, and realized belatedly that the windows were also open. People could have seen us. I was being sloppy, providing him no challenge. I just let him bulldoze in and prove to me that he'd managed to do what no other man could before him. Don't look so smug. Your father will probably kill you when you get back.
Oh, you're not that important.
He settled on a chair in the sun, tilting his head up and closing his eyes.
But desperation looks good on you, Piccola Fiamma.
Something was off, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. I crawled to the shower, flicking it on and turning the water to extra hot. I stood under the spray for a full 10 minutes before it came to me. Reaching between my legs, I patted my carefully trimmed slit, then slipped a cautious finger, checking my sore insides. My suspicion was confirmed. Achilles hadn't climaxed. He gave me my pleasure, the 2 orgasms that were robbed from me in both our sexual encounters, and he left unsatisfied. It was the first time a man had given me something instead of taking something away from me, and it made me want to claw myself to shreds.
Chapter 11. Achilles. Yo, Scarface. Jeremy fell into the seat next to mine. Sup, vodka breath, I replied. It's your father again. He slid my vibrating phone across the table. Not a shocking development. He would call, wouldn't he? I'd killed 2 of Stefano's soldiers, ran off with his bride, and was currently restructuring every single border he and Sangue Blue had agreed upon in their meeting, breaking all of our clan's promises. I'd barged into Sangue Blue neighborhoods, taken over the areas his dealers worked, and threatened every motherfucker in my territory who dared pay Stefano protection money at gunpoint. I spent the past 24 hours reminding the Camorra that the Ferrantes ruled all of Naples, no exceptions. I was making healthy progress setting things back in order here in Naples, but my mind wasn't in the game. Not fully, anyway. Instead, it was affixed to a long-legged redhead with emerald eyes and a husky voice who had managed to burn through 60,000 euros on my credit card in less than 12 hours. Tierney was revenge spending, while I was out here tempting fate and starting wars for her freedom. Last night, she made a show of slathering the 3K La Prairie eye cream she'd purchased all over her feet, explaining that walking all over me had given her blisters. She didn't let our weekend arrangement douse her flame. On the contrary, after our exchange at the cliff, she was extra sassy, extra poisonous, and I'd even let her steal one of my guns without saying anything. I trusted her with a pistol more than I did all my soldiers combined anyway. I made sure to visit her every 3 hours on the dot wherever she was, a mall, a restaurant, our hotel, to fuck her. I wasn't missing out on any of my hard-earned pussy, especially when it was this fucking good. I even woke her up in the middle of the night every 3 hours for a feeding. Sleep was for the weak and could wait until I returned to New York. The first 2 times since getting to the hotel, I didn't even bother with my climax. I was so fucking laser-focused on making it good for her that I forgot all about myself. Only my shitty lies afterward made me claim some of my pride back. Hopefully, she didn't notice I didn't finish. What was I supposed to say? Hey, Tierney, sorry I couldn't make you come. Next time I'll try not to cream my pants the minute you look my way. So, yeah. The first couple times, I used her degradation kink as an excuse for my poor bedroom skills. Guilty as charged. Now, I made her come plenty. Never went as far as going down on her again. She wasn't going to see me on my knees on a regular basis, but I did make sure she was purring like a cat, humming with a satisfied smile before I found my release. Leave it, I told Jeremy, standing up from my seat at the coffee shop and shoving my wallet into my pocket. The call went to voicemail. Where's Tierney? Via Toledo. Nico flicked his cigarette to the sidewalk. I grabbed my phone and pocketed it. Text her that I'll be there in 15 minutes and to wait for me on her knees in a changing room. I didn't communicate with her directly when we weren't together. That would require unblocking her number, and I wasn't going that route, no matter how many times my dick was inside her. Now your brother's calling me. Jeremy arched an eyebrow at his phone as we exited the coffee shop and headed toward my Porsche. Speaking of people I blocked, but that was a recent development. I'd blocked my entire family for the weekend. Which one? Luca. Enzo's calling me, Fabio said. Shit's hitting the fan. You gotta sort it out. And I was going to. I'd face it all once I got home. But for now, I was going to drown in her. She wasn't waiting on her knees or in a changing room when I walked into the high street boutique 20 minutes later. I was surprised she was even on the same continent with the level of her defiance. She was wearing some sort of black corset mini dress that made me want to kill everyone in the store for seeing her in it, and the designer just for funsies.
Oh, good. My errand boy's here.
She shoved 2 sequined dresses into my hands with a scarlet smirk. Everyone at the store stared in shock, well aware I was Don Velo's son and one nasty son of a bitch.
Dark green or purple?
She'd look good in a fucking trash bag, but I'd die before admitting it out loud. Sweetheart, the only thing I want to see you in is a coffin. She trailed a pointy black fingernail across my chest.
The fact you admitted to being obsessed with me kind of takes the sting out of the joke.
The only joke in the room was me, who kept talking a big game and still cleaning up her mess on the reg. Take 'em both, I said dryly, trying to push the realization I'd probably never get to see her in them to the back of my conscience. Far, far back. She was moving away and dropping off the face of the earth after this. I'd personally make sure of it, for her safety and my own.
If you insist.
She tossed a 3rd dress into my hands, reaching for a 4th on a rack laden with gauche frocks. It was time I shoved something into that smart mouth to shut it up, and one of my organs was more than happy to volunteer as tribute. I tossed the gowns into a passing saleswoman's arms and muttered to her in Italian to have the eyesores waiting at the cashier, crowding Tierney toward the changing rooms wordlessly. I wasn't mad at her. She was just doing what she did best, looking like sex on legs and acting like a teenager to piss people off. I was mad at myself for shitting all over the Camora's entire operation for a taste of forbidden pussy. Now, that's not to say I wouldn't do it all over again, given the choice, but a man could acknowledge the sin he was committing and still fucking do it.
Has it been 3 hours yet?
Tierney purred, refusing to cower. My big frame inched her slowly into a dressing room. And 2 minutes and 37 seconds. I confirmed, flashing her my phone screen, where a countdown started every time I zipped myself up and stepped away from her. She let loose a throaty laugh.
You're pathetic.
I know. Hey, at least I had self-awareness going for me.
And you don't care?
She elevated an eyebrow, taking another step backward. Not enough to stop this, no. I ate the space between us. Her back collided with the changing room's door. I told you to wait for me on your knees.
Did you now?
She grabbed the collar of my shirt, yanking me closer with a provocative grin.
I try my best to block out the noise of men speaking to me.
No other woman ever gave me shit like Tierney did. No other woman ever defied me, fought me, dragged me out of my comfort zone. And no other woman ever would. I'd have to make peace with the fact my future wife, whoever she was, would bore me to death, and that every time I'd sink into her, I'd think of Tierney Callahan until the day I died. I raised my arm past her shoulder and pushed the door open. She collapsed backward, and I caught her by the waist before she fell, locking the door behind me simultaneously. She pressed her palms to my chest, gasping.
Nice instincts.
Probably should have thought of that the time you tried to kill me.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
She hitched a shoulder up, pressing her back to the wall and arching her core against my ramrod-straight cock. How much is this dress? I ran a finger along the velvet fabric between her tits.
8,000 euros.
Her smile was like a loaded gun.
Why? Are you starting to regret our little...
I bunched the material in my fist, ripping it from her body in one go. She gasped in shock as the flimsy thing fell at her feet. on your knees." She complied, not because she was submissive, but because she knew she held all the power whenever she and my cock were in the same room. Tierney unzipped my charcoal slacks, laughing derisively when my cock sprang out like a jack-in-the-box, a pearl of pre-cum glistening the slit. She grabbed the base and took me into her mouth, swirling her hot, sweet tongue around the crown, squeezing the tip into a slit to scoop the pre-cum, teasing me mercilessly. Was there anything this woman didn't do mercilessly? I doubted it. She palmed my balls, scraping them with her pointy fingernails, half teasing, half threatening, flattening her tongue against the underside of my cock and gliding it all the way down until she sucked my balls. I curled my fist, driving it to the wall with a low moan. Of course she was good at sucking cock. Of fucking course. I was starting to see the error of my ways. Breaking up with her for trying to kill me was a disproportionate overreaction on my part. I mean, was it really warranted? She only did it once. Everybody deserved a second chance. If you give her another chance, she will kill you and probably use your skin to make herself a new Birkin. That little stroll down memory lane doused the fire in my loins. Not enough to make my dick shrivel up in distaste. That would require some level of logic I didn't possess when it came to this woman, but enough to piss me off. "That's enough," I growled, angling her head down and pushing my entire length into her mouth, making her choke and gag on it so that everyone in the store knew what we were doing. "Now, take it like the good girl you'll never be." She grinned through the discomfort, her red-rimmed emerald gaze clashing with mine defiantly. Even on her knees, she was a fighter. She was always beautiful, but especially when she cried. Tierney bobbed her head back and forth, sucking the living fuck out of my cock, and I knew I wouldn't last more than a few seconds. More ammo for her to taunt me with, no doubt. I still remembered the days when a single tear shed from her would send me tearing through the streets, rearranging faces and setting shit on fire. A part of me missed those days. Caring about something, someone, definitely helped my psyche since my day job included killing people left and right. Ramming my shaft past her stretched lips angrily while fucking her face, I felt the edge of her throat closing in, her gag reflex trying to pump me back out of her mouth. I wondered if she knew what she looked like when she had sex, how lifeless her eyes became, how unmoved her expression was. No matter how hard I made her scream, no matter how good I fucked her through the mattress, an inherent hollowness lived in her features when we were together that reminded me we were screwing, not making love. I only had 24 hours left before this trip came to an end, and one more thing I wanted to do before we said goodbye. I wanted to remind her of everything she'd lost and make her choke on much more than my dick, on regret. For everything that could have been if she wasn't so goddamn cruel and stupid, because I wanted much more than her body, always had. I wanted every piece of her heart and every last crumb of her soul, of her soul, of her soul, of her soul.
Chapter 12. Tierney. I had too much to drink. That statement had been true about 3 glasses of wine ago. Now I was positively hammered. I'd been holding up great the entire weekend, fucking Achilles like it was my job, and I was vying for the Employee of the Month bonus. I kept things light, casual, and toxic. I pushed my meltdown on the cliff into a drawer in my mind, where I also kept all the shopping site passwords I never remembered, pretending it never happened. Normally, I abided by the 1-drink rule to stay in control, but tonight called for liquid courage. I was trying to distance myself from what appeared to be the best date I'd ever had. Was this a sick joke? Knowing Achilles, it was the only humor he was capable of. On our last night in Naples, he decided to take me on a dinner date under the stars. The seaside restaurant offered outside seating, cozy ambiance, delicious pasta, and divine wine. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore cocooned me into relaxation, and I was loose-limbed from a chain of orgasms, a rigorous shopping spree, and hearty food. After a weekend of showing me exactly what I was missing in the bedroom department, he was now determined to exhibit he was also capable of being a top-notch partner. A good fuck was a rare find. Good husband material? A mythical creature. Yet somehow he turned out to be both. The entire evening he'd been attentive, soft-spoken, and in an agreeable mood. A total 180 from his surly, venomous self. We bonded over neutral topics, food, vacation spots, our mutual hatred for the Red Sox. Now he was just staring at me, quietly, contentedly, like a husband watching his wife, in a way that was both warm and familiar. He seemed too pleased, too sweet. I knew it was a mind game, a way to make me squirm. I just didn't know his angle. So, I broke the disarming quiet, drumming my fingernails along the side of my wine glass, making the crimson liquid swirl and dance inside it. Let's talk about your stalking tendencies. I clung to our shared loathing like a lifeline. Hate fucks were familiar territory. Heart-to-hearts, not so much. And I especially didn't want to lower my hackles in front of someone who had every intention of kicking me out of his life tomorrow morning.
I don't have stalking tendencies. I only stalk you. It's not a tendency. You're an anomaly.
I ignored the heat spreading across my chest. Stalking was not a healthy form of flirting. Even I knew that. I crossed one leg over the other. Whatever. How often do you check on me?
Physically or remotely?
I choked on my wine mid-sip, coughing into a napkin. How do you check on me remotely?
Through your chaperones.
He waited a heavy beat, studying me.
And through the camera I installed inside your apartment.
There's a camera inside my apartment?
And a tracker on your phone, which allows me full access to it.
He produced a cigarette from his soft pack, puffing it into life and hiding behind a cloud of smoke.
Which reminds me, can you please stop texting Hamish? It's bad form to be doing that mere seconds after sucking someone else's dick. You're going to give me a complex.
The delicious heat in my chest quickly morphed into an inferno of rage, spreading into my veins like poison. The anger wasn't just directed at him, but also at myself. I thought I'd been savvier than that. I had a strip of black tape on my laptop's camera, a VPN, and made monthly checks of my apartment to ensure it wasn't bugged. Achilles read the embarrassment on my face and smirked.
You couldn't have found it in a million years. I was precise and strategic about where I put the camera.
And where is that?
In the eye of the resurrection painting Leela gifted you for Christmas.
Achilles winked, finger gunning me.
Jesus is always watching you.
I didn't even like that painting. I only hung it because I knew how much it meant to my sister-in-law. You're going to hell.
I was headed there with or without you.
I should put a knife into your chest for that alone.
If it makes you feel any better, you've done so much worse.
He exhaled sideways, taking a slow sip of his wine, his first and only glass.
To answer your question, I check on you several times a day. I like to know you're safe. I like to know when you get home, and...
And? I prompted, tilting my head sideways.
To check you don't have nightmares.
I don't. I mean, not anymore. Again with this stupid pang of sympathy. I'd been so good this entire weekend, keeping it at surface level with him, and now this.
No.
He grabbed the wine bottle, topping off my glass.
But that's because you're in denial about what happened. Find a good therapist when you settle down at your new place. Fuck knows you need one.
Well, if it isn't my knight in shining bulletproof vest. I crossed my arms over my chest, sitting back. Don't pretend to care. My snark was my shield. It protected me from real conversation, which might lead to honesty, which might result in, God forbid, vulnerability. He put his smoke out, scowling at the ashtray.
If I didn't care about your happiness, you'd be married to me by now, popping out babies left and right. I spared you.
You'd marry me after what I've done to you?
In a heartbeat.
His gaze, dark as his soul, held mine from across the table.
Nothing would kill you more than sucking my cock at the end of every day and making my dinner.
He was right. I was pretty sure if he made me marry him, I'd poison him. You almost forced me into marriage with a stranger. How is that better?
It's not.
He looked deep in thought, rubbing a finger along his chin.
I wanted to hurt you, to punish you for not choosing me. If Stefano caged you, I could live with myself knowing you were miserable, just as long as I didn't have to witness it every day.
An unfamiliar feeling clogged my throat, intense sadness for what we'd become. I speculated you were the groom. I smiled, feeling tears burning my eyes again. God damn it. I'd spent the last decade numb to everything around me. How could he undo so much in one stupid weekend? Achilles smiled back.
We'd have made a terrible couple.
A recipe for disaster. Harley and the Joker. He shook his head.
You're no sidekick, Piccola Fiamma. You're the main event. Always were.
A tear slid down my cheek, and Achilles reached and scooped it with his index finger. For the millionth time, I loathed the simple fact I couldn't tell him the truth about what had happened that fateful day. That it wasn't that I didn't love him. I loved him too much. I knew his only chance to get the happiness he deserved was by getting rid of me. I was faulty, broken, so I made the decision for him. And spent the last 11 years going from hating myself for making it to hating him for punishing me for it. How's your timer going? I cleared my throat and looked away. Achilles never let anyone stare at his face for too long. He didn't like his scars and made a conscious effort not to be in the same room with his nephews, Nero and Ciro, worried he'd scare them.
Didn't put one on this time. I wanted us to have one real date, no deadline.
Why are you doing this?
Torture you, mainly. Is it working?
Yeah. It hurt to see this side of Achilles, laid back and almost friendly. It was easier to think about him as the asshole who'd killed all my hookups and monitored my life in retaliation for what I'd done to him when we were teenagers. Now, I was reminded that there was more to him than a cold-blooded murderer. Can you take me home? He stood and offered me his hand. We walked out of the restaurant looking like a normal, loved-up couple. The one we could have been. It was a 10-minute walk back to the hotel, and I insisted we make it by foot. I needed to reorganize my thoughts and hoped the fresh air would sober me up. Achilles chivalrously matched my sluggish pace, slowed by my 3-inch heels and half a bottle of wine. It pissed me off that he was so agreeable. 3 Camorra soldiers trailed us, quietly surveilling the area. This was our last few hours together. After tonight, I had to split and move away for good, leaving my entire life behind. We'd agreed on it, but I still struggled to imagine myself without my family, friends, and social circle. By the time we reached our presidential suite, I was no more clear-headed than I had been 10 minutes ago. He closed the door behind us, and I used the opportunity to pounce on him, jerking him close so we were flush against each other. Fuck me like a whore. It's what I deserve. I hoisted my legs up and vined them around his trim waist, pulling him even closer. His cock pulsated between us through our clothes. This was my out, my off-ramp from all these pesky feelings he stirred in me.
It's so cute when you pretend you can fight me.
He clasped my jaw with one hand while he ground his shaft along my center. Goosebumps cascaded along my skin.
Like a kitty trying to take on a tiger.
I met him halfway, thrusting my hips as we dry-humped against the wall deliciously, slowly enough to drive each other mad. I looped one arm around his neck, my other hand trailing his sculpted chest. Careful, Achilles. This kitty has claws. They might leave scars.
You always do, sweetheart.
His mouth latched onto the side of my neck, his straight white teeth sinking into the sensitive flesh.
And I'll wear them like a badge of honor.
He devoured my neck, running his hot tongue along my pulse, nibbling softly while I rode him through our clothes, running my fingernails along his back and leaving dents. I darted my tongue out, tracing his stubbled jawline with the tip of it. I reached between us, unbuckling him with one hand. Up until now, he'd only taken me either from behind or with a helmet. He never let me see his face, and we never kissed. His boundaries were clear, but I wanted to smash them to dust. I wasn't sure I had any hard limits anymore when it came to him. His cock leapt free from his black boxer briefs. I ran my palm along the heavy shaft, thumbing a drop of pre-cum and rubbing it. He groaned, his minty breath fanning over my face. My tongue traveled upward, tracing the edge of his bottom lip. His mouth. God, his mouth. I only had a hazy memory of what it tasted like, but it was delicious, like every dark fantasy I'd ever had. Mouth-watering and forbidden, conjured from the most depraved corners of my soul. He froze and pulled away from me.
Ford, prefect, 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 prefect.
Chapter 13. Tierney. The words exploded and filled the space between us in a fog of smoke. I reared my head back, confused. I didn't expect him to use the words. They were supposed to keep me safe, not him. Pulling away, I licked my bottom lip shakily. Did I do something wrong?
No kissing.
His nostrils flared.
I can't.
I nodded, swallowing hard. Okay. Yeah. He caught my waist and turned me swiftly so my stomach was flush against the door. Flipping my dress up, he reached between my legs and dipped 2 fingers inside, spreading my wetness inside me. I was soaked and ready for him, riding on the edge of a dark spell only he could put me under. Achilles kept every promise he'd made on that cliff. He flicked my clit, pushing the heel of his hand against my slit to form tension. I arched into his touch, throwing my head back, tears clinging to the tips of my lashes. His lovemaking seemed wild, intense, and chaotic, but I noticed how he took cues from me, how he withdrew when my pants became slower, shallower, how he pressed forward and gave me more when my breath hitched and my pulse picked up beneath his touch. You don't need violence. You don't need pain. All you need is someone who would dedicate his entire being to giving you pleasure in the moment. He brought me to my first orgasm before he entered me from behind. An unpermitted moan tumbled out of my mouth. He grabbed my waist and stepped back while still inside me, walking me toward a TV stand across the room so I could bend over for him completely. Then he started pounding into me, fast and deep. My second orgasm hit me so hard I barely noticed him pulling out and finishing inside his palm behind me. Achilles groaned, striding into the bathroom and returning a few moments later with his pants immaculately zipped and 2 bottles of water in his hands. He handed me one.
All good?
I pushed my dress down my waist and took the bottle from him. Yep. Jesus, why was I feeling sadness of all emotions, if you could believe it? Because I wanted to kiss him again. I wanted his lips on mine. I wanted his forgiveness after remembering he could be soft when he wanted to be.
Tierney. Look at me.
Rolling my eyes, I unscrewed the bottle cap and took a swig, giving him my back and swaggering to the bedroom. Achilles, I don't have time for this He grabbed my shoulder and swiveled me around, panting hard. Now he was staring at my face, not hiding what was plainly written all over it. Since the first time we'd broken up, I hadn't seen any kind of emotion on his face, and I forgot the effect it had on me.
You're upset.
I snorted. No.
Why?
He ignored my denial. Because you didn't kiss me. Because you bring me to an orgasm without hurting me, which never happened before. Because this entire weekend makes me feel like I'm a loose thread pulled at the seam, unraveling into oblivion, and once you stop tugging me apart, I'll be left bare and vulnerable and devastated. Because I'm confused, even though I shouldn't be. You're still the same man who'd kill me before he'd let himself admit that he's in love with me.
Why?
He repeated, grabbing my face in his rough hands, his forehead pressed into mine. I inhaled him, watched those scars I put on his face, and told him the truth. Because I can't blame you for not forgiving me. I haven't forgiven myself either. He crashed his lips to mine, grabbing the back of my neck and smushing our faces together. I yelped in surprise. 11 years of hunger, desperation, and frustration poured into this kiss, which started more feral than any fuck I'd ever participated in. Our teeth slammed together, making him split his lower lip in the process, and blood leaked from the broken skin. I scooped it with a groan, my fingers twisting in his onyx hair and tugging him close. His tongue punishingly stroked the inside of my mouth, licking every corner to satisfaction. We kissed like the world was ending, pouring every single emotion we'd bottled up for years into that kiss. I rubbed my body against his, clamped my mouth on his tongue, and sucked it like it was his cock. We stumbled into the bedroom, still locked in this breathless kiss. I released his lower lip with a pop, the salty taste of his blood flooding my senses and drugging me into a lull. "Fuck me," I demanded. He was already hard and easing me onto the mattress, pressing the hard planes of his body against mine.
Only if you don't break the kiss.
He fused his lips with mine once again. "I hate you," I moaned into his mouth, a reminder to myself, not to him.
I hate you too.
He slammed into me, going deep, right at an angle that hit my G-spot.
Oh, so much sometimes it hurts.
And yet, we didn't break the kiss once. Not when I came, and not when he did. 3 hours later, we lay spent in sheets that reeked of sex.
Tierney,
his voice entwined in the darkness like that was where it belonged. Yes?
I forgive you. I forgive you. Chapter 14. Age 14. At first, the boy came every week, then every other day. Finally, he started coming every night.
She knew he wasn't supposed to be there because he smelled like the subway, diesel, brake dust, takeout, and sweat. He introduced himself as Achilles, wrote his name in Russian on a piece of paper, which she tucked under her pillow as if he were a wish.
She told him her name was Tierney. He didn't need to write that down. Every fiber of her was etched into his memory like a bone-deep scar. He brought her gifts, Italian pastries, and CDs he'd burned with his favorite songs, satin scrunchies for her delicate red hair, and 2 thick pocket-sized books, the Oxford Russian-English Dictionary, one for him and one for her. They leafed through the dictionary and pointed at words they wanted to say to each other. Getting to know one another was like peeling an apple slowly, paring the skin in one whole thread. Slow, careful, oddly rewarding. The raw anticipation of finding out what the other was going to say, the careful flip of the pages, the somersaults their hearts did in their chests made them forget the world outside of Tierney's bedroom. A world where he was a stone-cold killer and she was the odd, broken girl her father and older brother were too cautious to approach. One day, she pointed at a sequence of words.
I am so sorry I still can't speak English.
He frowned at her, shaking his head and flipping through the dictionary to find his own words. I'll wait forever to hear your voice.
They grinned at each other, and she felt herself blushing all the way down to her little toes.
He, too, felt like something inside him moved and shifted, rearranging itself in a way that made it less hard to breathe. Their knees touched as they sat crisscross, and suddenly he wanted to kiss her. Kiss, kiss. Not those quiet pecks on the temple he gave her before he slipped away into the night when they said goodbye. He had a dream, and it was a silly one, but he couldn't help it. He dreamed that this girl would make him coffee every morning. His mother made his father coffee every morning, and though there was no love lost between his parents, every morning was a quiet moment of intimacy and camaraderie when Chiara placed a steaming cup of coffee in front of Velo, and he nodded solemnly, accepting the gesture, as though it was a shake of hands, a hug, a statement that whatever this was, they were in it together. They were almost 15, but he worried Tierney wasn't ready for that yet. All kinds of rumors flew around about what they did to her in the work camp where the Bratva kept the twins. Achilles made sure to punch whoever spread them, but they still gnawed at the corners of his mind. Plus, he didn't know how to kiss. How to kill, yes. How to kiss, no. Even if he knew, what if all she wanted was friendship? He pointed at more words, pushing down the foreign, all-consuming urge in him to touch her. I can't wait to hear all your amazing thoughts. She put a hand on his knee, and the shot of pure pleasure zinged from his leg straight to his penis. The latter grew and stiffened in his pants, and he was fucked, because there was no way he could keep his hands to himself for long, but he wasn't going to lose his only real friend, even if he had to chop off his own cock.
I can't wait to share them.
A few months later, he crawled through her window, bruised and bloodied. His lip was split, his eye was swollen, and there was a gash along the entire right side of his face. His hands trembled so hard he couldn't gain control over them. She didn't ask any questions, just ran a warm, wet cloth over the injuries on his face, standing between his legs as he sat on her bathroom counter. She did it again and again until the blood tired of spilling. Achilles whimpered each time the fabric kissed an open wound. He didn't normally allow himself such blatant displays of vulnerability, but he knew, deep inside, that she didn't think any less of him for hurting, just like he didn't think less of her when those nightmares made her thrash and scream in her sleep. "I did a terrible thing tonight." She shook her head violently.
I no care.
"I do terrible things every night." She gave him a sympathetic look. "I ate a human heart, still beating, as I stared the man I killed in the face, all to impress my father." The initiation. Her stomach dropped. I feel like," he began to say, then retched all over her, threw up his dinner on both their clothes. He stared at her in horror. She stared back, calm and collected. She stroked his head. He whimpered in disbelief. I'm sorry."
Shh. You okay, Achilles? If he needed to vomit on her to cleanse himself, she'd gladly let it happen. Hell, if he needed to kill her to quiet the demons dancing inside him, she'd be a willing victim. She'd do anything for him, even let him go if it meant he'd have a better life without her. Człowiek.
Tierney kissed the split skin under his eye, gently brushing his hairline with her thumb. A fissure of pleasure rocked him from head to toe, pressure settling at the base of his spine. She was physically coated with his vomit, and she'd never looked so beautiful because she didn't even care. What does it mean? It had only been a few months since they'd met, but her grasp on English got better each day. Tierney stepped from between his legs and brought the dictionary to him, leafing through the pages before stubbing a finger on the translation. Human. She called him human. No one ever did. Everyone thought he was a monster. His family, his schoolmates, the Camorra. He'd become one out of necessity, but he lived for those stolen interludes, the pockets of normalcy with Tierney, when he was just a teenage boy. You think I'm human?" She put a hand on his cheek, kissed his forehead. He blushed. "My dad, he says my ruthlessness is good, that I'll be the next Don because of that. I'll be the most important man in the underworld." He was desperate to impress her. Dunking the pink cloth into the bucket of warm water, she squeezed it and brought it to his wound again. He grabbed her wrist. She froze, her huge green eyes taking over her whole face. "Promise you'll always be mine," he demanded, his voice void of the softness that came so easily to him whenever they were together. "I can't survive this life without you."
She nodded. She didn't understand exactly what he asked, but she wanted to give it to him, because he seemed like the only person in the world who understood what she was going through.
"Mine." He plastered his forehead to hers, heaving, breathing her in. "Only ever mine." Several months later, Achilles brought over a book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. "It's a funny book, so you'll want to keep reading," he explained as he took his usual place next to her in her bed. She'd been having trouble with reading and writing, and he wanted to help her without making it obvious that he was doing so. They still hadn't kissed, but in his fantasies, they did much more than that. Even as Tierney's grip on English became better, even as she grew out of the childish frills and graduated to golden goose sneakers and cashmere cropped tops and designer leggings, he still had no doubt she was his. Tierney was loyal to him. She loved him fiercely, possessively, her eyes glistening with the same lethal high he felt when they were together.
I bring popcorn.
She elbowed him, grinning. Bring some Coke, too. Oh, fuck. And something sweet. Chocolate, maybe. Her smile was so big it almost split her face. Why are you so happy? He laughed. It was addictive, laughing, smiling, being casual.
Because I understood every word you said.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
She beamed. Well, let's see if you understand this. He licked his lips. One day, you're going to be the mother of my children, Tierney. Her smile collapsed, and she scurried to the kitchen, but he thought he saw her blushing. Maybe she wasn't ready? Of course she wasn't. She wasn't even 16, for fuck's sake. Nice going, Stronzo. You'll scare her off at this rate. She returned with a bowl of popcorn with Reese's mini peanut butter cups and Hershey Kisses tossed in. They melted over the popcorn, making it stick into gooey clusters. He read the book to her out loud. Some jokes and words he had to explain. Most she understood. She enjoyed the dry humor like he thought she would. They blew through that series so fast, they barely slept that week. When they finished the last book, he asked her who her favorite character in the series was.
Ford Prefect.
She said without missing a beat.
He is cool, like to party, and know how to survive. I want to be like him.
He couldn't imagine Tierney Callahan wanting to be anyone else. She was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So unique, so brave. The mere thought of her brought him to his knees. You're better. She gave him a heavy-lashed, meaningful glare, the kind his brother Luca told him to watch out for when he wanted to kiss a girl. Then he remembered he'd rather die than lose her. And for the first time in his murderous, psychotic, fucked-up life, he got cold feet. He got cold feet. He got cold feet. He got... Chapter 15. Achilles. Fucking Tierney was a mistake. Breaking all my rules for her, a catastrophe. Forgiving her, the worst thing I could do for both of us, because the hate was the leash that kept us away from each other, that reminded us this was a bad, bad idea. I was a wreck, a mess, a goddamn disaster in a suit. Wait, no, I wasn't even wearing a suit. What the fuck was I wearing? A pair of black denim jeans and a designer shirt ripped at the armpits Tierney had bought me on one of her shopping sprees. The shirt was neon green. She said it made my eyes pop. My eyes are dark brown. What the fuck was I doing? Whatever it was, I needed to undo it fast, erase our entire weekend, but especially last night. So what did we have here? Let's see. First, I humiliated both of us by revealing I'd been speaking to all of her therapists, possibly more than she ever did. Then I slapped her with my cock, hoping she'd like it. Spoiler alert, she did not. Next, I confessed my obsession to her, proceeding to screw her like a rabbit in 3-hour increments. I'd started a war with Sangue Blue without consulting my family, rearranged the territorial borders of the Camorra Alliance, went against Don Ferrante's orders, thereby betraying my clan, an offense punishable by death if I weren't the Don's son. All of this was fixable. Maybe. Somehow. But one mistake wasn't. Kissing her. Feeling her lips against mine, remembering what they tasted like, and falling all over again. I woke up with a sour mood and a headache. Tierney tried to be civilized with me, but so far I hadn't given her much to work with. The entire flight to New York was spent giving her the cold shoulder. After a few hours of silent treatment, she finally caught on and retreated into herself, flipping through her fashion magazines and messing with her phone. A good development, as it allowed me to have a mental breakdown in the privacy of my own head. My family had been trying to get a hold of my ass for the past 48 hours, threatening me with violent death. I wasn't worried about facing them. I was worried about not being able to keep tabs on her anymore, of spending the rest of my life not knowing what she was eating, if she had nightmares, or whether I needed to kill someone who took out his aggressions on her in bed. If she'd married Stefano, at least I'd have been able to keep an eye on her. Yes, Stefano would have gotten to fuck her, but I'd have been able to see her in Naples, check that she was all right, that she was eating, that she was happy. Once we landed, Tierney pushed her shades up her nose and uncrossed her legs, standing and thumbing her phone, probably to call an Uber. The urge to spend just a few more minutes with her, alone, without my soldiers, shredded every last trace of logic in my brain. I stood and snatched her tote bag. The suitcases were left behind. She didn't need them now that she was leaving for good. I'll drive you home.
Thanks. I'd rather crawl on broken glass than spend another second with you.
She smiled cheerfully, shouldering past me and stomping her way down the stairs. Wasn't asking. I made my way to the Porsche Cayenne on the tarmac. The engine was already running, and I knew one of my soldiers had made sure I had freshly brewed coffee waiting inside.
Are you for real?
She called after me. I ignored her. Seeing as I held her bag hostage, she slid into the passenger seat in my car, albeit with enough huffing and puffing to best an army of Karens.
Your behavior is bizarre.
Fair assessment, but not one that warranted a reaction.
You know.
She clipped the seatbelt on, reaching to reclaim her bag from me.
If this is a cry for help, you're going to have to be louder because nobody seems to give a shit.
We drove off into the mid-morning New York traffic.
Would you say something already? This is probably the last time we'll see each other.
My head was killing me. Fuck. She couldn't go. She had to go. If she stayed, I wouldn't be able to protect her. Not from Velo, not from Sangue Blue, and not from myself. The walls of hate needed to be brought back up. It was our only chance at survival.
I don't want to leave.
She croaked, her body still pressed to the window as far as humanly possible from me. But you have to. And I knew just how to make her, by reminding her how much she hated me.
Chapter 16. Tierney. I don't want to leave. As soon as the words slipped past my lips, I wanted to shove them back into my mouth. He didn't deserve my words, and he sure as hell didn't deserve my vulnerability. Last night, he kissed me like the world was ending. Today, he wouldn't even look at me. The whiplash made me want to scream. Plus, it hardly mattered. Achilles always had all the control in our relationship. If he decided something, I'd have to go along with it. Failure would be punishable by death. Achilles didn't acknowledge my words, reaching for the glove compartment and popping it open. He took out his sunglasses case, retrieved his shades, and put them on.
Make sure you have a fake passport, a couple burners, and enough cash to last 3 months.
Don't worry about me. Wherever I go, you won't be able to get to me. I gave him a saucy side eye.
Nowhere far enough in this galaxy that I wouldn't be able to find you, Piccola Fiamma.
He floored the accelerator, wrist draped atop of the steering wheel in a stance I found distressingly sexy.
But Coppola will try to retaliate.
Against me? Why?
Because he knows what happened and probably reached the wrong conclusion that I care about you.
I'm a big girl. I parked my sunglasses on my nose.
Still a girl.
He flicked his signal and turned into my Hunts Point neighborhood.
This is a grown-up game. Just do as you're told, Tierney.
He was unbearable, and for no good reason at all. Yesterday was good, even healing in some way. He told me he'd forgiven me for what had happened between us. Sure, I was pretty certain he'd done that because he saw how torn up I was about things, but why was he like this right now? Did something happen between last night and today to make you this unsufferable?
Yeah.
He smirked, giving me a mocking once-over.
I sobered up.
My face flamed with heat, and I turned to my window. 2 more minutes and you're out of his car and he's out of your life. Fuck this two-faced dipshit with his hot and cold games. I was happy I'd never see him again.
What, no comeback?
I didn't answer, not trusting my voice not to break. A few moments later, he parked in front of my building. I unclipped the seatbelt, seizing my bag from between my feet.
You're welcome for the ride.
He had the audacity to say, but by this point, I'd regained my composure. Big of you. I flashed him a careless smile, hopping out of the car and slamming the door shut. I propped a forearm against the open window. Wish I could say the same about the rest of you. I tilted my chin down to peer at him through the screen of my sunglasses, giving him a long, meaningful look.
Thinking about my dick before we've even said goodbye.
He sprawled back, his phenomenal abs traceable even through his shirt.
Love that for you.
I hope I never see you again.
You'll see me every time you close your eyes and touch your cunt for the rest of your life.
Only if you left me with an unfortunate souvenir. I barked out a laugh. I didn't really fear an STI, though. Achilles was hygienic to a point of sterility.
Don't worry, sweetheart. I came everywhere but inside that cunt of yours to make sure you don't get pregnant.
He lowered his sunglasses a fraction, giving me a wink.
Couldn't run the risk of siring a red-headed bastard.
His words felt worse than being slapped in the face, because every bad decision I'd made in my life somehow looped back to this. I couldn't have his children. Losing my control and whatever was left of my composure, I rushed over to his side of the car and spat directly in his face. It landed square on his cheek. He stared at me icily, but didn't wipe it. You shouldn't have bothered, I bit out, every bone in my body shaking with rage. I can't get pregnant, Achilles. I have no uterus. Leaving him with the secret I'd kept from him for 15 years, I turned around and stormed away.
Chapter 17. Achilles. Drive, motherfucker. Don't look back. I hit the accelerator and forced myself not to glance in the rearview mirror. I couldn't fucking breathe.
I can't get pregnant, Achilles. I have no uterus.
Things clicked into place. You dumb fucking fuck. How could you have missed all the signs? In all of our time together, and the time after when I was stalking her, Tierney never behaved like someone on their period. She never stocked up on tampons, never had cramps, never experienced a discomfort, an ache, a mood swing. I chalked it up to her being flippant, badass, untouchable. I didn't have to wonder when and how it happened. I knew. In that damn Siberian camp where she grew up. I'd wanted to hurt her one last time, to have the last word, craving to show her I could live without her. The worst part, it was obvious that I couldn't. But turning around and apologizing for being a dick was the last thing she needed. I promised her freedom, and the truth was, she deserved it. I'd meant what I told her last night. I did forgive her for what she'd done, but I hadn't forgiven myself for the way I'd responded to it. She deserved better than me. Whether or not she'd choose that for herself was another story. My only consolation as I took the 495 into Long Island to face the music was that we both got what we deserved in the end. She got her freedom, and I got a life of pure, unadulterated hell.
Chapter 18, Tierney. 2 hours later, I sat on the edge of my coffee table, staring at the drywall I'd hammered into pieces and the now not-so-hidden camera I'd ripped out and tossed on the floor. I did flip Achilles the bird before dismantling the device from the Jesus painting. I hoped he caught it. I tapped a flip phone against my thigh, squeezing the device for dear life in my fist. I'd been hiding it in the kitchen of Firminaw's, the family-owned pub under my apartment, exactly for an occasion like this. Firminaw's wasn't tapped, bugged, or wired with any Kimura devices. Logic told me not to do what I was about to do. Pride told logic to go fuck itself. I flicked the phone open and punched in the number I'd memorized months ago just in case. Pressed the phone to my ear. Listened as the line connected. Toot, toot.
Rothwell.
A curt, no bullshit voice clipped out. Drawing in a deep breath, I curled my fingers into my palm and pressed until blood gushed from the skin. It's Tierney. A hum of satisfaction escaped the federal agent. He had a massive heart-on for the Ferrantes. Bringing them down was his career goal, and he was one hell of a go-getter. It's about the flowers.
Where are you calling me from?
A burner.
Call a friend and ask them to meet you at your regular nail salon. Walk in there with them an hour from now. I'll wait at the back.
He wanted to make sure no one suspected I was meeting him. No doubt to protect his investigation, not me. From the little I knew about Rothwell, he was more ruthless than all the mobsters I'd met combined. I'm bringing a USB containing receipts. I hung up the phone and tossed it across the couch, closing my eyes. When I opened them, I studied my surroundings one last time, knowing I was never coming back to this place. Once I got my bearings, I grabbed my real phone and texted my friend Jessa to join me for a mani-pedi. Sure, her response popped up immediately. I'll fetch some coffee. Can't wait to hear about your Italian wedding. Said Italian wedding seemed a lifetime away. One weekend with Achilles changed everything. Most of all, me. My next phone call was to Sam Brennan, an underworld fixer Tiernan had on retainer.
Yes?
Sam. I stood up and strode to my walk-in closet, pulling out a duffel bag. Are you in Switzerland or the States? He split his time between both.
Boston.
His pronunciation of the word left no room for doubt it was his hometown.
What do you need?
A fake passport.
A good one?
Yeah. It needs to pass inspection for an international flight. Several, maybe. And every governmental system it'll be run through. I unzipped the duffel, tossing in clothes I needed. I stuck to basics, nothing flashy. Things that'd be comfortable to be on the run-in.
How soon?
I snorted. Yesterday.
All right.
And Sam? He didn't answer, just stayed silent. I gulped. Please don't tell anyone you're doing this for me or my new name.
I don't work for the Ferrantes.
He quickly did the math, his tone dry and oddly comforting.
I'm an independent contractor. As such, I have loyalty only to one person, myself. Call me from a burner in about 2 hours.
He hung up. My next move was to withdraw as much cash as I physically could, but I was going to do that after a shower. I needed to wash away Achilles before I started my new life. Chapter 19, Tierney. Despite nurturing a reputation as a high-maintenance hellion, I was still the same girl who grew up in a modern-day gulag. It took me less than 5 minutes to shower and brush my teeth. I slipped into a pair of jeans, sneakers, and a black top before screwing on a baseball cap and calling my bank on my way downstairs, notifying them I'd be withdrawing $10,000 in cash, the maximum most people are allowed to extract. I needed more than that, of course, but I had a good idea how to get it. While at the bank, I asked the teller to transfer the rest of my funds, $30,000 and some change, to Tiernan's account. My brother had plenty of cash handy, and while I wasn't a big fan of asking for favors, this wouldn't even register as a loan because the full amount I was about to ask him for had already been deposited into his account. Forever the control freak, my brother's name flashed on my phone screen before I fully stepped out of the bank, heading toward the nail salon across the street. I slid my finger along the screen, tucking my AirPods into my ears.
The fuck have you gotten yourself into now?
He greeted, sounding more tired than angry. To be fair to him, I did, in fact, veer off script. 3 days ago, he'd left me at a private airport, thinking I was off to live my best mobster wife life. I was supposed to be in Naples now, choosing new curtains for my mansion. I undid the catastrophe you got me into. I'm a single woman now. The silence that followed told me he acknowledged he was wrong in handing me off to Coppola.
Dear.
I don't have time for a heart-to-heart. I need $30,000 in cash, but I guess you already gathered that.
Why are you in the States, Tierney?
Change of plans. Achilles decided to let me go if I promised to move away and leave everyone alone.
And Coppola?
Don't know, don't care. I pushed the rolled cash into my waistband. He's Achilles' problem, not mine.
What did you do to make him change his mind?
The edge in Tiernan's voice told me he already knew and wasn't above killing both of us for it. You're a red-blooded male. I'm sure you'll figure that out. He groaned.
Do you need anything else, other than cash and some fucking self-respect?
No, I got it all covered. Knowing better than to ask me for any specifics on the phone, he said instead,
I'll have the money ready in 30 minutes. Meet me at my house.
Give me a couple hours.
I'll call Dad to come say goodbye.
I rolled my eyes, biting back a snarky reply. Tyrone was one person Tiernan and I had never agreed on. While he'd sired us, I'd never felt close to him. After Tyr and I ran away from the camp at age 14 and found our father, Tyrone explained he thought we were dead when his archenemy Igor had kidnapped us, carving my late mother's belly open when she was 38 weeks pregnant. But I always thought it was peculiar that Tyrone knew his babies were taken, dead or alive, and hadn't ripped the world apart to find us. And considering our so-called brother Finton had betrayed us last year, resulting in Tiernan slaughtering him in a gruesome manner, I couldn't understand my brother's fixation with the Callahans. As far as I was concerned, Tiernan was my only blood-related family. I'll try and get there before 6.
Layla will be heartbroken.
You'll come visit me once I settle down. I killed the call, spotting Jessa across the street. She waited for me outside the salon, holding 2 iced coffees and gossiping in a high-pitched voice on her phone. I waved at her with a wide smile. Ready to be pampered? Girl, always. Showtime.
Chapter 20. Achilles.
A disappointment!
My father raised his walking cane, using it to smash my kneecap. I pressed my lips together, nostrils flaring, refusing to as much as groan. I was held by Fabio on one side and Nico on the other, while Don Velo beat the shit out of me. It had been 20 minutes, and so far, for a half-dead man, he was doing a pretty decent job.
Guida!
His cane smacked my abs next. My whole face was swollen, bleeding, and cut, and I still had to figure out how to stitch my own goddamn back when this was all over.
Traditore!
My father spat phlegm in my face.
I should put a bullet in your head and get it over with. Sacrificing an empire for a fika, you pathetic piece of shit!
Do it, I snarled, blood trickling from the side of my mouth, my head lolled bonelessly. Fuck knows I would. Growing up, my father scarcely hit us. We were no strangers to his fist, but we needed to royally screw up to earn it. It had been a decade and a half since I'd last felt his wrath. He was a surly stronzo, one without an ounce of compassion, and the only reason he spared our baby sister Leela from his fists was because he knew we'd kill him if he ever touched her.
If you knew it was wrong, why'd you do it?
He roared in my face, or tried to anyway. He was frail and weakening more every day. Though it was impossible to justify my actions, I did put some thought into it on my drive to our Long Island mansion. But Daddy, I wanted this pussy since I was a teenager, seemed like a non-starter, so I went for a half-truth. Well, a quarter-truth. Really, it was less than 1/8 true. It wasn't a complete lie, though. You negotiated a shit deal. One I'd have to agree to abide by once you kicked the bucket. Stefano doesn't deserve his stolen spots, doesn't deserve a discount on our supply, and doesn't deserve the redhead. It wasn't about her, but in the spirit of full transparency, fucking Coppola's bride was no hardship. I jerked a shoulder in a shrug. Would do it again, provided the chance. If my dick is still working after these beatings. I hoped to hell Tierney was far, far away from this place by now, on a plane, sipping champagne, planning her new and exciting life. I hoped she was weaving a game plan in that gorgeous head of hers. Knowing Tiernan, he padded her pockets with cash and a few fake IDs to ensure she had everything she needed to start over. I stopped short of hoping she met a dashing gentleman in first class, a man headed in the same direction who'd take her on dinner dates every single week and wouldn't freak the fuck out because she kissed him. Yes, I wanted her to be happy, but not that happy. I was still the only man for her. Maybe if she was in a lesbian relationship. Nope, scratch that, no girls either. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes, getting the shit kicked out of me by my father.
You don't get to decide what's right and what's wrong for the Camorra.
He sent a sharp knee straight into my ballsack, and finally I fell to my knees, though I still didn't make a sound.
That's for me to decide.
Empires sink all the time, old man. Look at Pompeii. Did you really think I'd let you sink the kingdom we all built together? The soldiers were still holding my hands behind my back. I spat blood on the floor, so much I had to run my tongue over my teeth to ensure they were still there.
You idiot. I built this empire.
On mine and my brother's backs. We get a say too.
Stefano is fuming. He rounded up all his soldiers and is planning an attack on us. Something big.
Velo sent another kick, this time to my sternum, rattling every bone in my body. That did make me groan, which apparently brought him satisfaction, because he finally sighed and grabbed his gun from his mahogany writing desk, flipping the action open and loading the magazine.
Nico, Fabio, sorry you had to see this.
No problem, sir, Nico murmured from behind me. We won't breathe a word about this.
I know, because this is where your journey ends.
I heard the pops of gunshots through a suppressor as my father killed the soldiers who held me down. They fell on either side of me with loud thumps.
Have someone clean this up and spread the word Nico and Fabio went rogue in Naples.
My father tucked his gun into his holster. I grunted in confirmation. He stepped forward and offered me his hand. I stared at it in quiet resignation.
Did you fuck the redhead out of your system?
Yeah, I lied, taking his hand. He hoisted me up.
Good. Good.
He patted my scarred cheek.
Where is she now?
Far away, if she's smart. I muttered around what felt like a bucket of blood in my mouth. Through half-shut eyes, I saw him smiling down at me, his psychopathy on full display.
Well, we're about to see how smart she is, aren't we, son? Son.
Chapter 21. Tierney. Supervisory Special Agent Thomas N. Rothwell leaned against an ancient microwave on a cheap Formica counter, ankles and arms crossed, the picture of stoic brutality. He looked completely out of place, yet perfectly at ease. The man had jet-black hair cut neatly and dark blue eyes framed by thick-rimmed Clark Kent glasses. He had a jawline Hollywood heartthrobs could only dream of, and the body of a Greek god. Rothwell was the kind of handsome to make women stupid and men feel threatened. I'd tried luring him into my bed over the years. He was one of the few men I knew Achilles wouldn't be stupid enough to kill, but he appeared to be faithful to his one and only love, his job. He acknowledged my presence by flicking his gaze my way and tucking his phone into a pocket, elevating a dark brow. Thomas N. Rothwell. I tasted his name on my lips as I swaggered in his direction, tipping my ball cap like a cowboy. That's quite a mouthful. What does the N stand for?
None of your business.
He brushed stray lint off his immaculately pressed shirt, a white-collared Gives and Hawks, if I wasn't mistaken. And I was never mistaken when it came to luxury brands. He'd paired it with tailored Dior chinos and Jimmy Choo leather Oxfords. No visible logo on any of these items. Old money telltale. Tell me, Mr. Rothwell. I dragged a teasing fingernail along the center of his muscular pecs. Did the Federal Bureau of Investigation announce a budget overhaul I've missed? Last I checked, FBI agents, even senior ones like yourself, can't afford a $7,200 get-up for a day in the office. My black nail traced noticeably sculpted abs, stopping at his thin Hermes belt, also logoless. Make that $8,200. I offered him a flirty wink. He flicked my hand off, not a muscle in his entire face twitching.
See my previous answer.
Refresh my memory.
None of your business.
Oh, he was good. But I was better, and I needed to put my point across before I left this godforsaken place. You know, I've done my research on you. God forbid I put trade secrets in the wrong hands and accidentally harm my own family. He stared at me with an eerily calm expression that sent a chill down my spine. He refused to humor me by asking what I found out, just as well as I wasn't about to keep him guessing. A bachelor's in computer science from MIT and a master's in legal studies from Cornell put you on the fast track to the J. Edgar Hoover building. You were tailor-made for the FBI, almost like you sought them out. You've been with the Bureau for 12 years, and the only way you're going to leave is in a coffin. No response. Just the disinterested glare of a man who found me as appealing as yesterday's microwave dinner. I continued. You're the best in your field, and putting Don Vello in prison will be your golden ticket to promotion. Senior executive service, right? You want this. Bad. You work 25 hours a day. No wife, no girlfriend either. Also, and please don't take offense, very few friends, if any. You like your grandma, I'll give you that. But other than Jean Rothwell, the only person I could find whose name you included in your will is already dead. I tapped my pouting lips, frowning. Makes you wonder where all this motivation and hunger are coming from. He glared at me, unimpressed.
You done?
Almost. I am very interested in giving you the Ferrante's heads, but I have a few hang-ups.
Shoot.
You can have Velo, Achilles, and Luca, but you're leaving Enzo, Leela, and Tiernan alone. I drew a line in the sand. In fact, I will need it in writing that none of this blows back on my brother's family.
I'm not interested in the Irish or the woman.
The hard-ass crossed his arms over his chest.
I can give you guarantees they'll be safe, but Enzo's going down with his brothers. He's the enforcer, Tierney. Got a lot of blood on his hands.
I squinted at the tiny square window in the nail salon's kitchenette, tisking. I'm afraid I can't help you then.
Of course you can.
Tom pushed off the counter, hands tucked inside his front pockets now. He stepped into my personal space, a waft of his unapologetically masculine scent, musky leather, bourbon, and something clean and fresh, invading my senses.
You're driven by vengeance, and you've been wanting to see Achilles pay for his sins for years now. I can make that happen.
His voice dipped low, burrowing under my skin and digging into the crevices of my conscience.
Give me information on the Ferrantes, and I'll give you his head. You'll get full immunity, a new identity, and security around the clock.
There's only one problem with your plan.
Enlighten me.
My love for my family has always outweighed my hate for my enemies.
Enzo's not your family.
He's Leela's. She loves him, and I love her. If you can't carve Enzo out of this deal, I'm walking out this door right now. I swung my thumb to the front of the store. Tom clutched his jaw. Clean, square fingernails. But I knew better than to buy into his slick and proper exterior. The boogeyman lay underneath. Someone quiet and frightening who thrived in the dark.
Give me 2 minutes.
He threw the back door open and disappeared to make a call. I pulled out my phone, checking my messages. My mind drifted back to Achilles. I was sure his day was as chaotic as mine, if not more, after the stunt he pulled in Naples. And because I was a soft-hearted idiot, a pang of guilt pierced through my chest. He made you choke on his cock, slapped you with his dick. Okay, but I actually liked those things. Just thinking about them made my thighs clench around nothing and fantasize about a repeat. Truth be told, our weekend together wasn't what brought me to this moment with Agent Rothwell. Yes, he used me as his sex doll for 48 hours, but I initiated the deal and, with over 20 orgasms under my belt, was more than a willing victim. No. What made me sell Achilles and his father to the feds was the last decade of my life and the way he used it as a weapon against me, stalking, murdering my lovers, and calling all the shots for me. Tom pushed the door open again, bathing the small room with sunlight. He closed it behind him.
You think Enzo will turn against his family for immunity?
No chance. I folded my arms over my chest.
Then the best I can do is look the other way when we come for them and let him run.
Will you chase? I squinted, studying him.
Not for the first 3 or 4 days.
Tom checked his phone for the millionth time before pocketing it.
I can stall them, but I can't stop them. As I said...
Tom lamented slowly, as though I was a petulant child.
Ferrante Jr. has a rap sheet longer than a Dostoevsky book. He is a murderer, Now that I secured your brother and his wife's freedom, how about we get down to business?
It was time to fess up. I was the chink in the great Ferrante wall of security, but all you needed was one hole in a dam to drown everything. Though the alliance between the Ferrantes and the Callahans was fairly new, I'd kept tabs on their business for years. I knew every dirty secret about their operations and had evidence to back them up. I'm leaving the country in the next few hours. I twisted off my ball cap and shoved it into my back pocket. So the USB will have to do.
Where are you headed?
None of your concern. Whatever you need, you're going to have to get it before midnight. Which reminds me, I have a few loose ends in need of tying. I better go. He couldn't stop me, since the FBI had absolutely zero ammo on me. I was as clean as a whistle as far as they were concerned, so any information I had was going to be given voluntarily.
Are you in trouble?
I am trouble, Agent Rothwell. I grinned from ear to ear. Don't worry about me. He raked his gaze over my face, pulling out a business card and a pen from his pocket and jotting something.
There's a safe apartment 2 blocks down from here. After you're done taking care of your travel arrangements, meet me there. We need statements and recordings to go with the evidence. I trust I don't need to tell you this conversation never happened.
I saluted him.
Oh, and Tierney.
Yes?
The USB?
He opened his palm. Rummaging through my back pocket, I placed it in his hand. It was full of evidence I'd collected over the years of the Ferrantes' wrongdoings. Of course, I omitted every single bad deed done by Enzo and Tiernan.
Straight to the apartment.
Yes, sir. I half-turned, about to return to the salon. He threw a glance at my shiny black nails.
Go for short, colorless nails, less distinguishable, and change the color of your hair, or they'll find you in 2 seconds flat.
He disappeared before I had time to thank him. Time to thank him. Time to thank him. Time to...
Chapter 22. Achilles. Was it worth it? Lucas strolled into my en-suite bathroom, parking a shoulder against the doorframe. His gaze found mine in the vanity mirror's reflection as I put down the surgical tape I'd been using to put myself together. Groaning, I spat blood into the sink. Absolutely. Glad you think so. He tucked a cigarette into his mouth casually, lighting it.
Because she sold you to the feds.
Whatever 40 minutes of straight-up beatings from my father didn't do, these 6 words managed to achieve. I gripped the edges of the sink, willing myself not to fall to my fucking knees and weep. The pain was more than skin deep. It cut past all the human organs and etched itself into my very soul, the same way it did when they removed the bandages from my face when I was 18 and I heard my mother mutter,
Now he has a face to match the monstrosity of his actions.
this deep, carnal brokenness that felt like the earth was pulled from beneath my feet. Then came the rage, the anger, the insatiable need for revenge. I knew exactly who she was, and I could only imagine what she'd told them. The worst part was, I couldn't even blame her. I'd spent the last 11 years destroying her life to come to terms with mine. Now that she was no longer on American soil, she felt safe enough to return a favor.
You're going to prison for the rest of your life, dipshit.
Her voice teased inside my head. Source? I grabbed the surgical tape, using it to clamp my open wounds. It hurt like a motherfucker, seeing as I had no body fat to cushion the flesh.
Tyrone.
Luca blew smoke skyward.
Dad's been paying him under the table to keep an eye on the Irish since they got in bed with the Bratva. He doesn't trust Tiernan.
Nor should he. Tiernan's loyalty lay with my sister and my sister only, followed not closely by Tierney and Alex, the Bratva's Pakan and his childhood friend. But god damn, that was low of Tyrone. Wait, why the fuck was I mad at Tyrone when his daughter was about to throw me into prison? How'd Tyrone find out? Bugged Tiernan's place. Lucas sidestepped a pool of my blood. Don't tell Tiernan about it. He's still an outsider. Unlike our soldiers, Luca and Enzo knew exactly what went down in Naples with Tierney during the weekend. Now they thought I couldn't be trusted with a fucking paper straw. How much has she given them? I grabbed the antibiotic ointment from the counter and lathered my injured areas with it before reaching for a bandage. A glint of pure malice lit in Luca's eyes as he watched my broken figure, something I'd never seen there before. We were the two competitive siblings, the ones fighting for the Don position. Enzo had never showed real interest in taking over in any serious way. Luca had shown good sportsmanship thus far. Not anymore. A USB containing evidence. Fuck knows what. She didn't specify. Fuck. This was bad. But maybe not that bad. SSA Rothwell was going to need much more than random screenshots to pin us down. He needed witnesses on the stand, and his only source was now on another continent. Plus, we had every high-ranking federal judge in our pocket. And Tiernan? I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. Trying to fix the latest mess his sister created. Luca pushed off the door frame when he saw my hands were shaking too badly to apply the bandages. He quietly took the roll from me, wrapping it across my midsection. He kept his eyes on the bandages as he spoke around the cigarette in his mouth. His friend at the bureau told him Agent Rothwell won't leave Tierney alone until she flips on us. A little hard to do, considering she hightailed it to a country with no extradition treaty with us. I was happy she was on the other side of the world, because whatever was happening next wasn't going to be pleasant. For her, for us. She's still in New York, Lucas said. What? I roared, my abs contracting, making one of my stitches rip. Blood oozed from it on cue. Why the fuck? She wants to give a statement to the feds. Luca glanced at his watch. Tiernan's restraining her in his house, negotiating a pardon with Dad on the phone. If you get out of here now, you can probably catch her. If I catch her, I'll kill her. She's betrayed me before, when we were 18, and it took me this long to forgive her. I'd never forgive her for what she did today, though. If you don't pick her up and deposit her at our father's, the Camorra will. Are you ready for her to be treated the way we treat a female traitor? I was out the door before I even put a shirt on. The ride from my apartment to Tiernan and Leela's suburban mansion should have taken an hour. It took me 33 minutes. My baby sister answered the door, shoving herself into my path and blocking the entrance. She was 100 pounds on a good day. I didn't even need to touch her. I could practically blow her out of my fucking way. And right now, I was tempted to.
Achilles.
She said my name, her voice sweet and breathless, new to my ears. She gasped at my busted face.
What happened?
Move. That wiped the concern from her face.
So, remember how you said I can always count on you in case I need a favor?
No.
Well, I remember, and I beg you to...
Look, I appreciate your loyalty to the skank who's trying to put your whole family behind bars, but if you don't move your ass right now...
Please, finish this sentence.
Tiernan materialized from the hallway, sliding between me and his wife, shielding her with his large frame.
I've been dying to unscrew your eyeballs from your face for a while now.
What happened to you?
Leela tilted her head from behind his shoulder.
You look awful.
As opposed to my usual dashing face, Listen, either you two move out of my way or I'm bringing reinforcements. We both know how the Camorra handle a snitch. My mouth quirked. I was gentle with your sister this weekend. My soldiers, however, would tear her limb from limb.
Shit. That reminded me.
Tiernan snapped his fingers, pointing at me with a good-natured smile.
I forgot to give you this.
He swung his fist and sent a stunning punch straight to my nose. I heard the crack of my cartilage dislocating. Blood gushed out of my nostrils. I did deserve it, though. It took me a few seconds to swing back from the pain, and then I saw it behind Tiernan's shoulder, a flash of flame-red hair. My heart skidded to a halt. I didn't think I'd ever see her again. The need to strangle the life out of her made every nerve ending in my body twitch. I had no idea how she and my sister became best friends. Leela was a soft-hearted romantic with frilly dresses, a sweet nature, and an inexplicable love for the color pink. Tierney was a filthy siren, half-dryad, half-goddess, who dedicated her entire existence to defying and destroying.
Nobody's handing anyone anything. We're taking separate cars to your father's place and getting this sorted.
Tiernan grabbed his jacket from a hanger. Emma, his maid and my childhood nanny, emerged from the depths of the giant-ass house, placing her hand on Leela's shoulder.
Vieni con mi, bambina mia.
The housekeeper tried steering my sister away from the door. Leela threw Emma's touch off. She turned to her husband. From this angle, I could see the hearing aid hiding beneath the mass of her golden curls. She clutched her husband's face.
If I hear they touched a hair on her head, I swear to Christ, Tiernan, I'll shoot you again, and this time I won't miss.
I know.
He leaned down to kiss her mouth. He smoothed her hair away from her face. I'd have rolled my eyes if I didn't know it'd hurt like a motherfucker with my new shiners.
I promise you, Galek. She'll walk out of this unscathed.
Promise her the moon next. It'll be easier to achieve. I was going to kill this woman, and I was going to make a spectacle out of it.
Bring her out.
Tiernan barked behind his shoulder. 2 Irish soldiers escorted Tierney toward the door. They held her arms back, and my knee-jerk reaction was to pounce on both of them and break their necks. Then I remembered who she was and what she did to me.
Missed me?
Tierney flashed me a dazzling smile. I wiped the blood from my nose, giving her my usual don't-give-a-fuck expression. If she expected verbal sparring, she was mistaken. That ship had sailed when she'd stabbed me in the back. I spat at her feet. In response, she thrashed, trying to break the confines of her captor's arms and launch herself at me. The soldiers tugged her back, dragging her into Tiernan's Mercedes, kicking and screaming. Before they pushed her head inside, I managed to call behind her back, "Watch out for her hair. It's still full of my cum. Cum. Cum."
Chapter 23. Tierney.
You're going to tuck tail, shut your mouth, and let me do the talking.
Tiernan finally opened his mouth after a silent drive to the Ferrante's mansion. I thought he'd read me the riot act as soon as we got in the car, but he didn't speak a word, which put me on edge. My twin got out of the car, rounded it, and grabbed me by the back of the neck like I was a wild animal, guiding me across the winding pathway toward the grand double doors. When I confessed to him over coffee that I spoke with Agent Rothwell, my brother went ballistic. I'd expected this reaction, but not that he'd hand me straight to the Ferrantes. A few minutes after my confession, Tiernan got a call from Don Velo himself, demanding my head on a platter. Someone snitched, and I didn't know who. Considering Tiernan and I were alone in his backyard when we discussed it, and that I didn't tell another soul, it left me wondering if Tom Rothwell was a dirty Fed getting a paycheck from Velo. It didn't make much sense, but who else could it be? What do I need the Camorra's pardon for anyway? I bit out, trying to shrug Tiernan's touch off my neck. He gripped me harder in response as he let himself into the mansion and led me up the curved stairway to Velo's office.
If you don't get pardoned, you'll spend the rest of your life running. Velo will catch you even from prison.
Tiernan gave me a less than pleasant shove up the last stair.
And when he does, death would be a sweet, unattainable fantasy.
A chill ran through me. Tiernan kicked the door to Velo's office open, dragging me into the lion's den by the arm. I'd been here before, when Tiernan negotiated his marriage to Leela. The office, like the man, was vast and imposing. Heavy mahogany desk, upholstered velvet settee, and a gold-plated mirror gave the room a dramatic flair, all bracketed by pictures of the Ferrante family, a legacy of violence, cruelty, and tradition. Behind a chessboard with gilded, hand-carved pieces sat Don Velo Ferrante. To his right stood Luca and Enzo. To his left, Achilles, the now errant son. He looked like he'd been beaten to near death. Terror twined around my spine. I was deep in enemy territory with no one but my brother to count on. Going to Rothwell had been an impulsive mistake. I could see it now. I wanted to ruin Achilles' life, but I just might pay for it with my own. Moreover, handing him to Rothwell didn't feel half as good as I'd thought it would. Yes, a part of me loathed Achilles for all he'd put me through, but another part would forever remember him as the boy who gave me my first earth-shattering kiss.
Tiernan.
Velo greeted, not even sparing me a look.
Sit.
My brother assumed the seat in front of Velo, planting me on the one next to it. For once in my life, I found myself shutting up despite myself.
I respect you, Tiernan.
Velo tossed an unholy amount of what looked like painkillers into his mouth and flushed them down with a tumbler of bourbon.
You're a decent husband to my daughter, accomplished in your field, and for the most part, you stay out of my lane. Your sister, however, is another story. Considering she's just landed us in a world of pain and possible imprisonment, I cannot allow her to leave this place outside of a body bag.
Fear twisted my gut into a tight knot. I'd come here against my will, counting on Tiernan to make things right. My twin brother had always been the smart, quick-witted, calculated one. But what if his calculation was wrong this time? What if these were my last few moments on planet Earth? I knew Achilles would be happy to do the honor after what I did to him. Judging by the busted-up face, our weekend together cost him much more than the throne.
The unwarranted hysteria is unbecoming.
Tiernan crossed his legs, leaning forward to flick open Velo's cigar box and help himself to one.
No one's going to prison, and no one's leaving here in a body bag.
He allowed a pregnant pause, grabbing a cigar cutter and pinching the tip.
Unless any of your men touches my sister, in which case I'll have no choice but to kill them.
Velo narrowed his eyes. My brother continued.
Tierney gave Rothwell a USB containing next to nothing. She's not going to the safe house to meet him. He can do jack shit with out-of-context text messages that may or may not be fabricated. Rothwell doesn't have any more case against you than he did yesterday morning.
How do we know she won't go to him?
Velo flicked his gaze to me, snarling.
I'll be her guarantor. I'll personally escort her to the airport.
I kept my expression neutral, the heat of Achilles' unrelenting glare burning a hole through my cheek.
I don't trust her not to come back and fuck shit up.
Luca drawled.
She won't.
Tiernan puffed on his cigar, stinking up the place just for the provocation of it.
We've reached an understanding. Tierney was rightfully upset after your brother made her his prostitute for the weekend.
The word seared my skin, branding it.
For this alone, you're lucky I haven't started a war. Anyway, she's over it now and ready to move on.
Just to set the record straight, your sister threw herself at my feet and begged to be fucked.
Achilles said evenly, his eyes never wavering from mine as he spoke.
Didn't you, Tierney?
I slammed my teeth together, swallowing down a venomous remark. Now wasn't the time to sass back. I needed to get out of here.
You lost your privilege to talk directly to her.
Tiernan announced to his brother-in-law. Guilt rolled through me. They were so close before our trip to Naples.
For the duration of this conversation, everything you say and do goes through me. Understood.
Achilles sneered.
You can't keep saving her forever. Sooner or later, you'll lower your guard and someone will catch her.
Tiernan turned to Velo.
We're wasting time here. She needs to get on a plane before Rothwell gets his hands on her. He'll try every loophole in the book to drag her into their headquarters and make her sing.
Velo shook his head.
I'm sorry, son. I can't let her walk away free. She's a traitor.
Here's what's going to happen.
Tiernan uncrossed his legs and put out the cigar in an ashtray.
If you don't pardon my sister, I'll gather up every Irish and Bratva soldier on this continent and conquer every single Camorra territory on the East Coast. Now that Alex and I are in business, I have the means and the manpower. Don't give me the motivation to.
Tiernan and Velo stared down each other. The silence in the room felt loaded like a gun.
You won't dare.
Velo hissed out finally.
Try me.
Apparently, Velo didn't want to do that. He blinked first, his gaze skittering toward me, his mouth coiling in open distaste.
I suppose we could make it a lesson.
I doubted he could teach me anything worth learning, but kept my mouth shut. My brother was putting a lot on the line for me, and not for the first time.
What do you have in mind?
Tiernan asked.
She should take the knee and kiss the ring.
Velo pushed up from his seat, using his cane.
Swear loyalty to the Camorra before she leaves.
I barked out a sarcastic laugh. To my shock, Tiernan nodded.
That's fair.
My head whipped to him. What?
Do as he says.
Tiernan stood. Velo rounded his desk, leaning against it in front of me.
On your knees.
Like father, like son, huh? No.
I see you choose violence today.
Enzo said mildly.
Maybe reconsider. Your head's too pretty to roll on my floor.
I choose violence every day. I hitched a careless shoulder up. And I'd rather die than cower to this asshole over here.
Tierney.
My brother snapped.
Get it over with.
The silence cascaded along my skin like knuckles a second from delivering pain. I looked between every pair of lifeless eyes in the room. They were really going to make me do this. Pushing a scream down my throat, I forced myself to slide down my seat until I was eye level with Velo's crotch. Every inch of me trembled with anger and humiliation. I couldn't breathe, I was so furious.
Kiss the ring, Miss Callahan, and all will be forgiven.
He extended his hand toward my face. He had a pinky ring, worn out, with something in faded Italian engraved on it. My knees scraped the lush carpet, and memories from the gulag poured into the front of my mind. My ears buzzed as mounting pressure rose inside my head.
Bend the knee. Open that mouth.
take out my cock. Yes, that's right, Irish slut. All of it.
The cold bronze of the ring bumped against my lips, urging me on. The noise in my head intensified, and the small girl that lived inside it, the one I left behind in Russia, let out a shrieking scream. I opened my mouth and bit off his finger, clean with the damn ring.
Ah, putana di merda!
Velo held his wrist with a yelp, jerking his hand back. He staggered to the floor, slithering in pain, a venomous snake who'd just gotten a taste of his own medicine. His finger was hanging loosely from his hand. I spat his blood on his face and pushed to my feet. I stumbled backward, heaving, my back crashing against my brother's chest. He shoved me behind his back, his pistol already drawn and aiming at his brothers-in-law.
Move!
Luca pointed his gun at my brother, his eyes telegraphing fire.
That's twice she blew her chance at redemption. Get out of my fucking way or I'm taking you with her.
Go ahead.
Tiernan didn't budge. It actually surprised me, and I swallowed back tears. I knew my twin brother was madly in love with his wife. He adored his new life with their son and had even formed a brotherhood with the Ferrantes. His loyalty rendered me speechless.
Make your godson an orphan.
Enzo helped Velo to his feet, tossing his father's arm over his shoulder as he escorted him outside to be medically treated. My heart was in my throat. The taste of Velo's blood sat heavy on my tongue.
She's a traitor,
Luca said.
She's my sister.
Tiernan reminded him. Achilles stood in the corner of the room. His rage was quiet and dignified. His gun was cocked, but aimed at the floor.
Let her go,
He told his brother.
What are you talking about?
Luca threw him a scowl.
She's sending you to prison. Let her go.
Every word was rasped lethally, quietly, and with deathly determination. Slowly, Achilles turned to his brother, fixing the barrel of the gun on his head. He clicked the safety off.
You won't.
Luca snarled.
In a heartbeat.
Achilles' voice dripped malevolence.
Fuck!
Luca lowered his gun, exhaling sharply.
Dad's gonna kill you. I'll deal with him.
Achilles turned his attention to Tiernan, still holding Luca at gunpoint.
Callahan, get your cunt of a sister out of here before my charitable mood sours. Deposit her at the airport and make sure she goes far, far away. And you...
His gaze landed on me.
Next time I see you, I'll kill you. Make sure I don't see you ever again. Chapter 24. Achilles. Damn, that was one hell of a bite. Enzo took a swig of his protein shake. I'm surprised you let that mouth anywhere near your dick, bro. Luckily, I'm up to date on my tetanus shot, I muttered, pacing my parents' living room, waiting for my father to re-emerge after getting stitched up by the family doctor. Yeah, some luck you've got there. Enzo let loose a rancid burp. Oh, bro, those protein burps are lethal. Stop drinking these shakes around us, Luca grumbled. I can't help it, okay? I have to hit my protein goal, and that means a shake every 3 hours. This physique doesn't just happen. Enzo gestured to his admittedly sick form. You are what you eat. If that were true, you'd be a bag of dicks, Jeremy said, eyes hard on his phone as his thumbs flew over the screen per usual. Jeremy, Luca barked. Get the fuck out of this room and never speak to a Ferrante like that again. Jeremy complied without even looking at any of us, shrugging off Luca's shit-ass attitude. Enzo quirked an eyebrow at Luca. Someone's in a sour mood. You shouldn't let him speak to you like that, Lucas said, just as my father entered the living room. His left hand was bandaged into a tight fist. His pinky was gone. The doctor had to remove it. In the end, he'd learned the lesson Tierney had taught me years ago, that she was an untamable force, born to defy whoever tried to clip her wings. I had nothing but respect for her. She had more courage and fire than all the mobsters I knew combined. The room fell quiet as Dad assumed a seat on a plush recliner. Enzo stood and lit a cigarette for my father and handed it to him. He took a long drag, closing his eyes.
I'm sending an assassin to deal with her.
A paid wet worker? Enzo flipped his pocket knife in the air. Rude. Why not one of us?
You're needed in New York. Luca needs to go clean up the Sangue Blue mess your brother has created, and Achilles made it clear he would follow this woman to hell.
My father rolled his cigarette between his thumb and index, staring into space. All Achilles needs is to escort her there, Luca drawled. But he needs to be the one who kills her because he's the one who screwed all this shit up. It's not as simple as all that. She's family, I contributed to the conversation.
A family member who handed your neck to the feds before your cum dried inside her,
Velo clapped back. Leela won't be happy, and Tiernan will likely start a war bigger than the one waiting for us in Naples. I countered calmly. Things were complicated as it was, without throwing a murdered socialite who was in bed with the feds into the mix. Every war has its casualties, Lucas said tonelessly. Tiernan knows that. Would you have let him kill Leela if she went to the feds? Enzo visibly shuddered. I'd kill anyone who comes near her. Tierney's not Leela. Our sister minds her own business, Luca parried. And if Tiernan has an issue, he can take it up with me. I stroked my chin, working this in my head from all angles. I usually enjoyed wet work. Killing quieted the noise inside my head. Tierney, however, was a different matter altogether. But that's precisely why I had to take this job. I needed to kill the one thing more powerful than my lust for the crown, to eliminate the only person who could be an obstacle on my way to world domination. She was my Achilles heel, but I wouldn't let her bring me to my knees. Not again. How do we know we won't raise FBI suspicions by offing her? I asked. Killing her would cut through all of the preliminary red tape that's stopping Rothwell right now. He'd get access to our computers, phones, documents. Search warrants would be issued, maybe even a few arrests.
We're going to get rid of her offshore,
Dad said decisively.
No body, no crime.
I still think it's less of a headache to incarcerate her somewhere far away, I argued. If you don't want to take her out, I'll do it. Luca unbuttoned his cufflinks, rolling up his sleeves. Naples can wait a few days. It's not like Coppola's going anywhere. Why would I not want to take her out? Oh, I think we all know the answer to that question. Enzo rolled his tongue to the side of his cheek and curled his fist, mimicking a blowjob.
Either you put her down humanely, or I'm sending Tristan Hale to do it.
My father turned to me.
He'll make a show of it. You know his style.
Hale was an assassin for hire, a private contractor, and a very twisted son of a bitch. No thank you. I'll do it, I said flatly. Fuck it, I'd done worse and for much less. Tierney Callahan wanted me dead. I wanted her, period. Seemed like neither of us were going to get what we wanted.
Don't let me down again,
my father warned.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
This is your last chance, Achilles. if you don't kill her this time.
My sire leveled an emotionless look at me.
I'll kill you both myself.
I believed him. If I couldn't do it this time, I'd be a liability the Camorra couldn't afford. On my way out of my parents' house, I pulled out my phone and unblocked her number. The last message she'd sent me from 11 years ago popped up immediately. Tierney.
Please, would you just let me explain myself? I'm begging you.
I knew she was going to get rid of her smartphone before boarding a plane, just as well as I knew she was downloading all her data right about now, just in case. Tierney was a smart, seasoned Mafia princess. I had no doubt I'd catch her, just as I knew she'd make it challenging. Achilles. I'm giving you a 24-hour head start, then I'm coming for your throat. 2 blue lines decorated the screen. My heart nearly beat out of my chest. Tierney.
Why'd you let me go in the first place?
Achilles. No one deserves to kill you more than I do. I wasn't leaving it to chance. The truth was, I thought Velo might give her another chance. He didn't. Now I had to eliminate her from our cat and mouse game. No matter, it was all becoming way too messy anyway. Tierney.
So you're assigned to deal with me.
Achilles. Yes. Achilles. It will be relatively painless. Tierney.
He was going to send Tristan Hale after me, wasn't he?
Achilles. Yes. She was typing for a while, but nothing came through. The screen darkened before my phone flashed again. Tierney.
Thank you. And if I manage to catch you before you do me, I promise to make it painless too.
I watched her last message, my throat catching. So, it had come to that. One of us was finally going to kill the other. Achilles. May the best person win. Chapter 25. Then, she'd become the belle of the ball seemingly overnight, the most popular girl at her high school, hottest cheerleader on the squad. Watching her from the shadows, something he did often once he realized their time together wasn't nearly enough for him, made him both proud and feral with possessiveness. Her accent was now so flawlessly American, no one could ever guess she'd set foot outside this country before. She'd reached full bloom, and he could finally see who and what she was under the thorns that hid her. Tierney Callahan was witty, fashionable, and mysterious, but also kind-hearted. He'd watched her stand up to bullies on behalf of the quiet kids, discreetly pay for other people's lunches, and always speak her mind, even when her opinion differed from the mainstream. Boys were enamored with her, begging her for a chance. She rejected all of them.
I have a boyfriend.
She announced proudly each time some poor bastard mustered up the courage to approach her.
He lives in Long Island. You don't want to mess with him.
Achilles knew he was the boyfriend, even though he was still too chicken shit to kiss her. They did everything else, though. He took her to the movies, snuck into her room every night, bought her flowers and gifts, and listened to her vent for hours. She did his homework for him, stitched up his wounds, and kissed them better. Never judged or berated him for what he did. She was untouchable, goddess tier, and under his protection. One night, she was invited to a house party where she'd gotten drunk. It was the first time she drank alcohol. It was just 2 solo cups, but it made his stomach churn with worry and protectiveness. He watched from the window, behind manicured bushes, as she gobbled up the neon-red liquid, ready to pounce when needed. He wasn't leaving anything to chance. He'd let her have her fun, but keep her safe in the process. Eventually, at 11, the host announced she didn't want to get in trouble and sent everyone home. Tierney staggered on her 2 high heels out the pretty colonial house, zigzagging into the night in her apartment block's direction. He stayed 4 or 5 paces behind, stuffing his hands into his pockets of his bomber jacket, lowering his head to stay incognito. They'd texted all night, and she promised him Tiernan was going to pick her up. But of course, Tierney being Tierney, she didn't want to bother her brother. It was fine by him, though. He never trusted that fucker with her precious life the way he did himself. They were almost at her building when she turned around sharply out of nowhere and tossed her arms in the air.
Why don't you kiss me?
It took him a moment to get his shit together and realize she knew he was following her, and that the part that bothered her wasn't the fact that he did, but that he still hadn't kissed her. Tierney parked a hand on her waist.
Well?
Very eloquent, Achilles. Great fucking job. Please join the debate club, you verbal wizard, he thought.
And don't tell me it's because you're not attracted to me.
She stubbed her finger in his face, stepping closer.
Because I see the way your pants tent every time I touch you. Which is a lot. God, you're really bad at social cues, huh?
He wanted the earth to open up and swallow him whole. How long have you known I've been following you?
Since the first day I met you? She stopped herself from snorting incredulously. Something about the warmth in his eyes completely dismantled the frustration she'd built over the months and years against him. You're not as discreet as you think, but don't change the subject.
He wouldn't dream of it. He decided early on he'd give her the truth. He respected and cherished her too much to ever lie to her. I thought you wanted to be friends.
That's the last thing I want. I want us to be together. I want to consume every fiber of your soul and body. That's what I want.
You do. I mean, you are. I was just scared you'd reject me.
Why would I reject you? She raged, grabbing the collar of his jacket, wanting to shake him. I spend every free moment with you and refer to you as my boyfriend. What more do you need?
I can't lose you. The very thought sent a violent shiver down his spine. She wasn't a crush or a high school sweetheart or any of that crap. She was his life, plain and simple, the only good thing about his day.
Is it because our families would never let us be together? She put a hand on his cheek, tilting his face down to look at her. Is it because your father would never accept me?
No, I don't care about any of that. I only care about you.
I only care about you, too.
His face was ablaze. Not even his natural deep tan could hide what she did to him. But ultimately, she was braver than him because she took the step necessary to eat all the space between them. Their bodies collided, molding into one frame.
She ran her fingers through his hair, a delicious shade of chestnut brown she wished his children would inherit when he found another girl, a whole girl, to marry and have children with. She couldn't have him forever, but she could have him tonight, and tonight would have to be enough for her. He trembled against her flesh, and she wanted to die, knowing he'd one day marry someone else. She did it again, testing her power over him as if she'd discovered a new magic, this time running her fingers along the side of his face. Another quiver rocked his body, making him stagger back. Człowiek. She brushed the tip of her nose against his, taking his cheeks in her hands and breathing him in. The look on his face broke her heart into a million pieces. He looked panicked, almost in pain. She wondered if it was because she was touching him, or because he was being touched at all. She guessed it was a bit of both. He was starved for human affection. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to pull away. "If you don't want to kiss, we don't have to. I was just kidding," she whispered, stroking his face. She had an odd sensation, like her heart was swelling, becoming much bigger than something her rib cage could ever contain. "Well, half kidding. I'd love to kiss you, Achilles, but I'm willing to wait. We've both been through so much, and I never want to—" She swallowed. "I never want you to feel like you have to do something you don't want to. I'll call you tomorrow." She kissed his cheek gingerly and shot him a nervous smile, her facade slipping. No one ever managed to peer past the mask she put on when she faced the world. No one but Achilles. He saw her for who she truly was, and he loved her all the same. He stared at her pleadingly, desperate for something he didn't have words for. She turned around and walked away. Her knees were jelly. "Keep walking," she told herself. "Give him his space." This was the part where he'd grab her waist and kiss her silly, a passionate, all-consuming kiss that had put every Hallmark movie to shame. It didn't happen that way. In reality, she took the first, then second, then third stair to her building. When she reached the fourth, she heard a loud thump. She turned around. Achilles was at her feet, planted face down on the sidewalk. "What happened?"
I tried to kiss you, but then you turned around too fast, and...
He didn't have to finish. She rushed down, falling to her knees just as he rose up. Their heads knocked together. She laughed. He sucked in a breath. And then he put his lips on hers, both of them on their knees. It was their first kiss, and as such, it started clumsily. The pressure was too soft, then too hard. When they opened their mouths, their teeth clashed, and they grinned into each other's lips. She was the first to taste him, but once he had a taste of her, the monster he kept so tightly leashed around her broke off its chains. He grabbed the back of her neck and jerked her close. His arousal throbbed through his pants, and she ground against it on pure instinct, grinning as he let loose a wretched grunt. His tongue explored her mouth, and she linked her hands over his shoulders, moaning into his mouth.
Is this okay?
He broke off the kiss for a second, dropping his gaze to watch the space between them as her sex rubbed against his penis like she was trying to light them both on fire. "Yeah. Oh, God, yeah." Their lips fused back together. Tierney's happiness at finally being kissed by him was quickly replaced with an urgent fireball of a knot between her thighs, a delicious, warm pressure she needed to unfurl. They kissed and ground against each other until their lips were raw, their mouths dry, their breath a little sour. Achilles stood up first, helping her to her feet with gentle hands. He kissed the back of her hand and grinned.
Will you marry me?
"Now?" she giggled. But inside, her flame had been doused. She'd heard Don Vello had great plans for his favorite son. He wanted Achilles to marry underworld royalty, someone from a sizable organization, like the Outfit or the Bratva.
Not right this second, but as soon as we're 18?
But your dad.
He'll be fine. I'll deal with him. He cares more about heirs than about pedigree anyway. I'll figure it out.
Another thing she couldn't give him. Heirs to continue the Ferrante legacy.
No one's ever gonna believe you're my girlfriend. He wanted to shout it from the damn rooftops. I'm a weirdo loner at my school, and you're little Miss Popular.
Then how about some proof?
She pulled out her burgundy lipstick, applying it to her luscious lips, and pressed an open-mouthed kiss to the side of his throat.
Here. Something to remember me by.
This sounds like a goodbye. She shook her head.
We rarely know when will be the last time we see someone we love. So I want to make sure every time we say goodbye, I make you happy.
You want to make me happy? She nodded.
More than anything.
Then promise me one thing. She stared at him expectantly. That we'll always be honest with each other.
Always.
She already knew she was going to break the promise. She couldn't tell him why they couldn't marry. The shame was killing her. Truth?
Truth.
Her voice trembled. You're the only good thing about my life. His next stop from her doorstep was a tattoo parlor down the street. He inked her kiss to his neck, a reminder he belonged to her and always would. At 16, it was his first tattoo, and he didn't know it yet, but he'd spent the next decade inking every last inch of his body, chasing a thrill that would never come again. On his way back home, he pushed away the tiny bit of doubt that always bothered him. The fact that her eyes never smiled when she did, and that her laugh seemed to die as soon as she was sure no one was watching. That every time he spoke about the future, she retreated to a place in her mind where he couldn't reach her, and that she felt very fucking temporary for something he wanted to hold on to forever.
Chapter 26. Tierney. I tossed my phone into the trash halfway through my journey from Long Island to D.C. Tiernan dropped me off at JFK, but I knew better than to get on a flight there. Achilles could find anyone anywhere. He put bounty hunters to shame. I'd seen him in action. If I knew him well, and I did, he'd already assigned several soldiers to every international airport in the tri-state area to watch who was coming and going. Pure instinct told me to delay my departure by a few hours and cover my tracks with some unexpected detours. Paying a visit to my BFF, Francesca Rossi Keaton, a.k.a. the First Lady, was just what the doctor ordered. She had a luxurious apartment in D.C. with presidential security, exactly what I needed right now. It would give me a few hours to recalculate my route, examine my options, and fly out of an airport that wasn't necessarily on Achilles' radar. "What kind of trouble did you get yourself into now?" She opened the door when I reached the skyscraper penthouse she used whenever the White House got too crowded. I muscled past her, tossing my backpack onto her leather couch. I'd had to ditch the duffel when I realized the Kimura was after me. The less baggage, the better. "I need a few things from the convenience store downstairs. Can one of your bodyguards fetch them?" "I guess." She slanted her head sideways, her face etched with concern. Frankie and President Keaton had 3 children, even though she was my age. They'd started young. Well, she had. He was way older than her. I knew I was considered an attractive woman, but Frankie looked like a Disney princess. "What's going on?" Her bright blue eyes took over her face, framed by dark lashes to match her curly, long, dark hair. "I need to disappear," I said shortly, and because I knew where this was headed, I added, "And no, Wolf can't help me get out of this one. I just need your help." She nodded. "Okay, anything." I sent one of her bodyguards downstairs to buy hair color, black, large, cheap sunglasses, and scissors. I couldn't pass the latter through airport security, but I needed to have one weapon with me at all times. Francesca applied the dye to my hair, and while I waited, I went through her closet, picking black, bland clothes and stuffing them into my backpack. I then slid into a shapeless pair of pants and a matching long-sleeved shirt. Frankie washed my hair in the sink, scrubbing my temples clean of residual color. When I looked in the bathroom mirror again, I looked like Morticia Addams. It was jarring. My hair was a part of my personality. I'd never changed its color before, but I had no choice. "You're freaking me out." Frankie planted a fist to her mouth when we sat in the open-plan kitchen in front of a plate of lasagna she'd microwaved for me. I wolfed it down. "At least let me give you some cash." "I have more cash than I can carry." I flashed her a thankful smile. "I'll send word when I arrive at my destination to let you know I'm okay." "Is this about the Ferrantes?" she demanded, delicate brows furrowing. "My family is in the outfit. One word and I can fix—" No. I put my hand on hers. I was done messing with the Ferrantes. If Achilles came for me, I'd kill him. But I was no longer on a revenge spree against the Camorra. "It's nothing you need to worry yourself with. I'm okay, I promise." I spent the night holed up in Frankie's D.C. apartment, studying maps and researching where to go with my new passport. Thanks to Sam Brennan's connections, I was now Louise Fisher, 24, an American born in Connecticut, taking a sabbatical from her boring marketing job. Ireland was off the table. It'd be the first place Achilles would look for me, and was small enough that he could find me. Tiernan liked the idea of Thailand. Big, far, and full of islands you could disappear in. However, my gut told me not to go with anything Tiernan had suggested. I trusted my brother with my life, but something, or someone, in his vicinity leaked information. After all, Velo found out I went to the feds somehow. No, I needed to be the only person to know where I was going. At 3 a.m, I narrowed it down to somewhere in mainland Europe. I could rent a car and drive freely between countries, allowing me to be one step ahead at all times. At around 4:30 a.m, I decided the European country I was going to start with was Italy. It'd be the last place Achilles would believe I'd go for obvious reasons. It was his home turf. And I wasn't going anywhere near Naples. Too many Camarista eyes. Now, northern Italy? That was another story. I swung my gaze to the grandfather clock across the room. 12 hours down, 12 more to go before Achilles started to hunt me. I appreciated him giving me a head start, but also despised him for underestimating me, assuming I'd be easily tracked down. One thing I was sure of, even after all we'd been through, I knew he'd still keep his word and avoid searching for me until my time was up. I flipped open Frankie's laptop and checked the flights going out of Dulles International Airport to Italy. One was leaving in 4 hours. I purchased a ticket, putting in Louise's information and paying through Frankie's secured credit line. Then I opened a new email and sent a cute little message to my #1 fanboy. 2.5 hours later, Louise stood with her backpack, ball cap, and brand new raven hair at the airport, and boarded a plane to Venice, Italy.
Chapter 27. Achilles. I stared at the clock as the last seconds of Tierney's 24 hours ran out, then stood from my seat. My apartment probably still reeked of Hamish's corpse, but my senses were now sharpened toward one goal, extinguishing my little flame. Clicking my phone to life, I logged into my email app and read her message again. From catchmeifyoucan1999@gmail.com to aferrante@ferrantecorp.com. Subject, remember when.
Remember when you taught me English, Chiloviec? I never told you, but my favorite word you taught me was incandescent, glowing with intense heat. It reminded me of you. And I think maybe it reminded you of me, too. Little flame.
I pocketed my phone, the corner of my lips crooked in a half smile. Did she think she was the cat and I was the mouse in our lethal game? I wouldn't put it past her. Tierney had always been an unpredictable creature. It was one of the reasons she held my attention in a death grip. Now, to find her. She needed a good forged passport, not some fed honeypot, so I knew Sam Brennan was the one to issue it. He was the best in the business and one of the only people in the country to forge the kind of identification that'd flawlessly pass an automatic counterfeit detection system. She'd need to go through a shit ton of those to get out of the United States and travel between countries, just as well as I knew the Irish motherfucker was a dead end. Boston's infamous fixer wouldn't sell out a client to me, no matter the price. I also trusted Tierney not to smuggle herself past borders in the trunk of some car. Getting caught was not a chance she'd be willing to take. Sloppiness wasn't in her nature. That left me to do some legwork. Luckily, I never shied away from a challenge, and I knew just where to start looking.
You sure there's no better way of finding her, boss?
Carmine, my soldier, whimpered 3 hours later in my makeshift computer lab.
There are like 20,000 women in this database.
23,000, and all I'm hearing is that you need to work faster. I set up 30 laptops in my parents' drawing room, putting a soldier in charge of each, with Jeremy overlooking the entire operation. Contrary to general belief, I didn't take a liking to Jeremy because he was a good soldier or a decent man. He was neither. The tank-sized Russian was as obedient as a kidney stone. See, when Alex, Jeremy's brother, started nagging us to send him back to Vegas not even a month after I took him as collateral, I wondered why the rush. Jeremy was good at fighting, but so was every other shitbag on Alex's payroll. Jeremy, I'd quickly understood, possessed a unique skill Alex was in need of: hacking. The night Jeremy had broken into Luca's security system and erased 40 minutes of footage from his bedroom camera, the penny dropped. Jeremy was a hacker, a fucking good one. Thank you, Luca, for being a shit husband who probably fucks his mistresses in his wife's bed. Jeremy had the ability to bypass the cybersecurity software of individual airlines, but even more importantly, he could access the government agencies that received travel data in real time. This meant I didn't need to go on a wild goose chase searching for Tierney's grainy CCTV footage across the country. I could simply find out what alias she was using and see where she was headed. Jeremy, how far in are we? I clapped the Russian's back. His glacial irises landed on my hand like it was dirt. I kept it there just to piss him off. He returned his attention to the laptop. 32% in. So far, no matches. If Tierney had a passport that could get her past airport security, that meant one thing: identity theft. The passport had to mimic an existing one, which belonged to a real person. Presumably, a real person who fell victim to a security breach and was female, between the ages of 18 to 32, lived in the tri-state area, and was white. 23,000 people fell under this description. We went through every single one of them. A picture of Tierney was plastered to the side of every laptop in the room as my soldiers browsed through face after face that resembled my little flame. It'd be easier if we just hacked into Sam's computer, I grumbled, scanning the slouched shoulders and concentrated looks of my soldiers as they went through every passport of every idiot who had their security breached the past few days. Brennan would choose a fresh victim, no doubt, one who fit Tierney's description enough not to raise suspicion. Sam's computer is secured through the nose. Jeremy clicked away on his computer, flipping through photos. Besides, where's the fun in that? I stood up straight, weaving through the mass of bodies as I peered at screens. An hour and a half later, we hit pay dirt. One of my soldiers snapped his head up excitedly. I think I got her! Jeremy and I stalked over to him. On the screen in front of us, Louise Fisher stared back, a fresh-faced woman from Connecticut. She had dark hair, but otherwise held a striking resemblance to Tierney. Same green, upturned eyes, same wide, graceful mouth and aquiline nose, and the bone structure of a supermodel. She even had a similar dusting of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Fuck me sideways and call me Susie. What do you think? I elbowed Jeremy. I think... He grabbed a laptop from under his arm, setting it on the nearest couch, his fingers moving at the speed of light as he minimized 100 open tabs and running systems. You need to pack a bag, because you're flying to Venice.
Chapter 28. Tierney. I landed at Venice Marco Polo Airport in the early hours of the morning and cabbed it into the city, paying in cash. I needed to disappear in a large body of people and use Louise's ID as little as possible, if at all. Flying under the radar was crucial to my operation. I only had one fake identity, and once Louise Fisher was compromised, I'd be screwed. She would be compromised. It was only a question of when, which was why I wasn't staying in Italy long. The more countries I skipped, the less of a trail I'd leave behind. I'd spent my flight researching the smallest, dodgiest hotels in the city. I didn't want Louise to check in to anywhere that required an ID. Where I landed was a small motel on the mainland near Mestre. It wasn't a motel per se. In truth, it was more of a whorehouse, one that didn't require more than 60 euros per night to host me. Tension ate at me as I treaded the stained, brown-carpeted floor of the corridor, down to the last door. It looked so flimsy, I could probably kick it down myself. Swallowing a ball of nerves, I jiggled the key inside the keyhole, struggling to turn the ancient lock. Finally, the door whined open. I walked inside and locked it behind me. The air stood still. The stench of cigarettes, cheap perfume, and sweat coated the back of my throat. A dark duvet covered the queen-size bed. The rest consisted of a small bathroom to my right, 2 stained recliners, and a small round table under a shoebox-size window. The noise of old bed springs groaning and excited moans seeped through the walls. Shaking my head, I paced to the window, covered by a stunningly ugly yellow curtain, and withdrew the fabric an inch, peering outside. A narrow, greenish canal stared back at me, as well as the orange building next to us. A balcony faced my room directly. If push came to shove, I could probably jump onto the balcony and pick the lock. I'd just about squeezed through the small window, but a man the size of Achilles wouldn't. For the first time since we'd started our cat-and-mouse game, my heart rate slowed to a reasonable speed. I parked myself on the edge of the bed, flipping my burner open and turning it on. A text message popped up on the screen.
Call me.
It was Tiernan. My heart dropped again. Shit. I called his number, pressing the phone to my ear. He answered immediately.
You in Italy?
I closed my eyes, willing myself not to fall apart. He wasn't supposed to know that. Well, that didn't take long. I am. Did he find me?
That's the rumor. He's taken the private plane to Venice.
How'd you find out? It couldn't be Achilles who told him, because he knew Tiernan would warn me. Still, bastard had the nose of a bloodhound.
Jeremy told Lyosha.
And Lyosha told Tiernan. The pecan had always been loyal to his Irish friend. I rubbed my face, feeling like I hadn't slept in years. Okay, so he found out the name I traveled under. But I've been paying for everything in cash since I got here and just checked into a hotel without ID.
Don't get too comfortable. Get armed and get out. Continue east, keep skipping borders. Jeremy won't defy Achilles when he asks him to find you, but he can't go around breaking into every government database in Europe.
I clutched my head in one hand, wondering if I should have gone back to Tom Rothwell and accepted the FBI's protection. It wasn't like me to surrender control, but Achilles was a merciless enemy and not one I could throw off easily. For all I knew, he knew exactly where I'd checked in and was halfway across the city on his way to me. Okay, I have to hang up. I swallowed.
Do you need me to wire you money?
Tiernan asked. He sounded cool and collected, like his sister's life wasn't on the line. I'd only ever seen him fall apart once, and that was because of Leela. No, I'm good for now. Give my love to Leela and Nero.
Stay safe.
I killed the call and went into the bathroom, tossing cold water onto my face. I wasn't sleepy. I was wide awake, alerted by the sheer terror of knowing I could get offed any minute now, but I needed to think clearly. Achilles was nearby, but knowing just how near he was would determine my next steps. I grabbed my backpack and went downstairs, pouring myself into a sun-drenched Venice. Reconnaissance. I needed to feel out my surroundings and strategize accordingly. I took the bus to Santa Lucia, 2 stops from my motel, and crossed the Ponte della Libertà. Once I arrived at my destination, I blended with the schools of tourists, heading toward a street littered with shops until I found an internet cafe. Keeping my head low, I proceeded to the last stall. The PC was ancient and cruelly slow, and the entire setup was in Italian. Still, I managed to check the schedules for the Ferrante's private plane through a flight tracking website. According to the site, he had 3 more hours in the air. My body sagged with relief. I still had time. Not a lot, but enough to throw a few wrinkles in his path to me. Tiernan was wrong. I couldn't outrun Achilles Ferrante. He was too smart, too patient, and too methodical. What I could do was kill him. I'd still spend the rest of my life hiding from the Camorra, but no man knew me as thoroughly as him. No other man could find me. I logged on to my new email, knowing full well he could track me through my IP, just as well as I knew there was nothing he could do about it until he landed. From catchmeifyoucan1999@gmail.com to aferrante@ferrantecorp.com. Subject: Hi, asshole. I didn't have to wait long. From aferrante@ferrantecorp.com to catchmeifyoucan1999@gmail.com.
Hello, Louise.
I mustered all of my bravado not to pass out on the keyboard, even though the desire to throw in the towel was strong. The adrenaline crash was bound to hit me sooner or later. I couldn't remember the last time I'd slept and didn't know when the next time would be. How long could I keep this up? How about a duel? I offered. I didn't have a gun, but I could ambush him with another weapon if I played it smart.
Sure, I'll duel with you. When and where?
Licking my lips, I craned my neck to make sure no one was coming in or out of the cafe. Piazza San Marco, 3:30 p.m. It was a crowded place, leading to both main streets and private alleyways, endless opportunities.
It's a date.
I logged out of my email, deleted the history on the browser, and walked out of the internet cafe. Next, I went back to the taxi and bus station, returned to the mainland, and got into a Leroy Merlin, the closest thing in Italy to Home Depot, where I stocked up on 3 Swiss knives, small, sharp scissors, and a zip tie. From there, I went to Piazzale Roma, where I checked out the area and possible escape routes on foot. I stopped at a cafe and downed 2 espressos, one after the other. After emptying my bladder in the restroom, I headed to a souvenir shop across the street, leafing through Venetian masks. I chose a Piuma Volto Intero, a full face cover made of papier-mâché. It was white, with a golden eye mask and feathers framing it. Flicking my wrist to check the time, I saw it was almost 3 o'clock. I slinked out of the store and headed to the center of the square. I wanted him to see me. I was bait, and he needed to bite. Too bad he was about to find out I was pure poison. Tourist season was at its peak, and Piazza San Marco was full to the brim with street performers in Venetian masks, enough that my sporting one didn't raise any eyebrows and allowed me further anonymity. Achilles was going to show up here, and when he did, I was going to lure him somewhere and finish him off. Then I was going to run far away from this place and never set foot in Italy again.
Chapter 29. Achilles. A driver waited for me at the private airport on the mainland. It was just like Tierney to choose a convoluted place that was a bitch to navigate. He drove to the nearest point with water taxis, and I boarded one to Piazza San Marco. Once at Piazza San Marco, I entered a souvenir shop and got a mask. I'd be disappointed if she didn't do the same. Tierney was whip-smart, even under duress. The tourist attraction was wired to oblivion with CCTV, and both of us intended to commit a grave crime. I chose a jester mask in burgundy and gold, an homage to her Joker and Harley reference. I didn't mind her knowing who I was. It'd probably speed things up, and I was needed in Naples anyway. The clusterfuck with Coppola wasn't going to unfuck itself. I didn't really believe she'd managed to get her hands on a gun in the few hours she was in Italy, but I didn't put it past her to try and kill me in some other way. I'd beat her to it, but I wouldn't be happy about it. In fact, I would never forgive myself, but it was either her life or mine, and I'd be a fool to spare her when she'd indicated numerous times she wanted me dead. Donning my mask, I strolled out of the store and into the open square. My phone began ringing. My father's name flashed on the screen. I answered, calmly surveying my surroundings through the mask.
"Have you found the Irish slut?"
A muscle in my jaw jumped at the slur, but I swallowed down my ire. "Yep."
"Good, because we're sending Jeremy back to Vegas."
Who authorized this transfer? It sure as fuck wasn't me, and Jeremy was directly my inferior.
"Alex, and I don't have the time nor inclination to scrimmage with the Pacan. We've got enough on our plate with Coppola."
And Jeremy agreed? I moved deeper into the square, heading toward its center to be in plain sight. Tierney would make a mistake. Not because she wasn't smart, but because she wasn't a trained assassin. I'd done this song and dance 100 times before.
"Jeremy is the Rasputin's problem, and I don't give a shit what he has to say about this,"
my father announced. "What's he giving us in exchange?"
"The sister, Katya."
He paused, waiting for a reaction that didn't come.
20. Very pretty, I hear."
I made a grumbling sound, my eyes zeroing in on a long-limbed woman standing under an arch of St. Mark's Basilica. I'd recognize that ass, those legs, her posture from space while blindfolded.
"I want you to marry her, Achilles,"
my father said on the line.
"The Russian girl. Kill Tierney, make Katya your wife, and take the throne. You can have it all if you just do as I say."
I killed the call and pocketed my phone. Tierney was wearing a Venetian mask and was armed to the fucking teeth. I spotted 2 Swiss knives and a small pair of scissors through her skin-tight clothes. Smart girl. It was a shame I had to kill her. But rules were rules. You didn't fuck with the Camorra and live to tell the tale. Stuffing my hands into my jacket, I cocked my gun inside my pocket, strolling in her direction. I relished the moment she realized it was me. The way she tensed like a small, jittery rabbit about to take flight. She turned south, taking quick steps out of the square. I closed the distance between us, but kept my pace easy. She didn't make the mistake of peeking over her shoulder. That would cost her time she didn't have. She kept moving with purpose, and when we entered a residential street, she picked up speed. I was gaining on her, and she knew it, because soon enough, her brisk walk broke into a jog. She must have studied these streets prior to our little duel, because the small, narrow roads kept emptying the farther we progressed, twisting and convoluting into clusters of orange-roofed buildings. Another sharp turn. This time, as soon as I followed her, it forked into two darkened alleys, both dead ends, one leading to a garage and the other to what looked like the back of a restaurant. I paused, knowing it didn't really matter which option I picked. Unless she somehow got her hands on a gun, she wouldn't walk out of here alive. I chose the restaurant's rear. She probably hid behind the dumpster. I took my gun out and reached into my boot to remove the suppressor. Screwed it on. Stepping into the shadows, I trod behind the bin, gun first. A sharp, suffocating pain wrapped around my throat from behind, jerking me backward. Son of a bitch. She'd hidden in the trash can and was now strangling me with a zip tie? At least she invested in a good one. The material threatened to tear through my skin clear to the bone. I felt special. She chose the best. For me. She cut off my air supply, digging the zip tie deeper into my skin until it broke and bled. Any other person would have been toast in this situation. Emphasis on any other. Rather than try to lurch the cable off my throat, I squatted and pushed my feet up, throwing her entire weight off my back. Tierney flew across the alleyway, back slamming against the wall. I reached her before she had the chance to scramble up, tearing the mask from her face and aiming my gun at her while she was still on her knees.
We have to stop meeting like this.
She grinned up at me, darting her tongue out to lick blood from the corner of her mouth. Despite myself, I found my lips twitching. She had a great sense of humor, even when she stared death in the eye. Who told you it was a good idea to show up to a duel without a gun?
Please, no lectures. Just get it over with.
She rolled her eyes, spitting blood sideways. She must have bitten herself when I threw her off me. Up! I grabbed her by the throat with my free hand, jerking her to her feet. I placed my forearms on either side of her shoulders, pinning her against the wall. Throw your weapons on the ground. All of them. She tossed her backpack aside, pulling out her pockets. A small pair of scissors and the Swiss knife fell out. And the other Swiss knife in your waistband? Groaning, she complied. God, she was so fucking beautiful. Even without her signature red hair. I'd missed her face. I hadn't seen it in 48 hours and realized it had been entirely too long. Now to go the rest of my life without seeing it? Unfathomable. You know, for whatever baffling reason, I still want you to have a relatively painless death, so I'll put a bullet in your head, straight and simple. She thrust her chin out.
Aw, you spoil me, Ferrante.
Turn around. Better to kill her while she wasn't looking. I didn't think I could handle seeing her eyes the last nanosecond before I took her life. They'd chase me to the grave and beyond.
In a second.
She reached to grab the collar of my black shirt, twisting it in her fist.
First, let me do this.
She flung off my mask. Then she leaned forward and kissed the shit out of me. My lips opened in surprise, giving absolutely zero fucks. The mouth pressing against them was attached to a woman who sought to actively kill me. Break off the kiss, my mind screamed. Shut the fuck up, my dick replied, swelling in my combat pants. No, I was definitely stopping this. Just one more stroke of a tongue to figure out what it was I was tasting. A hint of espresso, mint gum, and a touch of... She rolled the tip of her tongue over the roof of my mouth. A shudder rippled through me. I didn't care how many men she'd been with, though I did count them, 14, and I didn't care that she hated me. Those kisses, they were mine. These men fucked her, but me, I touched her. Her fingers twisted in my hair, nails scraping my scalp. The kiss turned frantic as our tongues waged war on one another. I pushed my knee between her thighs, spreading them, and she dropped one hand, snaking it to the small of her back. Then she shoved a knife deep into my thigh. I felt it pierce through every layer of muscle in my quads until it hit bone. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. To her surprise, and my own, I didn't break the kiss. I was milking this shit until the very last minute. Tierney ripped her mouth from mine, glaring. I offered her a yes, bitch smirk. She was still holding the knife by the hilt, the triumph draining from her face as she realized I wasn't going to fold and release her. That's right, Piccolo Fiamma. Twist that knife. You've always been good at hurting me. She scowled, her surprise morphing into fury.
Why the hell are you so smug?
You could have stabbed me anywhere and didn't go for the heart. Is this a love declaration, baby? She reached for the gun in my hand. I twisted sideways to prevent her from grabbing it, then stepped back, the knife still stuck in my thigh. Realizing she couldn't overpower me, she turned around and started running. I sighed in amusement, pointing the gun at the back of her head. Pull it, motherfucker! My index finger readjusted against the trigger. I reminded myself she'd stabbed me not even a minute ago, tried to kill me twice now, and sold me out to the feds. Pull the fucking trigger. She stumbled and heaved, the adrenaline and exhaustion getting the best of her, and when she rounded the corner, she stumbled and fell, diving to the ground with a desperate shriek. I lowered the gun and limped my way to her. Her eyes flared in horror at the sight of me. She slithered away from me on her forearms, a pathetic, defenseless creature. What's wrong?
If you want to shoot, shoot. Don't talk.
What happened to your leg? Her gaze skittered from my face to her foot. She swallowed.
I think I sprained my ankle.
Where are you staying? Her face hardened.
Like I'm going to tell you.
I can execute you right now if I want to. Where are you staying, Tierney? She hesitated, her eyelashes fluttering, suspended between panic and desperation. In this fucking century, please. My leg was killing me. She gave me her address. I knew the place, a whorehouse a 10-minute distance from here. I kneeled on my good leg, scooping her and her stupid backpack in my arms and limping in that direction. We were going to take a water taxi at our state, which meant I was about to press a gun to someone's temple in broad daylight. Fucking fantastic. The woman really had a knack for throwing my life into the eye of the shitstorm.
What are you doing?
The fuck does it look like? Her question was valid, though. I had no business helping her ass. She should be bleeding in an alleyway.
You have a knife in your thigh.
I've noticed. She wrapped her arms around my neck, and I fought the urge to kiss her, focusing on the pain in my leg instead.
You're here to kill me.
She reminded me. I know.
Then why are you doing this?
Because I've had enough of my own bullshit. I'd rather die than hurt you, and I don't fucking care. I don't care that it's not mutual and never will be. Shut up and let me think. My voice was dry, cold. And if you'll be a good girl and stop trying to kill me, I'll let you seduce me again. Chapter 30. Achilles. The good thing about lodging in a whorehouse was that nobody asked any questions when I carried a busted-up Tierney into the place with a goddamn knife stuck in my body. I stopped at the reception desk, flinging a few €100 notes in the clerk's direction, asking for ice packs, a first aid kit, a shit ton of warm towels, antibiotics, a suturing kit, and pressure bandages to be brought to our room. Grappa, too. I growled the final instruction. Fuck if I was going to take that knife out without anything to numb the pain. I'll pay double if you bring everything within the hour. I wrapped my knuckles over the cash. They got to work immediately. Once we entered Tierney's room, I placed her on the bed and elevated her injured ankle, wrapping it in a cold, damp towel. It didn't look sprained, just a little swollen. 30 minutes later, the clerk arrived with everything. I iced Tierney's ankle first and popped a couple of tachyperina in her mouth, making her wash them down with the grappa. She looked like a train wreck, a far cry from her glamorous self. When was the last time you slept?
Naples.
4 days ago, then. She was running on fumes. Go to sleep.
I don't need...
Pipe down and do as you're told for once. That pretty mouth of yours almost cost you your life. She protested, but I retired to the bathroom, locking myself inside with the grappa and medical kit. I sat on the edge of the bathtub, covered my face, and stifled a groan. I wasn't going to kill her, which meant I'd need to hide her. I'd deal with it, but first to get that blade out of my thigh. I tore my pants off with a pocket knife and examined the wound. Deep, but mainly muscle. I grabbed the hilt of the Swiss knife and took a swig of the alcohol. I had no way of knowing if it cut through any nerves or important arteries. Bleeding out was also an option. I had to take my chances. I grabbed the towels and a disinfecting spray and got to work. As I slowly pulled the 3-inch blade out of my thigh, I asked myself if I regretted the night I opened Tierney's bedroom door all those years ago and let myself in, voluntarily tangling myself in her web. The answer was no. I didn't regret it one fucking bit. Even if I died in the next few minutes, at least I'd gotten to hold her. Chapter 31. Age 17. He hated most months, but December took the damn cake. First of all, he had to spend Christmas with his family. His mama always stared at him like he was going to kill someone at the dinner table, like he was inhuman. His fault, really, for surpassing all of his father's expectations and becoming a well-oiled killing machine. All he'd ever wanted was to be loved, and he'd been stupid enough to hope that if he just executed enough enemies and carried out enough dangerous tasks, he'd win his father's affections. Secondly, and more importantly, he knew Tierney loathed December. His girlfriend partied too hard, drank too much, and by the time he dragged her home from a party or a hangout, she was too plastered for him to do more than give her a chaste kiss on the lips. Was he doing something wrong? Damn it, if only she would tell him what was bothering her, he'd fix it. He'd find a way, even if he had to dedicate his life to making things right. They still hadn't had sex. He'd waited for her to initiate, treating her as delicately as you would a soap bubble. If she needed more time, he'd give her that. Hell, he'd let her lose her virginity to his best friend if it made her happy, even if he had to watch. Thank fuck he had no friends. Tierney was a good, understanding girlfriend. They'd kept their relationship a secret because he knew his dad wouldn't approve of him dating her. She never gave him shit for it, never asked where he'd been, never complained when he disappeared for days at a time because his father needed him to kill someone, dump a body beyond state lines, or handle stray drug shipments. She tended to his wounds when he got hurt, was always ready with her arms open for a hug, and always talked him through his emotions, listening to him for hours on end. The fucked up part was that she kind of became a mother figure for him. She kissed his boo-boos, threaded her fingers in his hair, made sandwiches for him, cleaned those pesky bloodstains from his shoes. She pulled him out of his dark thoughts after he killed, grabbing a book they both liked and reading his favorite scenes out loud. She'd become so much more than a girlfriend, and he was terrified, because every time he talked about the future, she changed the subject. The night she turned 17, they lay in her bed. He was holding her tight, kissing her temple, contemplating the future.
I hate my birthday.
She soaked his shirt with tears that night. December was the month in which the Bratvas, Pakan, Igor carved her mother's stomach open and pulled out the twins, kidnapping them after he left her for dead.
It reminds me of everything I lost before I was even born.
Next year, I'll change that for you, he promised, stroking her hair.
How?
She murmured into his neck, lips pressed to his tattoo of her kiss. Your birthday gift will be an engagement ring, and we'll start our own family. I'll never let this happen to our children. To you. She froze in his arms. The air stood still. I'd forfeit my life to save yours, he assured her, stroking her beautiful hair, the color of rich red wine. Dad will fall in line. You'll see. He thinks I'm the best with the knife and the gun, so he wants me to have a lot of heirs. When he sees you're the only one I want, he'll come around.
It's that important to him?
She cleared her throat.
Heirs?
He snorted. It's all he talks about. Me giving him grandchildren.
I heard he wants you to wed someone from the outfit.
Don't worry about it. I'll fight him on it. I'd rip my entire family apart to keep you, Tyr.
Achilles.
She squirmed in his arms. Yes?
There's more to this life than me, you know.
It was the stupidest thing he'd ever heard, and it made his stomach churn so badly he vomited twice as hard as he did the night he ate a human heart, because he had a feeling Tierney was about to break his. It was Tierney's 18th birthday, and his palms were clammy. He had to face the music, tell his father he would not be entering an arranged marriage to strengthen the Camorra ties with whoever the fuck they needed to form an alliance with these days. It might land him in a world of pain, but nothing would hurt more than losing her. He chose a ruby for her engagement ring. It reminded him of her hair, but more than that, of her indomitable spirit. He got into his car and drove to her new house in the suburbs, knowing full well her father and brothers weren't there. Tyrone and Finton were visiting family in Ireland. They largely ignored Tierney's existence. Only Tiernan cared, and while he loved his sister in his own screwed-up way, he wasn't the type to celebrate with a cake and fucking beer pong. Tiernan was out on the streets, pushing the Albanians out of Harlem. He was Achilles' age and twice as violent and vicious. Achilles killed for his family and honor, but Tiernan, he killed because he fucking loved it. Because she was alone, he decided to come early. He couldn't stomach the idea of her sitting there all by herself. He rounded the corner onto her street when he noticed flames dancing in the Callahans' open windows. No, not windows. Window. Tierney's. He screeched to a halt and threw the driver's door open, sprinting down the street. Fire had already devoured her curtains and the edges of the wall. Shit, Tierney would be there, in her bedroom. He kicked the door down so hard it flew off its hinges. Tucking his mouth and nose into his shirt, he stormed inside. The first level was smoky and scorching hot, but no fire yet. He had the good sense to run to the kitchen faucet, tear off his jacket, and soak it in water before donning it again. Then he took the stairs 3 at a time and headed straight to Tierney's room. He knew Igor must have been behind the fire. The Pakan, that damn fucking monster, came to finish the job on the twins' birthday. Achilles was going to kill him. It'd be the first thing he'd do as the new Don. Declare war on the Bratva and obliterate it for what they'd done to his girlfriend. No, to his future wife. The fire seemed to be coming from her room. He'd have to walk through it to reach her if she was still inside. He didn't hesitate. Covering his face with his forearm, he plunged inside. The fire pounced on him as if it were a living, breathing thing, nipping at his sodden jacket like a rabid animal. A spike of agony shot through his body everywhere he was exposed. Face, ears, hands. The flames branded him, etching scars onto his flesh like pointy teeth. Would she love him scarred, ugly on the outside as he was on the inside? The answer was irrelevant, because he'd still love her, and he'd never let anything happen to her. He found her curled on the corner of the bed, facing the wall, her back to him. The flames didn't touch her, like they knew she was made of the same elements. He scooped her up, his hands trembling so hard he could barely feel them, and placed 2 fingers to the side of her throat. She had a pulse. It was faint, but it was there. The little clean air he had in his lungs swooshed out in relief. He ripped off his wet jacket and covered her with it entirely. Then he picked her up, pressed her to his chest, and turned back to the door, only to find he couldn't see it past the flames. To get out, he had to get through. Inhaling a lungful of smoky air, he pushed forward, running into the fire. He was burning alive for her, and he couldn't give half a shit. His entire being was focused on one thing, saving her. As he charged down a stairway that crumbled beneath his boots into dust, giving into the heat, he felt his skin pruning, curling at its edges, morphing him to look like the monster he'd long ago become. The scent was unbearable, like the back of a butcher shop. His face, it was ruined. He knew without looking in a mirror, but it was his lungs that nearly failed him. They scorched so hot, the smoke inside them so thick, he couldn't see himself making it past the door. Do it. Not for you. For her. He'd heard of parents finding Herculean strength to protect their children, but had called bullshit on it. He now believed it. He'd probably inhaled too much smoke, suffered burns too deep for recovery, but he was past pain and discomfort. A force of nature, he hugged her tighter, protecting her body from the heat and flames. God forbid her pristine skin suffer so much as a blemish. Down the stairs and out the door, where he collapsed onto the hail-caked front lawn, rolling back and forth to extinguish the flames on his body. She lay next to him on the grass, and he kept yelling to her, "Baby, please, please, show me you're alive." The broken sound coming out of him was pure polluted smoke, not voice. "Truth? You want the truth? Here's the truth. Even if I die, even if..." He coughed again, his lungs giving out. No, he'd say it. He had to, just in case she could hear. "It was worth it. You were worth it, Tierney. All of it." She was so still and so pale, he was ready to rip his lungs from his body to give them to her. Then her chest constricted, and she sucked in a desperate breath. Only then did he let himself pass out and succumb to his wounds, the swirling red lights of the fire trucks and ambulance dancing behind his eyelids.
Chapter 32. Tierney. I woke up in a dark room feeling like I'd been run over by a fire truck. My muscles were tight, my bones heavy, and I was pretty sure my ankle throbbed like it had its own pulse. The ancient air conditioner coughed out stale air, the scent of cigarettes and mildew so sharp it hit the back of my throat. I stayed still, piecing together the last 24 hours in my head. I was in my motel room in Venice. I'd hurt my leg, but didn't break anything. I'd crashed into deep sleep, 10 hours minimum, judging by the darkness outside. Achilles found me, treated me, and spared me. For now. He'd carried me here, but he didn't let me escape. I didn't know what his plans were, and I'd be a complete fool to sit around and find out. Carefully, I rolled sideways on the mattress. The silhouette of a colossal male greeted me. Achilles. By the way his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, he was dead-ass asleep. Now let's make him more dead and less asleep. If only it were so simple. I couldn't stand up and trot around the room searching for a weapon. That'd wake him up. I guess I could tiptoe my way out, but he'd 100% be on my ass in 3 seconds flat. No, I needed to off him and get it over with. If I blew this chance, there wouldn't be another. Maybe he intended to let me go, but the fact that he was still here didn't bode well for me. Life had taught me that counting on anyone's charity was a dumb idea. Lying flat on my back, I stared at the ceiling and ran a mental inventory of potential weapons in the room. He'd gotten rid of all my daggers in the alleyway, but I knew he slept with his Glock tucked in his waistband. I also knew I was a damn good thief. Spending the first 14 years of your life living in a work camp that rationed chickpeas does that to you. I slowly reached for his waistband, holding my breath so as not to make a sound. My fingers curled around the back strap of his firearm. The gun must have ridden up while he shifted in his sleep because it was already halfway out, lying on the mattress. A sigh of relief rattled in my throat. Inching it all the way out, I watched his face, expecting his eyes to snap open at any moment. But then the weight of the metallic weapon rested fully in my palm, and his eyes were still shut. Fuck me. Okay. Phew. The suppressor wasn't screwed on. Not ideal, but I'd make it work. I cautiously rose to my knees, careful not to make the bed springs squeak. I stared down at his sleeping figure, clutching the gun with both hands. Aiming for his head, I flicked off the safety. A click rang in the air. Do it, you idiot. What is wrong with you? Save yourself. Nausea coated the back of my throat. What the hell was I waiting for? Why couldn't I pull the damn trigger?
Do it.
The words snapped me into reality. Achilles' snake-like gaze locked on mine in the darkness. A nocturnal predator homing in on his prey. I swallowed hard, still aiming the weapon at him.
Go on.
He coaxed, his voice steel wrapped in velvet.
It'll solve both our problems.
No, it wouldn't solve my most pressing one, that I'm still in love with your psychotic ass. A sob ripped from my throat. I lowered the gun and dropped my head between my shoulders. I couldn't do it. He scooted up so his back hit the headboard and gently pried the gun from my hand. I heard him thumb the safety on. Something about the finality of the sound made me collapse onto his chest. And that was when the waterworks started, tears streaming down my face. I was heaving, choking, gasping for air. Why can't we kill each other? I slammed his chest with my fists.
You know why.
Because all my best memories were with him. No, no. I shook my head. You've ruined my life.
I did.
There was no hint of apology in his voice.
But I'm done getting even.
I clawed at his dark Henley, waffling between trying to kill him one last time or drowning in his addictive touch. I just needed a distraction, a buffer between me and all the feelings that flooded me. My hand snaked under his shirt, warm skin and chiseled abs. That simple touch sent an agonizing bolt of desire up my spine. I needed him inside me, consequences be damned. I climbed onto his lap, latching onto a vein in his neck and sucking it greedily.
Gotso, be careful.
I looked down. Oh shit. I'd poked his stab wound by accident, breaking it open. Blood coated the bandage around it, which needed to be replaced. He wasn't wearing any pants, just briefs. Oh, sorry.
For stabbing me or for kneeing the stab wound?
The smile in his voice made me melt. Both? He gripped my chin and smashed his lips on mine. Our tongues twisted together, and I planted my knees on each side of him on the mattress, grounding onto his erection. I loved the sounds I milked from the great warrior Achilles Ferrante. Helpless, barely controlled grunts of pleasure each time my pussy rubbed against his cock through our clothes.
How's that ankle?
He murmured into our kiss. Better, I lied, not wanting to stop this.
Good.
He gave me a rough shove. I bounced on my side of the bed, falling to my forearms. He mounted me and tugged my panties down. He must have taken off my pants sometime when he tended to my ankle.
Been wanting to do this since we were teenagers.
He used his thumbs to pry open my thighs, running the tip of his nose along my slit, bottom to top, until his lips clasped around my clit. I grabbed a pillow and pressed it against my face, arching as I muffled a scream. "You've done this before?" I mumbled into the pillow.
I wasn't concentrating on anything but making you come,
he admitted. It was appealing, his honesty, his boyishness, his ability to open up without embarrassment. He swirled the tip of his tongue along my clit, sinking his middle finger into me to find me completely drenched. I squirmed, wanting both to ride his finger and to escape the tingly, building pleasure.
Fuck, you taste good.
He added another finger, and then a third, fucking me while sucking and nibbling on my clit. I met his leisured, teasing thrusts with frantic enthusiasm, bucking my hips, my entire body begging for more. The man ate pussy like Michelangelo sculpted naked dudes, reaching masterpiece level of perfection. God, I began to moan.
Pussy's perfect.
He grabbed my waist and flipped me to my knees. The pillow I pressed against my face fell to the floor.
Now, let's taste your other hole.
Achilles thumbed my ass cheeks open and plunged in, swirling his hot tongue against the rim before spearing it all the way through to a point of half penetration. Stars exploded behind my eyelids. His fingers were still inside my sex, driving in and out quicker now, and I was so full of him. Pleasure and pain swirled together in a perfect storm. I buried my face in the mattress to stifle my moans, my ass pushing against his face, begging for more. His fingers went deeper, faster inside me, his rough knuckles brushing my clit. I was going to explode. My pussy clamped down on his fingers, desperate. My orgasm spread across my body like wildfire. Shivers swept up and down my spine.
My turn.
He bit the side of my ass softly, giving it a casual slap. My knees gave in, and I fell to my stomach on the bed with an exhausted groan. My limbs felt like overcooked noodles. But Achilles couldn't care less as he scooted on his knees up my body, the swollen head of his cock nestling between my legs.
Gonna fuck you nice and good now.
His breath skated across the side of my neck, his hands snaking over my shoulder and squeezing the front of my throat.
And if you're a good girl, I'll even let you breathe.
With a yank on my waist, he brought me to kneel on all fours. Before I could register what was happening, he slid into me, planting one leg over the mattress as he began slamming into me from behind. Our moans filled the room, soaking the walls.
Shh, now. No one said you're allowed to enjoy this. Every time you make a sound, I'm gonna squeeze a little harder.
He murmured in my ear. He was finally giving me what I wanted. Violence, degradation, deprivation. And I knew exactly why. Because he wanted to remind me he didn't need all that to make me come hard. The pressure on my throat was delicious, addictive, and drove me faster to the brink of an orgasm. Something warm and wet plastered to the back of my thigh from behind. I didn't have to look to know his stab wound had opened completely and blood gushed out. He noticed too. Crimson leaked all over the sheets and our bodies, dampening my flesh, entering my pussy. Still, he didn't stop, only fucking me harder, cutting off my air supply whenever I got mouthy and letting me breathe again when I quieted down. We were bathed in his blood, fucking like two mad people, and I never wanted it to end. I angled my ass up in the air and closed my thighs together, relishing the friction. He turned me inside out, making me forget the mess we were both in. I dripped cum, and he dripped blood, and the sheets were a mess of pink and red. I have to come, I choked through his grip on my throat. I couldn't help it.
Who are you coming for, Pico La Fiamma?
You.
And who do you belong to?
You. I tried stifling another moan of pleasure, my body tingling with goosebumps and pre-orgasmic shivers. I belong to you, Achilles. It was the truth. Depressing as it was, I could never want another. Just as well, as I'd decided to swear off men after all of this was over.
Damn right you belong to me.
His hand slid from my throat to my clit, his hot mouth covering the side of my throat as he trailed kisses on it while playing with me.
And don't you ever forget it.
I inhaled sharply, an explosion of pleasure detonating in my body. My knees gave in and I fell stomach first to the bed. Achilles came inside me, probably remembering our last farewell conversation where I told him I couldn't get pregnant.
Mine.
He collapsed on top of me, crushing me to the mattress. Yours. Till death do us part. Because that seemed to be the only way we could ever quit each other.
Chapter 33. Achilles.
Where'd you get the clothes?
Tierney plopped on the dilapidated armchair next to mine, rubbing the strands of her damp hair with a towel, fresh out of the shower. I wore slacks, a tailored black shirt, and my wingtips. My thigh wound was newly bandaged underneath, though the sheets still looked like we'd slaughtered a family of 5 between them. Lighting a cigarette, I cupped my hand to protect the flame before passing it to her. She leaned to clasp it with her teeth, her cheeks hollowing as she gave it a good suck. I lit another one for myself. My driver delivered my clothes. Her face fell.
That means he knows where I'm staying.
She stood up and hugged herself, striding to the tiny window. She was tripped out, paranoid about being found and anxious about what I'd do to her. I couldn't blame her, everything considered. He doesn't know why I'm here, and neither of us is going to stay long enough for anyone else to find out.
How's your dad doing?
You took his finger. She sucked on the cigarette, nodding to herself.
Good.
I concealed my smile with a thick cloud of smoke. She did that thing again today, the same bullshit she pulled in Naples, with her eyes glassing over when we fucked. It was a real shame she retreated somewhere else every time she had sex. If she were fully present in the act, she'd draw much more pleasure from it.
Are you going to kill me?
She didn't bother swiveling to face me when she asked the question. I think we both know the answer. I took another drag.
Your dad will kill you if you don't.
If I were scared of death, I'd choose another occupation. Sit down. Let's figure it out. She turned around, taking the place across from me. I drummed my fingers on the armrest, watching her. How much money do you have?
Just shy of $70,000.
I'll give you $1 million if you follow my plan. Her eyebrows flew up.
And what's your plan?
You cross 3 borders in the next week, settle in Prague, and never show your face in America again. She licked her lips, staring down at her hands.
Why Prague?
I know a guy who can hook you up with a clean passport. You'll be able to open a bank account, rent an apartment, start over.
And what do you tell your dad?
That I killed you. You'll need to disappear from the face of the earth and not contact your brother for a solid year. I was going to kill that motherfucker Tyrone with my bare hands as soon as I touched ground in America for what he'd done to his daughter. But even then, I'd have to make sure there weren't any other moles in the Irish and Russian operations that could rat her out. For all his shrewdness, Tiernan sure was fond of questionable dipshits. Between his deadbeat father and Russian Pakan, he kept dubious company.
A whole year? Why?
Because your own father fed you to the wolves, and I need to make sure you'll be safe. But telling her that would just cause her more heartache and angst. She'd been through enough. I need to sort shit out on my end. She ran her finger along her lower lip.
You're really not going to kill me?
Trust me, no one's as surprised as I am. I've been wanting to do it for years. In theory, at least. I've been wanting to throttle that pretty neck until she went limp. I'd imagined her pulse fading under my fingertips countless times. But the truth of the matter was, when push came to shove, I couldn't fucking do it. And I'd had plenty of opportunities.
And you'll leave me alone?
I extinguished my cigarette, respiring the thick smoke through my nostrils. Yeah. It occurred to me there'd be no more casual verbal sparring, no glares across the room, her pretending to hate me, me pretending it didn't fucking kill me. This was it. If I wanted her alive, this would be our last interaction. She tapped her lips, contemplating this.
Why 3 countries?
Buffer. The more you move around, the harder you are to track down.
Are you sure? Tiernan said Jeremy has insane hacking skills. What if...
I cut her off. Jeremy's not going to be the one looking for you. He's going back to Vegas.
He is?
Tierney's eyebrows shot up.
How did Alex manage that?
Bartered him for the baby sister. She frowned.
What would the Kimura do with a 20-year-old woman?
Her expression smoothed over as she answered the question in her head.
Oh.
Oh. I flashed her a rueful smile.
Who's she going to marry?
She was bone white. Didn't take a genius to know why. I was next in line to get hitched after Luca, and I wanted to become Don. She'd put 2 and 2 together. Yours truly. For the first time since we'd broken up, I saw a pang of jealousy piercing through the woman who owned the very fabric of my fucking soul. Years of parading women in front of her, of taunting her by dangling every piece of ass I tapped in her face, just so we could end up here.
I suppose congratulations are in order.
She tried to recover, plastering on a wobbly smile. Don't.
Don't what?
Pretend like there'll ever be anyone else for me. She opened her mouth, then thought the better of it and closed it. Whatever she wanted to say wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. For the first time in her life, the great Tierney Callahan was rendered speechless. Pity, as I never craved her words more. I stood up and kissed the crown of her head, thinking it was a damn shame it was too late. Follow my plan. The order was clipped, cold. Or both of us are dead.
Chapter 34. Tierney. I chugged 2 bottles of water as soon as I stumbled out of the motel, trying to push the nausea down my throat. I was numb head to toe, injured ankle included. Achilles was getting married. It had never occurred to me that he would. Technically, there was no reason for him not to. He had a banging body, a fat bank account, and that dark, simmering energy that made women drop their panties. Why the hell not? Well, because he was Achilles. My Achilles. The only woman to ever chart for him, for better or worse, was me. I realized how shitty that sounded, even in my head, as I tramped my way to a car rental place where a vehicle was waiting for me. Achilles made all the arrangements: maps, transportation, another fake passport, the routes I should take, to get me out of here and to safety. I should definitely have been more grateful than I was, but I couldn't stop thinking about him screwing the faceless Katya Rasputin, soon to be Katya Ferrante, Igor's daughter. The one I'd never met, since she hadn't been sent to the Siberian camp her brothers were subjected to. A fresh bout of bile traveled up my throat, threatening to spill out. I had zero recollection of walking to the rental place, so it was a good thing I didn't have to fill out any paperwork. Achilles said to just dump the vehicle across the border and pay for my next ride in cash. Maybe I was growing into someone resembling my age because, for once, I decided to listen. The car they gave me was a white Dacia Sandero, one of the most popular cars in Europe, hence entirely unremarkable. Muttering my thanks, I slid into the driver's seat and took out the maps Achilles gave me from my backpack. I was heading east to Slovenia. I punched the address into the GPS device and started my journey. My next stop after Slovenia was Austria, Vienna, before finally arriving in Prague. It gave me some time to marinate in my own thoughts I'd managed to push to the periphery of my mind because I was too busy surviving. An hour into my drive, I couldn't take it anymore. Achilles said not to contact Tiernan for at least a year, but my emotions overrode my logic. I took out my burner and called Tiernan. The damn phone didn't have a speaker option, so I had to hold it to my ear. He answered on the first ring.
Jesus, fuck. I've been worried sick. Where have you been?
Achilles found me.
I gathered.
And I sucked in a breath. He let me go. He smacked his lips.
That's the least the motherfucker could do.
You can't tell anyone I gave you a sign of life. I cut him off. There's a mole around you.
No one will know.
But I knew it wasn't true. He'd tell Leela. That was okay with me, though, because Leela was the last person who'd snitch. All I wanted was to let you know that I was okay and not to kill Achilles when he comes back and says he offed me.
Bleeding fucking Christ. You should hang up. The longer we talk, the more likely.
Wait.
Yeah?
Katya Rasputin.
What about her?
What do you know about her? I'd die before admitting to him I was jealous. But I was. The thought of Achilles putting a baby in that woman, watching her give birth, pouring the tiny amount of love he had in his heart into that baby made me sick and feral with jealousy. It ripped at my skin. I couldn't bear it.
Not a ton.
Tiernan's voice took on a bored lilt.
She's 19, maybe 20, goes to college somewhere in New England. Keeps to herself.
Is she pretty? My voice was unnaturally thick.
The fuck should I know?
You've met her plenty.
I don't look at women who aren't my wife.
Then, sensing my urgency, he blew out a breath.
But I guess she's not terrible looking. Nothing to write home about, but not appalling. She isn't Leela.
I rolled my eyes at the pathetic longing in his voice.
And she isn't you either, sis.
You would say that, wouldn't you? Tears filled my vision.
I'm an honest cunt, for all intents and purposes.
That you are.
We need to hang up before.
Achilles is set to marry her. There was a pregnant pause.
So I heard.
Do you think she'll make him happy? I wanted him to be happy, but I didn't want him to be happy with another woman. It made me feel like my stomach was ripped apart by hungry wolves.
I don't think Achilles can be happy with anyone who isn't you.
Whether he said it out of loyalty to me or because he meant it was irrelevant. It was exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. Pressing my lips together, I plastered on a smile so he could hear it. I love you, Tiernan.
Take care.
It was an order, not a wish.
And if you need anything, call.
He hung up. It took me 4 hours to drive to Ljubljana. It was a straight shot, no bathroom breaks. I drove with the same urgency Tiernan and I had when we escaped the work camp at 14, like my ass was on fire. Once in Ljubljana, I finally did something that wasn't obsessing over Achilles' upcoming nuptials, and that was to pee my own weight. As soon as I stopped at a gas station, I ripped out of the driver's seat and ran to the restroom and peed my life away. When I stared down at my panties, bunched around my thighs, I noticed white dots of Achilles' cum staining the fabric. That, along with the dull, stretchy pain between my thighs, reminded me that we'd screwed each other's brains out not even 6 hours ago. While he knew he was betrothed, he could have said something before I jumped into bed with him. Would that have changed things? Honestly, no. It wasn't a real marriage, and they weren't a real couple. And maybe this obsession went both ways, because something told me I would always jump Achilles' bones given the chance, no matter the circumstances. It made me understand other women, the side pieces who preferred to take something over nothing, even if it broke their hearts and abolished their honor. Oh my God, what was wrong with me? He was right. The first thing I was going to do after renting an apartment and buying a car was getting a therapist. Maybe 2, maybe 6. Exiting the restroom, I stocked up on water, energy bars, and gum at the convenience store. I walked out, leaving the car behind, knowing full well no one could track me down at this station, seeing as I was hidden under a ball cap and in a huge black hoodie I'd stolen from Achilles. It still smelled like him, and I was mad at myself for wasting his scent when I should have rationed it, kept it in my backpack for the next time I needed a hit. I made my way to the nearest main street, hopped on a bus, and didn't get off until I spotted a busy flea market along the river. There, I approached an elderly man with a casket hat and suspenders. He sat at an empty booth, trying to sell ancient-looking books and records without any success. "What kind of car do you have?" I asked in English. He didn't look up from his books, rearranging them on the small table.
Why you want to know?
"I'll buy it from you for double its price." That grabbed his attention. His gaze shot up to meet mine.
Renault Clio.
"How old?"
5 years.
I nodded. "What's that, like 16,000 euros? I took a wild guess, but I wasn't too worried about paying triple the market price. Money wasn't an issue. Between Achilles and Tiernan, I'd have plenty of it.
Something like that?
His eyes swept over me curiously. "I'll buy it off you for 32,000, cash." I stuck out my hand. He looked around us, probably wondering if this was a prank.
I can't leave my things here. The paperwork.
"Don't need it." I shook my head. "Take the money, give me the car, and don't ask any questions." He stared at me in disbelief before nodding.
Yes, I agree to this deal of yours, strange girl.
An hour later, I was driving in a stranger's car toward Austria. The drive to Vienna took 4.5 more hours, and by the time I arrived, I was way too exhausted to keep on going. I wanted to eat, drink, use the bathroom, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Now that I knew Achilles wasn't after me, that he was actively throwing people off my scent to help me hide, I could do all that. In theory. In practice, as I checked into a hotel in Hitzing, A far cry from the seedy motel in Venice. All I could do was go through the motions. Bathroom, shower, room service. I chewed my food robotically without even realizing what I was eating until the plate was half empty and my stomach gave out. Then I curled into a ball on the bed, weeping quietly, rocked by the realization that the love of my life was about to marry someone else.
Chapter 35. Achilles. I was going to stalk her one last time. What could I say? Old habits die hard. Just to make sure she'd made it to Prague safely. That should take 2-3 days max. Nothing that'd throw me off schedule. I'd made it this far keeping her alive. No small feat considering the giant red self-destruct button she insisted on punching to death on a daily basis. I didn't need to rush. My problems in New York and Naples weren't going anywhere. My old man had won. Even though I didn't kill her, Tierney was dead to the world. Out of sight, but never out of mind. I was going to marry whoever the hell this Katya woman was, and the Ferrante legacy would live to see another day. Somehow, granting my father his precious warrior grandbabies didn't seem as appealing as it had been when I was a teenager. My desire to impregnate a complete stranger was low, and signing away my hypothetical children's futures to the Camorra seemed like a terrible idea, even to my conditioned ass. Tierney took off with the car I'd rented for her. I'd rented a small Fiat for myself, following close behind. I wore a ball cap and a dark, long-sleeved shirt. She wouldn't notice me, because she wouldn't be looking for me. And this time, once I saw she was settled, I would turn around and go away. We drove into Slovenia, and when she ditched her first car at the gas station, I waited patiently for her to get on the bus before following it. I then waited across the street while she bargained with a merchant at the flea market before joining her on her next 4.5-hour drive from Slovenia to Austria. I wasn't worried I'd lose her, as I'd placed a tracker at the bottom of her backpack, but I'd never dropped the target before, and sure as fuck wasn't planning to lose her. On our way from Slovenia to Austria, my father called. I put the phone on speaker and tossed it onto the passenger seat, eyes glued on the road.
Is it done?
No small talk, straight to the chase. Yep.
You sure?
You're asking me if I'm sure that I killed someone? If a tone could kill, the Stronzo would finally be dead.
I'm sorry you had to do it, son. It was a necessary evil.
He wasn't fucking sorry, so I ignored that statement. He continued.
The good news is you can now return home and we can start the preparations for your marriage with Katya.
I'm headed to Naples to sort out the Coppola shit first. That wasn't a lie. I did intend to go to Naples and deal with Sangue Blue, especially considering he'd been retaliating by slaughtering our soldiers, young and old, pushing them into pools of acid. I would do it after Tierney was nice and settled in Prague. I was on her timeline, but she was making good progress.
I assigned Luca to deal with Coppola.
Coppola is my beef, and I think we have enough leverage to push him out of our borders.
Considering you just shorted him a bride and 6 soldiers, it'd be political malpractice to send you down there.
Relax, I'm not going to kill the guy. At first, anyway.
What is it that you plan to do?
Talk. He bristled.
A lot is riding on this. You gonna clean up the mess that you created?
You can bet your last dollar on it. The line went quiet for a beat before he cleared his throat.
She's definitely dead. Yes?
The fuck are you insinuating, old man?
Bene, my hot-headed son. How you ever became such a good warrior with this temper of yours, I'll never understand.
I killed the call, hoping to shit my father would take my word for it. She needed that new passport, and she needed to lay low, or we'd both be dead. She checked into a luxurious hotel in Vienna at midnight, casually walking into the glitzy lobby with a backpack and a $30 getup. I was in awe of her strength, with her quiet resilience and no-nonsense attitude. I knew she was hurting, but she hid it well. I was glad she chose somewhere nice, where she could get a decent meal, sleep, and amenities. The minute she disappeared inside one of the elevators, I approached the receptionist and asked for the room next door to hers. An obscene bribe and a veiled death threat later, I had the digital key to the neighboring suite. Unlike Tierney, I wasn't going to sleep. I was going to stay alert and make sure no one else was coming for her. At 7 a.m, I heard the door to the room adjoined to mine open and slid my laptop back to my bag. I followed her downstairs, taking the next available elevator. I watched as she whisked a coffee to go and a plain croissant from an overpriced shop at the hotel, tossed her digital key into the checkout box, and slid into her car. I did the same, and we both started on our way to Prague. We arrived at Old Town, where Tierney walked into the coffee shop I'd sent her to. So far, she'd done everything according to my instructions, a good indication she was serious about keeping us both alive. Through the window, I watched Jakob, my old buddy, hand her a new passport. They shared a pleasant conversation. Pleasant for them, not for me. I wanted to stick a knife in his throat for smiling at her. Stop flirting with my woman, I wanted to hiss out. Did I care that he was gay and happily married to a guy named Steve? No, not one fucking bit. From there, Tierney proceeded to open a new bank account. I waited outside the HSBC branch and tossed breadcrumbs for pigeons, keeping one eye on the door. Finally, she walked out of the bank and straight into a real estate office across the street, also a contact I'd given her. This is where you part ways. You see that she enters her new apartment, and you leave. I gave her explicit instructions regarding the apartment I wanted her in, highly secured with 24/7 surveillance, but not in a huge-ass skyscraper with enough human traffic to cover any wrongdoer's footprints. I even went the extra mile and gave her a list of properties I deemed suitable. My balls were in my throat the entire journey following her from the real estate office after she entered her rented car. I released a queasy breath when she stopped in front of one of the buildings I'd flagged for her. 8 stories, 20 apartments, highly secure. Tierney and the seedy-looking real estate agent poured out of their respective vehicles, and I parked but didn't kill the engine. The real estate agent said something to her, touching her arm. I repeat, touching her arm, before dropping a set of keys in her palm, then jerking a thumb behind his shoulder. With that, he turned around and walked away. Wait, what the fuck? Why wasn't he going in with her? More than likely, the answer was he needed to show another property, pick up something, or, Jesus, I don't know, take a shit and would be back shortly. But there was a slight chance this was a setup. I was leaving nothing to chance when it came to her. Killing the engine, I slid out of the car and followed her into the building. Luckily for me, she decided to take the stairs. If she'd taken the elevator, I'd have been searching every individual floor, which would cost me precious time. I trailed behind her, stopping at the edge of the stairway when she reached the second floor and stuck the key in one of the doors. Leave the door open, baby. You're expecting that real estate agent shitbag, remember? She shoved the door open and walked inside, leaving it ajar. Thank fuck. Pushing off the stair rail, I followed her inside. At this point, I knew I had to make myself known. She'd be pissed, but hopefully she'd understand. Hey, I was just trying to help her out. I stepped into the sunny and spacious apartment, bare of furniture. The windows were open, and a summer breeze swept inside. Tierney had her back to me, staring out at Old Town Bridge Tower. Her now black hair danced in the wind. A waft of its flowery, clean scent entered my nostrils, and my knees went weak. It seemed like the coast was clear. Still, my heart thrummed wildly in my chest. I took another step forward. What the fuck do I say? Hi, little flame. I know I made a big stink about never seeing you again. Well, surprise. Or, oh, hi, Tierney. Fancy seeing you here. How about another quickie? Suddenly, she turned around. Our eyes locked. She looked scared. Why wouldn't she be? You were sent to Europe to kill her, idiot.
Achilles.
Her mouth dropped in shock. I opened my mouth to say I wasn't here to hurt her, just to ensure no one else did. But before I could do that, a quiet, deadly pop of a bullet muffled by a suppressor sliced through the air. Tierney's body dropped to the floor. Her emerald eyes were still wide open, staring at me with terror as blood trickled from the back of her head. What the fuck? Fuck. I careened toward her, falling to my knees, holding her limp head between my hands. Blood vined around my fingers, spilling onto the floor. No! Little flame, no, I can't. You have to stay. I'll do anything. I promise. Just please. I can't do this without you. I plastered my forehead to hers, a savage cry ripping from my chest. With one hand, I took out my phone and called the 112 emergency line. In my other, I gripped her head wound tightly, trying to stop the blood loss. Oh, fuck. I couldn't breathe. Not that there was a point doing so if she wasn't around. But on the off chance I could save her, fuck, I couldn't lose her. She's dead. A robotic voice growled above my head. I looked up. Red purge mask, voice muffler, combat gear from head to toe. Tristan Hale was standing in front of me, holding a gun. The motherfucker just killed Tierney. My Tierney, the love of my life. His seconds left on this earth severely decreased. He better start fucking running.